Cecil Grounded by Richard Plant. Copyright 1986 by the Antioch Review. First appeared in the Antioch Review. Reprinted by permission. Richard Plant was born in Oklahoma City in 1959. A graduate of Oklahoma State University and Washington University in St. Louis, he currently teaches writing at Southwestern Oklahoma State University. Cecil Grounded is his first published story. "Nothing to it," Cecil said to himself while the stick jolted crazily in his hand and the engine made its final throaty coughs. He cleared the Goebbels' barn by 8 feet, then dropped, didn't see now how he'd ever make it over the jagged farmhouse shingles and into the meadow beyond. So he fought the stick hard left and tried to hold her to the tractor path running into Goebbels' corn. "It's all right," he yelled inside his head. The engine dead now, and only the wind roaring in his ears, pounding insistently through the flaps of his aviator's cap, but refusing to tell him a damn thing. So he thought nothing when the wheel set down on the earth with a knock that sent his jaw nigh through his nose, and only "Lord," the single word of prayer, as the plane crashed through the corn, stalks snapping around him, dust and severed leaves drifting onto the shuddering wings and into his face. Then the only sounds were the hiss from the engine, voiceless sighs and crackles, death rattle of the broken plants, and the thunder of blood in his own head. Goebbels and his wife were already out of the house, running, when Cecil stepped through the corn. He raised his hands over his head and grinned at them. Grinned because there was nothing else to do, because he was alive, because he just pictured the hysteria he must have caused buzzing the farmhouse, rattling the dishes in Mrs. Goebbels' break front, scaring the farmhouse dogs into corners, and grinning because, after all, there'd been nothing to it. Goebbels was the first to reach him. Cecil thought the farmer had been cussing or mumbling something along the way, but he was only smacking his lips over a lunch left at table. "You hurt?" "No, sir, not one bit." "Your lip's bleeding." Cecil tasted blood and grinned. "Must have bit it some." "Criminy Moses! What happened up there?" He shrugged. "Can't say exactly. Could be a busted fuel line." "This happened before? You ever land on a whim like this before?" "No, sir, this is the first time Maybelline's gotten that idea." Now Mrs. Goebbels was beside her husband, and Cecil could grin and say, "Sorry about the corn, ma'am. Looks like I owe you a few ears." "Corn?" Her voice floated up like the toot of a penny whistle. "Don't talk about corn when all the time running I kept thinking what was I going to tell your parents? Ringing them up to say you died in my cornfield?" Cecil said he was sorry for the scare, sorry, too, that he'd left a 10-acre swath undusted when the problem started. The Goebbels walked him to the house, but he wouldn't go inside on account of the dirt and the chemicals coating his clothes and his hair. So they fed him a lunch on the porch. Mrs. Goebbels came out to hand him a slice of ice for his lip 1 minute, a steaming cup of coffee the next. The fuss both embarrassed and tickled him. Overall, it seemed a good thing after the wind's roar in his ears and the stick bucking in his hands like something alive. From the Goebbels' porch he could see Maybelline's tail. Broken cornstalks dangled sorrowfully on either side of the plane's 5-yard furrow. Some leaves and whitish silks dripped from the stabilizers, making it look like the furry tail of some animal asleep in its burrow. Finally he and Goebbels went to look her over. Now Cecil felt in control again, not angry, ready to forgive Maybelline her pique or illness, ready to start over from scratch. He lifted the cowling and poked around. "Is she broke?" Goebbels asked. Coming down, he must have cracked a couple of struts in the undercarriage. The plane was listing heavily to the left. As for the engine, he could conclude only, "Too hot to see much." "We'll have to pull her out. Rain's coming in, too." "Wet don't matter," Cecil said. Goebbels told him that his tractor already had discs mounted behind, so he wanted to turn over the 20 acres as he'd planned before pulling them off and hitching the tractor to Maybelline. He said he'd park her next to the barn, but if it rained before he got to her, she'd probably be drier in the corn anyway. "Lorraine!" Goebbels shouted, leaning inside the kitchen door with Cecil standing behind him, watching the purple streaks in the eastern sky, and stamping both boots to knock off the foul-smelling dust. "What we gonna do about Cecil Perkins? Take him on a scarecrow?" "I guess he's stuck all right," she answered, unseen. Goebbels slammed the screen shut. "Lorraine'll drive you home." He folded his arms over the denim pockets on his chest and stared into his battered corn. "That must have took some flying, bringing her down that way. Shake you up some?" "No, sir," Cecil said. "I had no doubt she'd make it down. Just didn't know how slow or fast." Goebbels gave a wheezy laugh. "I hope it ain't broke bad. You do a real good job with that machine. Everybody says so. Of course, your brother's regarded the famous one in your family, but nobody's got a bad word to say for you neither, Cecil, and that's the truth." "I guess I know it," he said, for something to say. Once again in motion, with an engine roaring smoothly and a wind that, if he'd cared to lower the glass, could only be whistling, Cecil leaned back luxuriously alive in the front seat of the Goebbels' big Packard and let the farmer's still pretty wife ask him questions about Emmett Wayne, which was fine, which was best, which was like sharing something better than you between you, the way some folks could wear your ear about Jesus Christ or President Roosevelt, or the pilots in Little Rock could light up about Ford Trimotors. "What's he studying there?" "Politics. Of course, he takes classes in lots of subjects, math and chemistry and classics and such, but the main one's politics." "He could be governor." "Might could," Cecil agreed out of real feeling and not just politeness. And he went on to describe his younger brother's wins in high school debate, the speech he wrote for commencement, described how Principal West had found himself short-handed one year, and hired Wayne to teach a class of 8th graders before Wayne had even graduated high school himself. But there were some things he didn't tell, details that emerged then settled back into his mind, unspoken, like the dust he saw in the car's side mirror, swirling and settling silently behind them. Cecil sometimes sent Wayne money, and Wayne sent back letters, different from the ones his parents received. These were meant only for him, Cecil, and carried Wayne's own voice on the slanted backs of his spidery ciphers. "I fell asleep to some fall and decline, woke to what I thought was the stomp of Roman legions, but was only Josh Hop drunk upstairs teaching his roommate the tango. If college is the gateway to high culture, it sure seems funny that Yale men are reduced to dancing with other men, more like lonely cowboys or lumberjacks." Or on another occasion, "Fred McDeal, Ohio man, drove me down to New York last weekend. Wish you could have seen the airfield we passed. More planes than Arkansas has cars. Big passenger birds, too. I have seen the future, and it's you, boy." But these were months old. "Wayne was my alarm clock in summer," Cecil was saying instead. He told Lorraine Goebbels about rising before dawn to dig fish bait, how it was Wayne's job to wake him, and so the first thing he'd see at 4 a.m. would be the kerosene lantern on the floor, hot from burning all night, and Wayne in the opposite bed leaning toward him and hissing his name, a book lying face down on Wayne's lap like a cat he'd stroked to sleep and didn't want to wake. "Neither of our boys seems much taken with books," Lorraine Goebbels said, sighing a mother's sigh. Before this remark, Cecil had been thinking how much younger than her husband, Mrs. Goebbels, looked, idly sketching out a story of child bride, bored and lonesome. In the fantasy he'd scripted, after a minute's silence, Lorraine would begin to sing Flatfoot Flugy with a floy, tilting her head forward just enough to smooth out the faint creases under her chin, and casting wayward glances at the miraculously spared young flyer beside her. With a thin show of weariness, she might propose that they pull over at the Negro juke joint a mile this side of the Perkins house on the county road for a quick sad song from Lester Lincoln's guitar box and a cool glass of shine. But of course, these things didn't transpire, so when she stopped in front of the desolate barn-like structure Cecil was a little reluctant to call his home, he only thanked her and asked her to tell Goebbels to look for him that evening. "Give your family our best," she said. "And when you write your brother, make sure he knows we wish him well." "Thanks," he said. "I guess I'll see you." The Packard rolled on toward town while Cecil stood in front of his house, trying to decide what to do first. About the plane, he'd best call Willett Yotes. Yotes was a farmer and self-employed mechanic who had originally bought the Martin biplane from Alvin Barlow, the bank president, when the bank had started to slip under. Yotes already owned the fastest automobile and the strongest tractor in 2 counties, and couldn't resist owning an aeroplane as well. But Yotes had it only for 4 years. Then his wife, Clarissa, discovered that the bottom half of their wheat wasn't getting plowed since Willett never had enough gas in the tractor to plow it, and he never had enough gas because he used it for Saturday joy rides in Maybelline. So for $1,750, paid out over 3 years, Willett Yotes sold his aeroplane to Cecil, who still lived at home then and worked in his father's brick kiln, making extra money from his fishbait business, which he could now recall in detail, perhaps because Maybelline had put his present vocation in jeopardy. Getting up at 4 to dig the night crawlers that he sold to fishermen at sunrise, seated on a clover hummock by the side of the dirt turn-off to Carson Lake, his commodities squirming beside him in tin buckets. Yotes had taught him to fly and take care of Maybelline, which came easy to someone as hand-minded as Cecil. He had given Cecil his leather cap at no charge. He would have thrown in his gloves, but they were too small for Cecil's big hands. In Little Rock, Cecil was certified by a man whose pilot's license had been signed by Orville Wright himself. "Where are you going to keep that thing?" his father had asked. And just the sight of it hulking out back was nearly all it took to make his mother cry with worry. So he'd bought this land on the edge of town and built a hangar for it, and this took so much of his time that he put up a board shack for himself and just started living out here. In spite of all these investments, he'd somehow managed to keep from spending his last cent, and after his father and his brother DeForest both put in some money, he'd wrangled a start in the crop-dusting business, probably because folks had always trusted him to do a good, sturdy job, just as they trusted the sun to set in the west and the frogs to sing when it did. Wayne's letters he kept in a cardboard box on the shelf beside the coffee can he filled with spare coins. And because Lorraine Goebbels's well wishes were more concrete and resonant than his fuzzy projections for fixing Maybelline or otherwise working out the day's remainder, he took these down. The last letter, now a week old, had been the most troubling of the series, tainting Cecil's eager encomiums with a ragged temptation to worry. "Dear Cecil," it had begun, "I am well and hope you and the folks are the same. Give them my love." But then, instead of the worldly anecdotes and ironic asides he was used to gleaning, nurturing, and then scattering through town like wildflower seeds or insecticide dust, Cecil had read another, serious sort of message. "I'm writing to you because you have always been so strong in my eyes, and secretly so much wiser than your snot-nosed brother who went away to Yale and now is cracking up. How do I describe this? I go to class as always, get on with my professors, but more and more I have less and less to say. There is a nervousness in my head that's been building like a boiler fire. Professors Wharton and Summers deduce that I'm ill-prepared, that I don't read the texts, that I lack the necessary interest. Now, I confide in you what I couldn't explain to them. You, Cecil, know I need no great excuse to exercise my eyes by lamplight. The pages are still turning, but my brain is losing its grip. I no longer have ideas. I can't even remember where ideas come from. And when I am presented with 2 ready-made ideas and asked to make a choice, I cannot. I don't remember how to judge. On occasion I flat look ridiculous in class, mumbling apologies or proffering ludicrous guesses when called upon. But my fears are even worse. Every day I sit at the end of a row of scholars and drive my spine down into the hardwood of my seat while I wait in terror for the sound of my name. If a professor calls me out, I shall certainly scream or gurgle unintelligible baby sounds while the rest of the class looks on, horrified. When other students speak, I am amazed. Where do they find the words, and how do they know the proper sequence? I feel like applauding. I feel like all these other men find words magically etched across the glowing curve of their skull, while my eyes look in and see only darkness, an empty black cavern where the wind whistles through empty crannies and corners and bounces back from nothing at all. Cecil, I can't imagine how this looks to you. I read it once and see that I have exaggerated my problem unforgivably. I read it a second time and find this account only a pale reflection of my terror. I don't mean to frighten you. I think I'm telling you this so that now I can afford myself the comforting picture of you holding my letter in your big hands, giving your head a pragmatic shake of disgust and telling me to remember who I am and what I am. Tell me this latest crisis is just a twinge of being sensitive to the point of womanly weakness. And even though you're there in Arkansas, I want to feel you shake me and slug me with your brick-baking, cloud-hopping hands, knocking the fluff out of my skull and putting me to rights. Already I feel some relief. I trust you not to speak of this to Mom or Dad. My next letter, I hope, will be none of this sop, but some real news. Love, Wayne. After he had read this letter through the first time, a week ago, Cecil had opened the door of his handmade house and watched the sun slip off the edge of the blood-tinted cotton field across the road. Tomorrow should be good weather for dusting, he had figured. Little or no wind, the dust would be allowed to nestle into Sharp's corn like snow. Then if his almanac was right, there would be rain later in the week to tamp it down. Cecil had gone back in the house and read the letter a second time. Finally he put it down, stroked his long, stubbly jaw, and grinned. Hadn't he always known his brother Emmett Wayne to be the family genius? And didn't this high-pitched letter just confirm it all again? Cecil had never been to college himself, but vaguely knew that great men at college were supposed to experience crises of the heart and soul, lose God and then find him in another shape, and finally emerge viewing the world in a light and a language above the murky understanding of the common man being himself, Cecil. What else, he had tried to persuade himself, did Wayne expect of him but a slap and a grin? Cecil found some hosing, clamps, and copper tubing easily enough in the nest of materials that had accumulated against the north wall of his aeroplane hangar. So before dark he'd wrestled a new fuel line into Maybelline's innards and gotten her to burn, without dying, a full gallon of petrol. But the rejuvenated engine rocked violently and uncharacteristically to one side, and Cecil had no idea why. Also, in dragging the plane from the corn to the lee of his barn, Goebbels had done further damage to the broken landing gear, a mangled mess of splintered wood and twisted brackets that could only be replaced, not repaired. Over the telephone in the Goebbels' kitchen, where bare-armed Lorraine was kneading dough for her Saturday dumplings, Cecil, a stranger in this house, heard the disembodied voice of Clarissa Yotes, so that for an instant he could fancy himself capable of transcending the normal laws of space and time, and maybe even sex, flitting from the tinkling voice of one woman to the sight and smell of another. "Willett's gone to Shreveport, Cecil. His brother there passed on last night." "I'm real sorry," he said, suddenly small and mortal again. She explained that the funeral was to be in 2 days, but Willett was likely to stay longer. "What was it you wanted?" "It's no real matter," he said. "I thought maybe Willett would like to dirty his hands on Maybelline once more, but it'll wait. Is there something I can do for you folks?" She said no, but would call him if there was. Cecil did not explain that his own house did not have a phone. He hung up, smiled his thanks to Mrs. Goebbels, and before spreading the Yotes tragedy before her, shrugged at his own relatively comic share of misfortune and declared, "I'm grounded." "You must think I'm tracking you." This was Cecil's greeting when he stepped through the barber's door and saw Goebbels there with his youngest. "Hi, you, Cecil. Land's here's getting too shaggy for Mama's taste. You know Mr. Perkins' son? You fly the airplane." "Yes, sir." "Gus, you going to give old Lance a shave today?" All 3 of the waiting chairs were filled, so Cecil sprawled in the black wrought-iron shoeshine seat. Not yet noon, and already the Saturday bucks had started to slink in for their haircuts and shaves, for a sprinkle of witch hazel on the back of the neck and behind the ears. Cecil was amused, though he was himself a courting sort of buck, though come to it late. "I hear you taught that aeroplane some tricks, Cecil," Gus teased. "She's a puppy dog. I say git and she goes. I say roll over and she do." "What'd you say in Val Goebbels' cornfield?" "Play dead." As the men chortled, he pictured Maybelline listing against the side of Goebbels' barn, shrouded in a canvas tarpaulin, and Willett Yotes bowed at graveside somewhere in Louisiana. One buck, a teenager named Mitchell Leeds, picked up the banter. "Perkins, you pay Gus extra to scrape all them poor squashed flies, gnats, and nits off your face?" Cecil had a reputation as a man who loved a good ribbing, to give or receive. "Mitchell," he said, "you so soft, you go up in an aeroplane for 5 minutes with those little buggies slapping your face, I bet you come down looking like a bruised banana. I bet they knock you senseless." "You was born senseless," Mitchell replied. "That's likely true." "They held back his brain so Emmett Wayne could have a double dose," Gus said. "I think that's so, and one smart feller per family suits me fine." "How's Wayne doing?" "Stupendous. Him at that college is like Jesus teaching the elders." "He's a genius," Mitchell Leeds said flatly, as though he were giving the time of day. "I went through school with him." Shorn and bored, Lance turned to his father in the chair beside his. "What's genius?" "Smarts, boy." "Brains." "Kentucky quarter horse running in his traces." "Might could be president." "It means," Cecil said, looking serious, "when my little brother rides through this here town on his presidential train with the banners waving and the bands a-playing, the squirrels in the trees and the pigs in their sty better nod politely to him or else." "Else what?" "Else I'll pick them right up and make them nod," he shouted, bounding from the shoeshine dais, the iron chair vibrating as though struck by a violent wind. "Like this," plucking the boy from the barber chair into the cradle of his arms, swinging the open-mouthed tow-head back and forth, the barber's towel twisted and flapping. "You!" shrieked the boy. "Hey, you!" Outside, Cecil could feel stray hairs creeping down his overalls, his shirt collar, teasing his skin like little shivers of ice. If he had any brains, he'd invent a new kind of barber's bib to protect customers from this lingering itch. As he paused, bending to brush the loose hairs from his head and face, Cecil heard a snuffle and moan. He took a peek down the alley behind the barber shop's west wall and saw a familiar dark huddle on the ground, shivering in the shadow of the bricks. "Hey, you, Lester." The huddle raised its head but continued to shake. "What that?" Cecil leaned into the alley. With one arm he pulled Lester Lincoln to his feet. "All right?" The thin black man's head wobbled from side to side. He refused to raise his focus from the ground, as though that seat had become a warm, fondly remembered place. "Ain't me," he rasped, the words punched from inside. Cecil pulled him gently into the sunlight, and, satisfied that this dark skeleton could stand, released his arm and pressed some money into his palm. "Look here, Lester. Shaking so bad you could jar the bricks from this wall. Be like Joshua's trumpet at Jericho. Now take this 4 bits and buy yourself a drink." Lester stared at the coins and finally tilted an eye up at Cecil. It almost made Cecil shiver himself, this glassy yellow puddle threaded with red, cocked up at him from a body that trembled like a thing possessed. "You a Christian man." "Maybe," Cecil said, "but I suspect the dog what bit you done also snapped at me." Cecil took the boardwalk in long driving strides, testing the stretch and balance of his own muscles now, proving himself king of his own big body, sharp and strong, chewing the planks beneath his heels, spitting them out behind him. The Eubanks grocery reminded Cecil of a well-stocked cave, cool and clean and fragrant. When he heard the shiny cedar floorboards creak and shift beneath his weight, he thought instead of ships at sea and tilting decks. He bought a pound of sugar-cured bacon, apples, bread, canned beans, and wine. He teased the butcher for his cleaver's dullness, juggled apples for the register girl, and, full of himself once more, took up Eubanks's challenge to move the pickle barrel 4 feet to the south. There was a mouse hole behind it they needed to stuff. The men waited until the store's other 2 customers left, then Eubanks closed the door and put Cecil's purchases next to the register. "Don't hurt yourself." "No chance," he said. "I waltz with barrels bigger than this in my sleep." The pickle barrel had water up to a foot from the top. He first tried to lift it by reaching around the highest metal hoop, which felt wonderfully cool but was too slick to grasp. So he squatted once more, and this time hugged the staves beneath, pushing in until his wrists, his forearms, and his shoulders all tingled from the pressure. "Nothing to it," he said behind clenched teeth. Then, straightening his legs, he hoisted it off the floor and tottered the necessary 3 steps while the floorboards sang in complaint. Some of the pickle water sloshed out when he set the barrel down, making a dark place on the shiny wood. They cheered him, Fred the butcher, Eubanks, and the girl who ran the register, and Eubanks reopened the street door. "Don't ring up those apples, Grace. This lunkhead earned those at least." Cecil rubbed his wrists and winked at the girl. "You're Wayne Perkins's brother." "I guess I must be." "Hear from him much?" "Now and then. Want me to say hi?" "From Grace," she said, smiling. "I played clarinet in high school band." "I don't recollect Wayne playing in band." "Well, no, but that's probably the only way he'd remember me. I never stood out much but for the clarinet." Cecil smiled back at this girl with the single talent, and promised to mention her in the next letter. Clouds were moving in. Cecil stood on the boardwalk with his bag of groceries, his clipped hair prickling the back of his neck, and watched the clouds. He sniffed for rain. It had missed him last night, but wouldn't be long in coming now. Cecil was excited by the prospect of rain, the challenge of dodging showers long enough to pick up Patrice and make his parents' house without getting soaked. Somehow informed of his trouble at Goebbels's, Cecil's mother would likely start up on the dangers of flying, citing once more, this time for Patrice's benefit, the deaths of Wiley Post and Will Rogers, Amelia Earhart slipping into the ocean like a slender fallen feather. She thought they should ban Jimmy Allen from the radio, prohibit his weekly adventures and tin aeroplane toys from stirring kids up about flying. As though an aeroplane were something wicked. Tonight Cecil would drop his heavy elbows on the table and argue. "It's nothing but a machine, Ma. Why do you talk this way? Look, an aeroplane is just metal and wood, wire and petrol. You don't have to talk to it or pray to it or be real smart about it. You just have to know what little lever does what job. An aeroplane is no more mysterious than your own hands and feet. No more mysterious." And all this time, Maybelline would be crouching under a tarpaulin in a strange farmyard, the raindrops coursing across her canvas cover like tears across a face. To avoid an argument, they'd talk instead about DeForest, who was in the service, or Wayne, who would soon be home from Yale. He would lose at hearts after dinner in the room where his stuffed pheasant and Wayne's debating trophy and a picture of DeForest in uniform crowded the mantel. He and Patrice would excuse themselves to go to the picture show, but instead they would huddle together in his buggy, away from the rip in the roof, and head for Cecil's house on the outskirts of town. There they would shuck their wet clothes by candlelight and go to bed with the drops hitting the roof tiles and spattering against the windows and, likely as not, leaking through to pop on the floorboards like sparks from a fire. Racing the rain tonight would be like racing against gravity before lifting off in Maybelline. Patrice was busy behind the post-office counter weighing packages for an old-timer with a cane, so Cecil stood with his hands behind his back reading the familiar wanted posters. Dillinger had been gone for years. Now there was round-headed Franklin Dobbs, sought for kidnapping, armed and dangerous. What crime would he, Cecil, be most likely to join this roster of the infamous four? The FBI did not waste their time and bullets on mere fornicators, show-offs, men who flew too close to the ground. He turned and opened the door for the old man. "You got a letter," Patrice said, and disappeared behind the wall of silver-trimmed mailboxes. Cecil leaned on the counter, tried to pick out the smell of her. "Here," she said, returning. "I was going to bring it tonight." "Isn't that a crime, taking other folks' mail?" Patrice leaned over her side of the counter. With her face beside his, she whispered, "You could lead me into a life of crime, Cecil DeLoss Perkins, deep into it." Cecil felt the top of his ear getting hot, there where Gus had clipped the hair close to his head. "It's fixin' to rain. I should be by early." She said, "Yes, you better." He could hear someone step up behind him, so he straightened and asked for 3 stamps. "Here, 9 cents. "You say nonsense?" He spoke loudly and feigned confusion. She wrinkled her forehead and pursed her lips in a crooked pucker. He found the coins in his bib pocket and pressed the last penny into Patrice's hand slowly, all 4 fingers curled into her open palm, caressing her fingertips as he lifted, turned, and left. Cecil read Wayne's new letter seated in his buggy. New Haven, April 29th, 1938. Dear Cecil, things are getting worse. I may have to get help. The last 2 days I went to class but got nothing from the lectures. I know the teachers are speaking. I can see their lips move, but I can't make sense of the sounds that come out. I'm supposed to study for final exams. I'm looking over these notes that read now like something written by another person. I think different people peak at different times. Mozart peaked early and Beethoven later in life. I've peaked and am now sinking fast. Maybe high school was my peak. At the regional debate tournament, I delivered my rebuttal without even looking at my notes or pausing to think of a next sentence. They just came to me, gifts. I was like a spigot running full blast. And while I was speaking, I did not lose a beat, but felt like I moved outside myself and watched myself, and it was wonderful. This sounds vain or stupid, I know, but it was a moment when I felt in love with myself and grateful I could filter ideas out of thin air. And now all I feel is a dread, a sinking into silence and ignorance. The spigot is shut off. I hope to limp through finals and come home. I want to come home very much, but I must pull myself together first. Mother and Dad can't see me like this. It's a frightened, dead stone that I've become. Pray. Love, Wayne. The air's moisture made Cecil's cotton shirt feel clammy before the first drops even fell. He tried to concentrate on the grayness of the horizon, on the rhythm of the hoofbeats, on the intervals between lightning flashes in the clouds. Not on his brother's letter, nor on the reply that before returning to town for Patrice he'd carefully scrawled and stamped. Dear Wayne, ignorance is no sin in my book. I hope you feel better about yourself. You've worked too hard and need a rest. Come home now. Grace, who plays clarinet, says hello. Here is $15. Love, Cecil. But since these diversions did not work, he tried to concentrate on Patrice, who leaned into his side but was quiet. Although loneliness was a word Cecil had little truck with, sometime after Wayne had gone to school and he had moved out to his home hangar, loneliness had begun to eat big holes in him, holes that flying and liquor and ribbing couldn't fill. He needed a woman, was all. So when Patrice Jackson showed him that first sign of tenderness, he had jumped for her like a startled buck jumps for the safety of trees. And she was sweet to him. Lord, she was sweet. She knew what he liked without even saying, such as pulling off her long stockings, like peeling a clean, sweet piece of fruit. When he had little to say, she let him sit silent with no bother nor worried little bird glances. And he never told her so, but he liked the way in bed her hands would push against his chest, not pushing him away, but lying open against him and following him like flowers follow the power of the wind. On Tuesday, Willett Yotes was still in Louisiana, and it was still raining. Cecil should have been dusting 500 acres 10 miles east of the river. The cotton field across the way was saturated, water spilling from its furrows onto the road like parallel creeks emptying into a single river. He could look between the porch planks, through cracks under his feet, and see floating twigs, the dull reflection of water. It was a quiet rain. Loudest was the drumming it made on the big chemical mixing tank behind the house. Cecil heard the bicycle squeak before he looked down the road and saw the boy and the bicycle. The Western Union boy's yellow slicker was the only thing of color, the boy and the bicycle the only things moving under the dark blanket of rain. When the boy came alongside Cecil's house, he looked up. Now he knows I've been standing here watching him, Cecil thought. The boy looked more angry than miserable as he stomped to Cecil's porch, rain running off his hat brim and mud oozing from under his boots. "Telegram," he said, opening a hard leather case on his belt and handing Cecil the paper. He said the words like a challenge, like something nobody should have to ride 2 miles in the rain to pronounce to a big man in his bare feet with nothing better to do than stand on his rickety porch and watch boys getting soaked, but he had done all that anyway, so there. "Come in," Cecil said. The boy took off his hat and hid it against the porch rail. He had red hair matted high on his forehead. The boy followed Cecil far enough for Cecil to shut the door behind him, then shivered once like a wet dog. "I have some coffee," Cecil said, but went instead to his money can and picked out a dime for the boy. "Yes, sir. Why don't you read it?" the boy said. "You might want to send an answer." "Cecil, stop. Checked into hospital for mental, stop. Will not be home next week as planned, stop. School wants to inform parents, but I am telling you instead, stop. Make something up for me, stop. Don't worry, stop. Wayne." When he looked up, Cecil was surprised to see the Western Union boy still there, looking at him. "There's no answer," he said. The boy opened the door himself and went back out into the rain. Cecil took a wet rag and cleaned the floor where the boy had stood in his muddy boots, then worked on the rest of the house, pushing the rag in long, furious strokes. When he finally straightened up to shove his bed aside, there was a cramp hammering at his back. He took down the whiskey bottle and kept it open beside him. He carried his 3 rugs outside and shook them out, flapping them one at a time up and down like a giant bat wing. Little swirls of dust became airborne in the gray rain. Inside the house he washed his drinking glasses. He emptied the whiskey bottle into a clean glass, and after he drunk that down, washed the glass a second time. Soon after he heard the porch boards creak, the door swing open, and there was Patrice. She tracked red mud in his doorway, but her hat and her shoulders looked dry. The rain had let up. "I wish you'd get a damn telephone out here." "Hello," he said. "You got a telegram from Connecticut. Is everything all right?" Cecil felt like shouting at her, demanding to know how it was that every weakness in his life became public knowledge, how news traveled so fast through thin air and became bad news only from the grime of ears and tongues it touched on its way. Then he remembered that Patrice worked in the post office, and that the Western Union desk was also in the post office. He said, "Is that why you're here?" "I was a little worried, yes." She had taken off her hat and coat and hung them by the door. Now she was unlacing her shoes. "Wayne," Cecil said, as he felt the story making itself up and cutting sharply through the whiskey weight on his tongue, "was asked to help a teacher with some research project. It's an honor and it pays. So he's not coming home next week like we thought." "Is that all?" Patrice pushed her hair back with her fingers and smiled at him. "Yeah," he said. "Excuse me a minute." He made a sweep with his hand, something to indicate, "Would you sit down, help yourself, whatever the hell you want." Then he went out the back door. The stones that led to the outhouse were cold under his bare feet. They were also slick with mud, and Cecil was a little unsteady from the whiskey. He nearly fell. The rain smelled like something alive. Cecil closed the door. He sat to the right of the shithole, rounded and black beside him like a grin, and pressed his shoulder against the outhouse wall. "Now I must make this something I can touch, something I can carry," he argued. After all, he was made to carry loads. His back was strong, his hands were strong, he was made of muscle and bone and will. Cecil pulled on his lower lip with his teeth, trying to taste the whiskey again. He could board a train for the East tonight, run down a moving boxcar outside of Shantytown if need be, and get there by Thursday. He could find Emmett Wayne and haul him right out of that hospital, lift him up with these hands, heft him over his shoulder. He could plow through white coats as if playing high school football. He could carry Wayne home like a conqueror. What a strong and wonderful picture of himself, clearer now than the black earth between his feet. Isn't this what Wayne would expect of him, and so what he had to do? This vision hovered just overhead, tugging him after. and the warm whiskey was expanding and pushing him out of himself, up toward the vision. Then between these two forces, not trying too hard, he felt his spirit pushing out at his taut shoulders, pushing out at his neck, jumping with a frenzy he never expected of his own lazy, half-lidded soul. Now he could feel it ooze free, rising 2 or 3 wobbly feet in the outhouse dark. Cecil DeLoss looked down. What he saw was his own big, agonized self, all bent and heaving with a wet glisten on the hair of his forearms. He heard himself moan, and his soul slipped back in like a kiss. Honey by Ann Beattie. Copyright 1986 by Irony and Pity, Incorporated. First appeared in Plowshares. Reprinted by permission. Ann Beattie was born in Washington, D.C., and now lives in Charlottesville, Virginia. A monograph, Alex Katz by Ann Beattie, was published by Abrams in 1987. She is at work on a novel. Elizabeth's next-door neighbors were having a barbecue. Though Elizabeth and Henry had lived in the house since his retirement 3 years before, they had only once eaten dinner next door, and the neighbors had only once visited them. After Henry's car accident, the Newcombs had called several times, but when Henry returned, they again only silently nodded or waved across the wide expanse of lawn when they caught sight of each other through the scrub pines that separated their property. Mrs. Newcomb was said to be an alcoholic. The boys, though, were beautiful and cheerful. When they were not joking with each other, their expressions became dreamy. The way they wore their hair, and their direct gazes, reminded Elizabeth of Clark Gable. She often saw the boys in Bethel. They were inseparable. Though Elizabeth was repotting geraniums, her mind was partly on the boys next door, partly on her daughter Louisa, who lived in Atlanta and who had had a baby the week before, and partly on Z, who had phoned that morning to say that he would stop by for a visit on the weekend. Her thoughts seemed to jump between those people in time with the slap of the softball into the catcher's mitt next door. As they tended the barbecue grill, the brothers were tossing a ball back and forth. The air smelled of charred meat. The day before, backing out of a parking place next to the market, Elizabeth had hit a trash can and dented the side of Henry's car. Louisa had not wanted her to come to Atlanta to help out. Z's fiancé drank a bit much. Elizabeth forced herself to smile so that she would cheer up. Wind chimes tinkled, and a squirrel ran across a branch, and then Elizabeth's smile became genuine. It had been a month since Z's last visit, and she knew that he would be enthusiastic about how verdant everything had become. Verdant? If a dinosaur had a vocabulary, it might come up with the word verdant. She was almost 45. Z was 23. After Z's last visit, Henry had accused her of wanting to be that age. She had gotten a speeding ticket driving Z's convertible. Henry suspected the extent of her feelings for Z, of course. The attachment was strong, although the two of them talked around it privately. She often thought of going to see the remake of Reckless with Z at a matinee in New Haven. They had shared a tub of popcorn and licked butter off each other's fingers. Another time they brown-bagged a half-pint of Courvoisier and slugged it down while, on the screen, Paul Newman drove more crazily than Elizabeth would ever dare to drive. A few days ago, returning from the train station, Elizabeth had come to an intersection in Weston, and as she came to a stop, Paul Newman pulled up. He went first. Rights of the famous and of who has the newer car. Although convertibles in this part of the world were always an exception and went first. Next door, the boys had stopped playing ball. One probed the meat, and the other changed the station on the radio. Elizabeth had to strain to hear, but it was what she had initially thought. Janis Joplin singing Cry Baby. The best songs might be the ones that no one could dance to. On Saturday, sitting in a lawn chair, Elizabeth started to assign her friends and family roles. Henry would be emperor. The lawn sprinkler revolved with the quick regularity of a madman pivoting, spraying shots from a machine gun. Henry would be Neptune, king of the sea. A squirrel ran, stopped, dug for something. It seemed not to be real, but the creation of some animator. The wind chimes tinkled. The squirrel ran up the tree as if a bell had summoned it. Ellen, Z's fiancée, was inside on the telephone getting advice about how to handle Monday's follow-up interview. She was leaning against the corner of the bookcase, drinking bourbon and water. Z detoured from the kitchen to the dining room to nuzzle her neck. He had come in to help Elizabeth when she left the yard to get trays. One tray was oval, painted to look like a cantaloupe. The other was in the shape of a bull. She had bought them years ago in Mexico. Deviled eggs were spread out on the bull. The cantaloupe held a bottle of gin and a bottle of tonic. A lime was in Z's breast pocket. A knife was nestled among the eggs. Elizabeth held the back door open, and Z walked out. Henry's friend and lawyer, Max, was there, and a friend of Max's named Len. Dixie had stopped by for a drink en route to her new house in Kent. Dixie was in the process of ending an affair with her architect. He had gotten religion during the building of the house. He had put skylights everywhere so that God's radiance could shine in. Z and Max were discussing jade. The man who used to deliver seltzer to Max was now smuggling jade into the country. Max was saying that people were fools to swallow prophylactics filled with drugs. Look at the number of deaths. If jade spilled into somebody, it would just be like jelly beans that would never be digested. Ellen came out of the house. She had had several drinks, and, chin up, trying to look sober, she looked like a stunned soldier. She called out to Elizabeth that Louisa was on the phone. "The minute I put it back in the cradle, it rang," Ellen said. Elizabeth thought, the cradle of the phone, the cradle she had ordered for Louisa's child. She was smiling when she picked up the phone, so it came as a surprise that Louisa was angry with her. "I offered to come," Elizabeth said. "You said you had enough people underfoot." "You offered," Louisa said. "You never said you wanted to come. I could hear it in your voice." "I wanted to come," Elizabeth said. "I was quite hurt you didn't want me. Ask your father." "Ask my father," Louisa said. She snorted. "So who's there today?" she said. "Neighbors? Friends from far and wide?" In recent years, Elizabeth had begun to realize that Louisa was envious of her knowing so many people. Louisa was shy, and when she was a child, Elizabeth had thought that surrounding her with people might bring her out. When she taught, she did seem to find many interesting people. "Oh, go ahead and go back to your party," Louisa said. "Please tell me to come to Atlanta if you want me," Elizabeth said. "Yes, do conclude this foolishness," Louisa said. Sometimes Louisa was so good at mocking what she thought were her mother's attitudes that Elizabeth actually cringed. As they hung up, Elizabeth said a silent prayer. Please let her have had this baby for the right reason. Please let it not be because she thinks that if someone needs her, he loves her. Z was in the doorway when she opened her eyes. She looked at him, as startled as if the lights had just come up in the movies. "Headache?" he said. She shook her head no. "Your eyes were closed," he said. "You were standing so still." "I was talking on the phone," she said. He nodded and left the room. He opened the refrigerator to get more ice. She heard the cubes cracking as he ran water, then twisted the tray. Outside, Dixie was volunteering to go into town and get movies. Henry told her to get one serious one and one funny one. Most people did that when they went to Videoville, to allow for the possibility that they might want to be silly after all. Elizabeth realized that it was harsh of her to judge Henry. It was overreacting to think of his insisting that Dixie get what he called a comedy and a tragedy as ambivalence. "It was right there," Henry was suddenly saying to Max. "Right there, and I tapped it with the cane. Looked at Jim back in the cart, and he looked away to let me know he hadn't noticed. Hell, I had done good to land it there with one leg that wouldn't even swivel. Who's going to criticize somebody who's half crippled? It'd be like taking exception to finding a blind man in the ladies' room." On Wednesday, Len stopped by, having guessed that the bracelet in his car must have been Dixie's, lost when she borrowed his car to go to Videoville. Henry was upstairs, taking his afternoon nap when Len arrived. Elizabeth invited him in for an iced tea. He countered with an offer of lunch. He was house-sitting for his brother, whose house was about 15 miles away. She didn't know she would be driving 30 miles when she got into the car. Why take her there instead of into Bethel or to Westport for lunch, she wondered. He probably thought that she was more fun than she was, because they had gotten involved in a drunken game the other night, playing matador in the backyard with the tablecloth and the bull tray. She had put on Dixie's bracelet for safekeeping. Copper strands, intertwined, speckled with shiny blue stone. The stones flashed in the sunlight. Always when she was in someone else's yard, she missed the music of the wind chimes and wondered why more people did not hang them in trees. She and Len strolled through the backyard. She waited while Len went inside and got glasses of wine to sip as they surveyed the garden. The flowers were rather chaotic, with sunflowers growing out of the phlox. Scarlet sage bordered the beds. Len said that he had been surprised that she did not have a garden. She said that gardening was Henry's delight, and of course, so soon after the accident, he wasn't able to do it. He looked at her carefully as she spoke. It was clear to her that she was giving him the opportunity to ask something personal by mentioning her husband. Instead, he asked about the time she had taught in New Haven. He had been accepted there years ago, he told her, but he had gone instead to Duke. As they strolled, she learned that Max and Len had been college roommates. As he spoke, Elizabeth's attention wandered. Was it possible that she was seeing what she thought? A duck was floating in a washtub of water, with a large fence around it. Phlox was growing just outside the wire. Bees and butterflies flew around the flowers. There was a duck floating. Len smiled at her surprise. He said that the pen had been built for a puppy, but his brother had realized that he could not give the puppy enough time, so he had given it away to an admirer. The duck was there in retirement. "Follow me," Len said, lifting the duck out of the tub and carrying it into the house. The duck kicked but made no noise. Perhaps it was not kicking but trying to swim through the air. Inside, Len went into the basement door, opened it, and started down the steps. "This way," he hollered back. She followed him. A fluorescent light blinked on. On one corner of a desk piled high with newspapers there was a rather large cage with "Mr. Music Duck" stenciled across the top. The cage was divided into two parts. Len put the duck in on the right and closed the door. The duck shook itself. Then Len reached in his pocket and took out a quarter and dropped it into the metal box attached to the front of the cage. A board rose, and the duck turned and hurried to a small piano with a light on top of it. With its beak, the duck pulled the string, turned on the light, and then began to thump its beak up and down the keyboard. After 5 or 6 notes, the duck hurried to a feed dish and ate its reward. "They were closing some amusement park," Len said. "My brother bought the duck. The guy who lives 2 houses over bought the dancing chicken." He reached in the cage, removed the duck, and smiled. He continued to smile as he walked past her, duck clasped under his arm, and started to walk upstairs. At the top, he crossed the kitchen, pushed open the back door, and carried the duck out to the pen. She watched through a window. The duck went back to the water silently. Len looked at it a few seconds, then turned back toward the house. In the kitchen, Len poured more wine and lifted plates out of the refrigerator. There was cheese and a ham butt. He took out a bunch of radishes, bright red, some of them cracked open so that white worms appeared to be twisted around the bulbs. He washed them and cut off the tops and tips with scissors. They ate standing at the counter. They talked about the sweaty bicycle riders who had been pouring over the hilly highways near Elizabeth's house all summer. She looked out the window and saw the duck swim and turn, swim and turn. She poured a 3rd glass of wine. That finished the bottle, which she left empty in the refrigerator. Len reminisced about his days at Duke. He asked then, rather abruptly, if he should drive her home. In the car he put on the radio, and she remembered the crashing keys under the duck's bill as it played the piano. Drinking wine had made her think of the brandy in the bag, and of sitting in the matinee with Z. She wondered what she would say to Henry about how she had spent the afternoon. That she had eaten lunch and watched a duck play the piano? She felt foolish somehow, as if the day had been her idea, and a silly idea at that. To cover for the way she felt, and in case Len could read her mind, she invited him to Sunday brunch. He must be lonesome, she realized. Presiding over someone else's house and someone else's duck was probably not his idea of a perfect day either. But who was he, and why had he not said? Or why did she think that everything had to have a subtext? She shook his hand when he dropped her off. His eyes were bright, and she realized that the ride back had been much faster than the ride to the house. His eyes riveted on the stones in the bracelet. Henry, too, noticed the bracelet the minute she came in, and told her that he was glad she had gone out and bought herself something pretty. He seemed so genuinely pleased that she did not tell him that it was Dixie's bracelet. It hurt her to disappoint him. It would have saddened him if she had admitted that the bracelet was not hers, just as he had been very worried when she told him some time ago that the college where she taught in New Haven was no longer using part-time faculty, and that she would not be teaching there after the end of the semester. She had been able to say that, in spite of his sad face, but of course other thoughts remained private. Z had young hands. That was what had stopped her. Or maybe she thought that because she wanted to think that there had been one thing that stopped her. He had large, fine hands and long, narrow feet. Sometimes it seemed that she had always known him in summer. She searched her mind for the title of the poem by Robert Browning about the poor servant girl who had only one day off a year. Here it was Sunday, and she was entertaining again. Z, without Ellen, who was having a snit, Len, Max, Margie and Joe Farella, who owned the hardware store, Louisa and the baby. What a week it had been. Phone calls back and forth between Connecticut and Atlanta, between herself and Louisa, between Louisa and Henry, between Louisa's husband and both of them, and finally, through a flood of tears, after Louisa accused Elizabeth of every example of callousness she could think of, she had said that not only did she want to be with Elizabeth and Henry, but that she wanted to be with them there. She wanted them to see the baby. The baby, in a cotton shirt and diapers, slept on Louisa's chest. Louisa's hand hovered behind the baby's head, as if it might suddenly snap back. Elizabeth was reminded of the duck held in the crook of Len's arm. How lightly it rode there, going downstairs to play the piano. Ellen came, after all, in a pink sundress that showed off her tan, wearing high-heeled sandals. She went to the baby and lightly touched its shoulder. She said that the baby was miraculous, and fawned over him, no doubt embarrassed that she had made a scene with Z earlier. She did not seem to want to look at Z. He was obviously surprised that she had come. They were drinking Suave with a little Cointreau mixed in. A big glass pitcher of golden liquid sat on the center of the table. The food was vegetables that had been sautéed in an olive oil as green as Max's treasured jade, a plate with 3 kinds of sausages, a wooden tray with bunches of radishes — she had placed scissors on the board to see if Len would say anything, just as a reminder of the day — strawberries, sourdough bread, cornbread, and honey. Everyone was exclaiming. Several hands reached for the pitcher at once. Beads of sweat streamed down the glasses. Z complimented Elizabeth on the meal as he poured more of the wine mixture into her glass. It was so easy to please people, to take advantage of a summer day and bring out attractive food, with trays rimmed with sprigs of mint, studded with daisies. Even Louisa cheered up. She lifted a sausage with her fingers and smiled. She relinquished the baby to Ellen, and soon Ellen's lips were resting on the baby's tiny pink ear. Pretty, pretty, Elizabeth thought, even though she did not like Ellen much. Pretty the way her lips touched the baby's hair. Pretty the way her diamonds sparkled. She looked around the table and thought silently, think only about the ways in which they are wonderful. Henry's cheeks, from the long morning in the sun, were pink enough to make his eyes appear more intensely brown. Next to him, Z raised the lid off the honey pot, and she looked at those fingers she loved, the ones that, as he gestured to make a point, seemed to probe the air to see if something tangible could be brought forward. Margie and Joe were as attuned to each other as members of a chorus line. He looked at the cornbread, and her hand pulled the tray forward. Max was so complacent, so at ease, that any prankster would have known where to throw the firecracker for best results. Len, sitting next to Louisa, edged his shoulder a little closer and, as Louisa had done earlier, cupped his hand protectively behind the baby's head. And Louisa, though there were dark circles under her eyes, was still the child, half charming, half exasperating, who picked out her favorite vegetables and left the others. Next door, the brothers, again lighting the barbecue, again tossing the softball, shouted insults to each other and then cracked up at their inventiveness. One threw the ball and it rolled away. The other threw it back underhand so that it arched high. What happened then, out on the lawn, was this. Henry swatted at a bee with a roll of paper towels, and suddenly 3 or 4 more buzzed low over the table. Hardly had any of them begun to realize what was happening when bees began to appear everywhere, dropping down on the table like a sudden rain, swarming, so that in a few seconds anyone who had not seen the honey pot on the table to begin with would have seen only a cone of bees the size of a pineapple. And then, however wonderful they had been, Max became in an instant the coward, chair tipped back, colliding almost head-on with Margie Farella. Henry reached for his cane and was stung on the wrist. As a bee flew past Ellen's nose, she screamed, shooting up from the chair, knocking over her glass of wine. Joe Farella put his hands over his head and urged the others to do the same. Louisa snatched the baby back from Ellen, hate in her eyes because Ellen had only been concerned with her own safety, and it had seemed certain that she would simply drop the baby and run. When Elizabeth remembered the afternoon, late that night in bed, it was as if she had not been a part of it. She had the sense that the day, like a very compelling movie, was something half-dreamed, that there was something inevitable and romantic about the way she and Z had risen in unison and reached toward each other reflexively. Later, Henry had told her that her hand and Z's, clasped across the table, had reminded him of the end of a tennis match, when the winner and the loser gripped hands perfunctorily. And then he had stopped himself. "What an odd thing to think of," he had said. Clearly there had been no competition at all. Don't Worry About the Kids, for Jerry Perlman, by J. Neugeboren. Copyright 1987 by J. Neugeboren. First appeared in the Georgia Review. Reprinted by permission. J. Neugeboren is the author of 9 books, most recently The Stolen Jew, which won the Present Tense Award of the American Jewish Committee for Best Novel of 1981, and Before My Life Began, which won the Edward Lewis Walland Memorial Prize for Best Novel of 1985. He is writer-in-residence at the University of Massachusetts in Amherst and lives in Northampton, Massachusetts. Michael imagined that he could see the fragrances coming at him in waves, that each wave was a different color. He sat in a small Italian restaurant in the Cobble Hill section of Brooklyn, Langello, the court-appointed investigator, across from him. Langello was talking about his own marriage and divorce, about how he had begun living with his second wife before he had even filed for a separation. It was crazy, he said, what love could do to you when it took hold. Michael tried to smile, felt his upper lip quiver, stared at his plate. The gnocchi seemed to be carved from balsa wood, floured with potato dust. He thought of radio waves, outside the restaurant, shimmering in the air, passing through the metal roofs of automobiles, the brick walls of apartment houses, the windows of office buildings and storefronts. He inhaled, tried to separate the fragrances, to name them. He saw low, smoky green S-curves for basil, high-rolling mountains of barn red for tomatoes, graceful ripples of ivory for garlic. "So you can relax, Mike. Let me tell you right off that I think the present custody setup is lousy, and I'm going to recommend some changes." Langello smiled easily. "Okay?" Michael nodded. He liked Langello, liked the man's manner, the streetwise directness, the rough-edged tenderness. Langello reminded him of the Italian guys he'd gone to grade school and high school with. "I read the complaint you filed, and I read all the diary stuff you gave me. You've been through some rough times." "I suppose. We never had kids, me and my first wife, but I feel for guys like you when their wives use the kids against them. I mean, it's one thing if some broad tries to kick shit out of you herself. It's another if she gets your kids to start kicking, too. How can you fight that?" "I don't know. Still hard for you to talk, isn't it?" Langelo reached across, put his hand on top of Michael's. Michael swallowed hard. He felt like a child. Why? At the present time, Michael had his children with him only 1 out of every 4 weeks, and he'd known that in filing for primary custody, he would be blamed by them for stirring things up. It would be the same old story, their mother's story, that he didn't really love them, that he only wanted to prove he could get his way. He had been prepared for this. What had surprised him, though, was how tiring it had become to hold back, to not answer his children's accusations. When did you stop loving your children? The question was there in his head, and the only thing more absurd than the question, he knew, was that in Langelo's presence he felt what he sometimes felt when he was with his children, the need to answer it. "Listen, I was nervous, too, before I met you the first time. All I remembered from when we were in high school, you being such a hotshot. I mean, 2 guys like us, 2 old schoolyard ball players from Brooklyn, we'll get along fine." The waiter appeared, glanced at Michael's plate, asked if everything was all right. He spoke to Langelo in Italian. He wore a midnight blue tuxedo, fingered the dark lapel. Langelo and the waiter laughed together, and Michael imagined Langelo as a boy of 7 or 8, coming across the ocean on a ship, huddled inside a blanket. The waiter was gone. Langelo was buttering a piece of bread. Michael touched his napkin, thought of white drapes around an open wound, a scalpel in his palm. He saw the skin spread and bleed. He saw subcutaneous tissue, the layer of pale yellow fat below that. He saw muscles, like brown steak, thin tissues of white tendon being peeled away. He smelled onions, parsley, sweet red peppers. He imagined Coleman, his anesthesiologist, staring into a green monitor at hills and valleys of fragrances that flowed above and below sea level. Oregano, grated cheese, lemon. Michael wanted to reach out and touch the smells, to flatten them to the horizon. He wanted the moment he was living in to become a thin white line, to disappear. "Tell me what to do," Michael said. "First thing?" "First thing. Eat." Langelo grinned, skewered a strip of scungili on his fork, talked about how his father had brought him to the restaurant when he was a boy. Michael felt frightened, in need of reassurance. He tried to visualize himself earlier in the day, taking the subway from Brooklyn to Manhattan, entering the hospital, greeting receptionists, nurses, doctors, residents. He saw himself in the operating suite, putting the x-rays on the view box, hanging his clothes in the locker, walking into the operating room. Box suite number 1, his favorite, was already playing. His nurse helped him scrub up, tie his gown, put on his slippers. She held a pair of gloves for him, stretched the wrists wide. Langelo talked about the diary he had kept while he was going through his own divorce, about how crazy things had been. Michael closed his eyes, could feel the thin skin of latex coat his hands like a film of talcum. The hip was exposed, draped inside a white rectangle less than a foot square. He prepped the area, watched his fingers, smooth and white like a dead man's, work inside the wound. His fingers retracted muscles, moved to deeper muscle, cut, cauterized. His resident suctioned blood. He told the resident to be careful of the sciatic nerve, to move it aside gently. If you harmed it, the woman would have a dropped foot forever after. Bach became Mahler, the Andante Moderato from the Second Symphony. They were using his tapes today, not Coleman's. His fingers worked on. Mahler became Bach again, preludes and fugues on harpsichord. Landowska. He held an electric saw as if it were a pistol, cut through the bone, removed it. With a mallet he banged a reamer into the middle of the bone, inside the hip, put down his trial prosthesis. He removed the remaining cartilage, drilled holes, cleaned them with a water pick, washed out the femur, the socket. He mixed cement, white and creamy like Elmer's glue. He chewed his gnocchi now, imagined a piece lodging in his throat, Langella leaning across, grabbing his jaw, prying his mouth open, reaching in with a hooked finger. He saw himself suturing heavy tendons with violet thread. He smelled potatoes, butter, sausage. Langella asked about his brother, about how it felt to have a brother who was crazy. Michael wanted to protest, to explain that Jerry was not crazy, that he was retarded, perhaps, damaged, disabled. But he told Langella that he had stopped by the daycare center before coming to the restaurant. Jerry was heavily sedated, 2,000 units of Thorazine a day, Benadryl for the side effects. Michael was concerned about Jerry's eyesight. The corneas were becoming filmy, glazed. He must remember to call later, to suggest an exam, a change in medication. He imagined the top of Jerry's head, sliced open, lifted up as if on hinges, and he saw himself standing on a stepladder, pouring a mixture of glue and cornmeal into Jerry's head. "You said that he's been like that most of his life, that he was never really normal." "That's right. I don't mean to pry. It's just that I like to find out these things, so I can get the big picture, you know what I mean?" Michael had long ago stopped believing in the diagnostic terms the doctors used: autism, schizophrenia, manic depression. Who would ever know what had actually happened 39 years ago? Genetically, neurologically, in utero. Michael saw himself closing the wound, binding the skin with a staple gun, laying on the dressing. Langella asked Michael to describe his marriage, and Michael gave Langella a few sentences, then talked about how hard things were on the children, about how he wished he could get them into counseling. Langella nodded sympathetically, said that he might be able to make a recommendation, that he didn't think their objectives were far apart. "Then you agree with me?" Michael asked. "You really do think I should have the children with me more?" "Sure. Only you have to remember that I don't have final say. I do my investigation, I file my report, I make recommendations if I want." Langella winked. "But don't worry, we have leverage. My uncle just happens to be the judge, or did I tell you that already?" Michael felt his heart surge, pump. He tried to show nothing. "You got some time?" Langella asked. "Time?" "Afterwards. You got any appointments, or are you free?" "I have time. I left the afternoon open. I don't have to be back in the city until 4:30. "Good. So how about after lunch, we walk around the neighborhood? I'll show you where I was born, where my old man had his store." If Jerry were reasonably calm, Michael thought, he would bring him here the next time. Jerry loved Italian food. If they succeeded in getting through the meal without incident, he decided, he would bring the children the time after that. Michael looked down, knew that the spirals on the gnocchi were there so that they would resemble seashells. He ate. He told Langella that he would love to walk around the neighborhood with him, and while he talked he thought of the ocean, of Brighton Beach, of sand castles. He saw himself on the beach with Jerry, smoothing down a spiral runway that ran from the top of the castle to the bottom. He set a pink ball at the top, watched it circle downwards. Jerry clapped. They dug out tunnels that led in the ocean. They built moats. They mixed water and sand and let the mixture drip onto the castle's turrets. Michael thought he tasted sand in his mouth. Jerry's back was red. Their father screamed at him, slammed a newspaper against his head, kicked in the castle. Jerry wailed. Their father yelled at Michael for letting his brother burn up while he kept himself protected. He grabbed at Michael's polo shirt, but Michael was too quick for him. He ran off. "All he ever thought about was himself," his father shouted. His father was kissing Jerry's back in a way that made Michael feel embarrassed. Michael looked down, watched the ocean foam around his ankles. His father was dead. Jerry was crazy. Michael was 44 years old, a successful orthopedic surgeon, the divorced father of 2 boys and a girl. Well, he had worked for 17 years to create the kind of family he himself had never had, and now that family was gone, had been gone for over 2 years. Why then was he still so surprised? They walked along Court Street, turned left, past the Baltic Street Daycare Center. A line of patients, Jerry not among them, moved toward a Dodge minivan. Most of the patients were in their 30s and 40s. They wore housecoats and ragged furs, plaid shirts over heavy wool sweaters, brightly colored silk scarves, frayed slippers, men's ties for belts. Such sad flamboyance, Michael thought. The patients shuffled along in pairs, eyes downcast, skin colorless, holding hands like schoolchildren, looking as if they were emerging from a bad flight, airsick. Next to the van, a young Hispanic couple embraced. The man wore a long olive-drab army coat. He was about 30 years old. While his eyes and shoulders showed fatigue, his mouth and jaw were set in anger. The woman was attractive, young, her glossy black hair pulled back neatly, her eyelids shaded in pale lavender. Michael watched her lips move at the man's ear. "I love you," she said. "Oh, I love you." The woman stepped into the van. The man started to walk away, turned. "Don't worry about the kids," he called back. "You hear me? Don't you worry about the kids." Then he pivoted, raced across the street at a diagonal. Cars screeched, honked. He was gone. "That's heavy, isn't it?" Langello said, touching Michael's arm. Michael saw that Langello's eyes were moist. Had he misjudged him? By the end of their lunch, as now, Michael had become quiet again, uneasy. He wanted desperately to make a good impression. He wanted Langello to know just how much he loved his children, and yet, without his children physically there, he was afraid that anything he said would sound hollow. Langello talked about the neighborhood, about what it had been like growing up there. Michael answered questions. Yes, he liked to cook, to clean, to shop, to do the dishes, to do the laundry, to help the children with their homework. Yes, he had worked out a schedule with his partners that allowed him to be at home most days after school. He was on call only 1 out of every 4 weekends. He liked being a father, being at home with his children. And yes, as he had written in his diary, he did fear for his ex-wife's sanity, for her influence on the children. For months, before and after the divorce, she had threatened to commit suicide by hanging herself from the boy's climbing rope. She had thrown scissors and bricks and kitchen knives at him. She had threatened to harm the children. She continued to tell the children that she had never wanted a divorce, that she had done everything to save the marriage. She told them that Michael had left her for another woman, that he had been playing around all through the marriage. She told them that he had beaten her. She told them that he was planning to abandon them, to leave New York and take a job at the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota. Langello nodded sympathetically, said that he'd seen a lot of guys in Michael's spot, that he admired Michael. "Sometimes," Michael said, encouraged by Langello's words, "sometimes I feel like the Jackie Robinson of divorce." Michael paused. Langello smiled, and when he did, Michael felt his own heart ease. "What I mean is, sometimes I feel that I have to take all the crap my kids can throw at me, yet have the courage not to fight back." "Sure," Langello said. "I know what you mean. Don't I remember Jackie, what it was like for him that first year, everybody calling him nigger, going at him with their spikes?" Langello touched Michael's arm, pointed to a set of windows on the second floor of a 3-story building, to the apartment in which he had lived for the first 26 years of his life. Bruno's pastry shop on the ground floor had always been there, Langello said. They entered the shop. Langello told Mrs. Bruno that Michael was a friend, a famous surgeon. Mrs. Bruno inclined her head as if in the presence of a priest. Michael closed his eyes, inhaled the fragrances: butter, almond, chocolate, yeast. He saw Jerry in the bathtub, himself on his knees beside the tub, rinsing shampoo from Jerry's hair. He was carrying Jerry to the bedroom in an enormous pea-green bath towel. He was sprinkling talcum on Jerry, rubbing baby oil into his scalp, inclining his head to Jerry's head, closing his eyes, inhaling the strange, sweet fragrance. Michael and Langello walked along Court Street, passing fish markets, antique stores, restaurants, funeral parlors. Langello said that his father had been a shoemaker. that when he was a boy he had believed the neighborhood was called Cobble Hill because of men like his father, all the Italian cobblers who worked there. Langelo pointed to the narrow store, now a locksmith shop, that had once been his father's. Langelo said that his great regret in life was that he had never been able to let his father, who died when he was 14 years old, know how much he had loved him. "My father died when I was 16, Michael said. Briefly, Langelo put his arm around Michael's shoulder, and when he did, Michael found that he wanted to tell Langelo everything. They passed a yellow brick building set back from the road like a small museum. The Anthony Anastasios Memorial Wing of the Longshoremen's Medical Association. In the distance, no more than half a mile away, Michael could see the Gowanus Parkway, the gray turrets and smokestacks of ships beyond it. Michael talked about his father, who had been a bookkeeper for a small manufacturing company, Wonderware Hosiery. His mother had worked as a practical nurse, taking care of invalids at home. Whenever she was on a case, this was before Jerry was hospitalized at the age of 12, he would be in charge of Jerry and of the house, of cooking, cleaning, shopping, laundry. It was one reason, he sometimes thought, taking care of his own children came so naturally for him. They sat on a bench together in Carroll Gardens, watching old men in black jackets playing bocce, schoolchildren playing tag. The sky seemed lower, as if being pushed down by an enormous slab of gray steel. Michael thought of aircraft carriers, their decks stripped and removed by giant cranes, then welded together until they stretched across the heavens. Had Michael resented having to care for Jerry? Some. Still, the days he had spent alone in their apartment with his brother were among the happiest of his childhood. The only times when the rooms were quiet, when he could be close to Jerry, could tend to him without being scolded. Times that Jerry felt free to return Michael's affection. Langelo asked if Michael had talked with his ex-wife since their last interview. She had called 2 nights before, Michael said, at 3 in the morning, exploding at him with obscenities, threats, accusations. And she had called again just a few hours ago, before he left for the hospital, to wish him good luck in his interview with Langelo. She had sounded rational, normal. She had told him that she was still willing to get back together. "And I'll bet she's been giving the kids the same line," Langelo offered. "Sure, I know all about it. The kids need a punching bag, and you're it. They'll know the difference, though, Mike. Kids are resilient. I mean, they'll take her side now. She's the victim, right? But you'll get your reward someday." "Maybe." "You will, Mike. I've seen enough of these cases to know. The open agenda is reconciliation. The hidden agenda is revenge. Hot and cold, cold and hot. The problem is that they had this great family once upon a time, see, and now they don't. And she gives them a story that helps them make sense of what can never really make sense. It's what I was trying to tell you before about going to court. It's not who's right or wrong that counts, but who comes up with the best story. What you need is a good story, Mike." "Jackie's story?" "Not a bad idea," Langelo laughed. What a guy he was. I got close to him once at this clinic for our team at Ebbets Field. I was in a group assigned to him showing us how to take a lead, get a jump on the pitcher. Jesus, I forgot about that for ages. "Where did you go? New Utrecht?" "Yeah, I played second base. Only I wasn't much good. Good field, no hit. You play baseball at Erasmus?" "No." "I remember how great you were in basketball. First team All-City, right?" "Yes." "For a little guy, you were something else, Mike. We had these 2 big Italian guys that clogged up the middle. Surf and turf, we called them. And in practice, our coach got this kid from the JV to try to imitate you, the way you'd dribble through any defense we could throw up." "You were on the team?" "Sure." "Why didn't you say so before?" "Maybe I was hoping you'd remember me." Langelo punched Michael on the arm playfully. "I wasn't much. 7th man my senior year. They'd send me in for surf or turf if they got into foul trouble." Michael tried to picture Langelo as an 18-year-old in uniform. He tried to recall the game, but instead he saw Jerry running in circles around the schoolyard, screaming with joy, a basketball held tightly against his stomach. Langelo laughed. You faked me out of my jock once, going in for a drive. I didn't know what happened, you were so quick. Langella leaned forward, hands clasped. You were all Ivy at Dartmouth, too. I remember following you in the papers, but you never went to the pros. In those days, I guess you could make more being a hotshot doctor than an athlete. You read about the contracts these guys get now out of college? It really pisses me off, you want the truth. 20-year-old kids making all that dough. Langella paused, cocked his head to one side. Let me ask you something, Mike. How much do you think I earn the job I got? I don't know. You have a law degree, don't you? I have a law degree. Brooklyn Law School, class of '68. But take a guess at how much I make. Come on. I'd rather not. 18,000. That's all? That's all. Sure, but I got no complaints. I mean, I like my work, right? Child abuse cases, mostly. I get to be guardian ad litem for a lot of kids, get to make a difference in their lives. He stood. And I get to meet some fascinating people, too, right? Langella suggested that he walk Michael to the subway, that Michael had more important things to do than to pass the time of day with a guy like him. Michael clenched his fists, angry with himself because he hadn't seen that each time Langella had asked him a question, he had doubtless been hoping Michael would ask one back, would show interest. They stopped at the Gowanus Canal, leaned on the bridge railing, looked down into water that seemed thick with black clouds. He answered a few of Langello's questions, then asked him about his work with child abuse cases. Ah, crazy things go on behind doors once people close them, he said. And the craziest thing of all is how most of the time, the women and the kids, banged up to hell, all they want is for us to get the fathers to live with them again. They'll almost always drop the charges if only the bastard will come back home. I'm not surprised, Michael said. You know what the hardest thing in the world is, Mike? It's getting a kid not to love a parent. They came to the Bergen Street subway station. Langella said he would be seeing Mike's ex-wife later in the afternoon. Langella smiled. But don't worry, okay? You'll get more time with the kids, I promise. Thanks, Michael said. He moved toward Langella, wanting to touch the man. I wish I... No need to say anything, Langella said. I mean, it's been good to reminisce about the old days, the way things were when we were growing up. Times change, Mike. Times change, and who's ever ready? They shook hands. Michael watched Langella walk off, then started down the steps. He felt exhausted suddenly, drained, and he couldn't understand why. All he wanted to do was to lie down, to sleep, to dream of lush green lawns and pale blue skies. 3 teenagers, 2 in black leather jackets, stood below, where the staircase turned. At the landing he made a right turn, then saw bright lights flare inside his head, welding sparks spraying crazily. A hand was jammed over his mouth, so that his teeth, cut into his lips, drew blood. He was being dragged backwards by both arms. He resisted, saw a knife blade flash. He relaxed, let himself be led to an alcove. He stood on a soft mass of wet newspapers. Above him were rusting girders, sagging wires, a clogged grating coated with swirls of brown slime. Don't fight back. We ain't your enemies, okay? We don't want to hurt you unless we have to. Michael nodded. They were taller than he was. The man in front of him was well built, wore a black T-shirt, the sleeves cut off. His brown eyes were dull. You a friend of Langello's? Not exactly. What's it worth to you if we take care of him? I don't understand. Don't give me crap. We know what Langello does, the hold he got on you. You want us to do a job on him, it'll cost you $5,000 cash, unmarked bills. 5,000 ain't much for a rich guy like you, the clothes you got on. Hey, Lobo, ask him if he owns oil wells. Shut up, jerk. Lobo pulled on Michael's tie. His eyes were without cleverness. Michael thought of sludge at the bottom of the Gowanus Canal. Why did he call himself Lobo, Spanish for wolf, when he was not Spanish? What do you do for a living? I'm a doctor. Oh, yeah? What kind? A surgeon, an orthopedic surgeon. Langelo makes bundles off guys like you." "You're wasting your time," Michael said coldly. "I have nothing against Mr. Langelo." "But he got plenty against you, I bet. He always does. Who'd you beat up, your wife or your kids? You rape your 7-year-old daughter, mister? Or are you one of them new kinds of pervert who gets off on old people?" "I haven't touched anybody. You've made a mistake." "Don't crap with us." Lobo sliced buttons from Michael's jacket, one at a time. "What's he got on you? Come on. How much you gotta pay him so he don't have his uncle send you up the river?" Michael moved forward. "If you'll excuse me, He saw the gun pointed at his chest. "We're on your side, mister," Lobo said. "Believe me, okay? We just want to talk with you for your own good, understand? You want the truth, there's a lot of guys on your side. Lots of guys would chip in for a contract on Langelo. His uncle's the judge, see? I know that. Only there's no profit in us killing the judge. You kill one judge, there's another judge in his seat the next day. But Judge DiGregorio, he only got one investigator who's his nephew. You get rid of the nephew, you're home free. You think it over, who you can trust, us or Langelo. Like they say, our rates are competitive." "My story is different," Michael said. "I'm not involved in child abuse. I was divorced. I have 3 children. My ex-wife and I are in court because of a custody dispute. I don't think Mr. Langelo means me any harm. Really, "Let him go," Lobo said. The 2 men released Michael's arm. He heard a switchblade click shut, but not before it had slashed his jacket upwards on the right side from the waist to the armpit. 2. Langelo smiled and shook Michael's hand, asked if Michael had had breakfast yet. He tapped a manila envelope, said that his report was finished, ready for the judge. He was sorry he'd made Michael come out so early, but he had to be in court by 10 o'clock for a child abuse hearing. Michael took off his raincoat, ordered coffee, talked about how cold it was outside. A freakish hailstorm turned to slashing rain, crazy for the first week of spring. And of how, coming along the street from the subway station, he had seen daffodils and crocuses sheathed inside ice, looking as if they were made of stained glass. Michael was surprised at how good he felt, how relieved he was to know that the report was complete, that the ordeal, for him and the children, would soon be over. And he was pleased, too, he knew, simply to be in Langelo's presence again, to feel that he had an ally, somebody who understood that, despite all his worldly successes, he was still just an old Brooklyn schoolyard ball player heading for his middle years. Michael sipped coffee, talked about his children, his brother. He said that when the trial was over, he intended to have his children meet Jerry, to spend time with him. He wondered, could he mention having met Lobo and his 2 henchmen the week before? He didn't want even to appear to be testing Langelo, to be doubting him. "Listen," Langelo said. "I always like to do this with clients. Not all investigators do. But before I file my report, I like to sit down with them and tell them what's going to be in it. I like to be up front." "Of course." "Your case has been a real tough one for me, Mike. And I guess the main thing I want to say to you, and I hope this is a help, given how much pain you've been in." "Pain?" "The stuff you told me last time about how it hurts you to take crap from your kids all the time, to be their nigger, how your kids are always taking their mother's side." "I don't understand." "Your kids love you, Mike," Langelo said. "Absolutely." He paused, leaned forward, his eyes suddenly bright. "But they don't like you. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Michael tried to laugh. "I know they love me," he said. "I never doubt that. As for liking me, well, they're in a real bind, as I explained. If they even let themselves think they like me, that I'm not the monster who made everything go bad, it makes them feel they're rejecting their mother. The more they punish me emotionally, the more brownie points they earn with her. That's why "Mike," Langelo said sharply, his hand flat on the table as if he had slapped it. "You're not listening to what I'm saying. That's one of the things the kids said, too, that you never really listen to them, that you always have to be right, that you think you're perfect." That's ridiculous." In his mind, Michael was on the court at Madison Square Garden, looking toward the bench, seeing the coach tell him to slow down, to take his time in setting up the next play. "Look," he offered, forcing a laugh, hoping to appeal to their common past. "I missed a foul shot in a game against Jefferson that almost cost us the championship my senior year, didn't I?" Langella stared at Michael without expression. Michael thought of Lobo's dull brown eyes. He thought of daffodils thawing, wilting. He thought of reaching inside his chest, of sawing ribs, retracting muscles, of stroking his own heart gently, of calming it. "I mean, there are dozens of times I admit to them that I was wrong about something, that I made a mistake," Michael continued. "They love you, Mike, but they don't like you. Can you hear what I'm saying? I'm telling you the truth. I'm trying to help you." "I don't understand," Michael said. "Last week you said that you were going to give me more time with them, that—" "I hadn't met your kids yet. I hadn't met your wife, either." Langella paused, as if daring Michael to reply. "They're good kids, Mike, and she's a terrific mother. And what I think is that they've shown a lot of courage in putting their lives back together since the divorce." "Courage?" "The kids want to live with their mother, Mike. Can you hear me?" "But they have to say that. If they don't, they're scared she'll stop loving them. Don't you see that?" "No, Mike, I really don't. I don't think you give your kids enough credit. They said that, too, that you never believed them." "Oh, come on," Michael said. "I've never said such things to them. What's going on is your garden variety emotional blackmail, and you know it. I mean, ask yourself this question. Would the kids ever be able to tell her that they want to live with me?" Michael stopped, realized that his voice was rising. "When they're afraid to reject me or criticize me, then I'll worry. Then—" "You're not listening to me, Mike." Langella sat back. Michael saw himself passing off, circling under the basket, getting his wind back. He wondered if Langella had an arrangement with Lobo, had sent Lobo. He wanted to be ready for Langello's moves, to be alert to all possibilities. "I don't understand," Michael said again. He looked down. Play defense, he told himself. Stall. He decided to try letting Langella think he was bewildered, wounded. Perhaps if he didn't threaten him, if he gave him his ounce of flesh. "Let me put it this way," Langella said. "I met your kids and I met your wife. She's a wonderful woman, Mike. Soft-spoken and somewhat shy, I'll admit, but warm and loving and gentle and— sure, when she doesn't have a knife in her hand. You're interrupting me again." Langella smiled. "You can't resist, can you?" Michael said nothing. He tried to let his mind go blank. He tried to let it fill up with air, but as it did, he saw gray swirls of smoke. He smelled coffee and bacon. He saw fragrances drifting through his head as if through canals, as if they were dyes that had been injected into a spinal column and were journeying toward his brain. "I listened to everyone," Langella went on, "and what I kept asking myself was this. What was it that could have caused a woman like this to act the way she did? I mean, I admit her behavior's been bizarre, but what I wanted to know was what made her get that way." Michael let his shoulders sag. There was no way he was going to win, he realized. And what surprised him was neither Langella nor his own foolishness in having trusted Langella, but something else. That he was still willing to trust Langella, if in a totally unexpected way. He almost smiled, but he didn't want to give himself away. He didn't want Langella to know that what he was tempted to do suddenly was to throw aside all his old rules, his crazy devotion to fairness. For the first time in his life he was tempted, he realized, to make a deal, to offer a bribe, and the discovery delighted him. He tried to play the scene out in his head before it happened. What if Langella were to double-cross him after being paid off? What if Langella took the money and submitted his report without changing it? Michael could, he saw, lose both ways. He could lose the children, and lose in his own eyes, for having betrayed a set of values that— That what? Michael looked up. "And what did you decide?" he asked. "What was your answer?" "You're a tyrant, Mike," Langella said. "It's as simple as that. You were always the big shot, the powerhouse. She showed me notes you left for her when she was putting you through medical school, when she didn't do things exactly the way you wanted." "But that was before our problems, almost 20 years ago. There's no doubt in my mind that she struck out at you through the kids and did a lot of crazy things. I mean, who doesn't when a marriage breaks up? But it's also clear to me, and this is the essence of my report, that you drove her to it." "Sure," Michael said, and he smiled for the first time. "The devil made me do it, right?" They talked about that, too, her and the kids. The way you get sarcastic whenever you can't face up to taking the blame. I learned from them, Mike. It wasn't difficult to figure out why they were willing to talk about the marriage, and you weren't. "But the marriage is over," Michael said. "It's been over for 2 years. I didn't think it was important to talk about it. I thought that what was important was putting all the old battles to rest so we could get on with our lives." Michael stopped, aware that the words were coming out automatically, that he himself hardly believed in them. "All right, if you want to talk about the marriage, let's talk. What do you want to know?" "Too late." Langella tapped the envelope. "I've already put more time into your case than I usually do." Michael hesitated, shook his head sideways, spoke. "You're not giving me a fair shake." "Could be." Langella gestured, palms up. "You and your lawyer are always free to ask for another investigator." "No." Michael saw himself wandering around an empty court, looking up at the game clock, at championship banners, at ducts and wiring and fans of bright lights. Was the game over already? He supposed he could do it, that he could compromise his values in order to save his kids, to win for all of them, that he could humble himself if he had to, even if he and Langella knew he was only putting on an act. "I just want to put all this behind me, but I suppose that as long as she can stay involved with me one way or the other, she's gratified." "But the two of you are still involved, Mike. You're still mother and father to these kids. She showed me letters, the way you tried to persuade her to come back into the marriage when you found out she was having affairs. But what else could she do? The man she loved didn't run her down the way you did, Mike. They were kind and gentle. They were married and they had kids, damn it!" Michael felt his heart blaze. He stood. "I really don't have to listen to this. I don't have to sit here and—" Langella was smiling. Michael stopped in mid-sentence. Had he, by accident, given the man what he was looking for? "You're angry, Mike. You're a very angry guy, aren't you?" Michael sat. He looked into Langella's eyes, and he imagined himself making small incisions in the corneas. When the corneas were deprived of oxygen, they drew blood vessels from surrounding territory. Michael imagined Langella's eyes laced with spiderwebs of pale red threads. He imagined himself lifting the corneas, peeling them off, freezing them so that they would be ready for the lathe. He shivered. Refractive surgery, flattening the corneas to correct nearsightedness, was the one new surgical procedure that, in his imagination, could give him chills. He saw diamond blades cut into his own eyes, into the eyes of his children, into Jerry's eyes. "I'm upset," Michael said. He tried to be ready for what was coming. He tried to prepare himself for asking Langella how much money he wanted, and how and when he wanted it. "I mean, you're telling me I may lose my children." "That's right." Michael smelled sausage, onions. He felt nauseated. "I love my children," Michael said. "I mean, how can I not be upset?" "But when you don't get your way, you also get a little crazy." "No. Your kids say different. They say you're like your brother sometimes." "But my kids don't even remember my brother." "I wondered about that, too. Why you didn't want me to meet your brother last time, us going right past his place. Your wife says that after visiting him you throw fits sometimes. You hurl things around the house." "It's not so." The kids say it is. Your wife says that you used to wake her in the middle of the night to go on crazy tirades. It's not so. Michael looked down, head in hands, hoping Langella would think he was fighting back tears. Are you ashamed of him? Of who? Of your brother. No. Michael looked up. Did she say that too? You should see your face, Mike. You should go look in a mirror. I have to say I agree with her, that there's something off-center there when you get angry. And you did have a breakdown once. It's not so. But you told me you had once put yourself under psychiatric care. I was in analysis for 6 years, when Jerry was... Michael considered saying more, considered talking about the analysis, why he entered it, how difficult and rewarding the work had been. He smiled. Can I ask you a few questions? Shoot, Langella said. I take it you're going to recommend that my ex-wife get primary custody of the children, and I assume nothing I say now will change your mind. But tell me, Mr. Langella, is a good parent one who lies to her children about the other parent? Is a good parent one who threatens to put her children in a foster home when they don't do what she wants? Does a wonderful parent deny counseling for her children? Does she threaten to kill them and maim them? Does she encourage her children to lie for her, to spy on their father, to steal things for her, to join in her war against him? Who knows? Langella said. Wouldn't you tell lies to protect your kid? Michael said nothing. I mean, who knows what a good parent is, Mike? Who really knows? At the corner, Michael went into a telephone booth, called the hospital. He spoke to a nurse who said that because of the weather the vans had not gone to Brooklyn. Would Michael be coming out to Staten Island? Michael said that he had office hours mid-afternoon, but he promised he would visit Jerry later in the week. The nurse said that Jerry had been telling everybody in the ward that he was going to a fancy restaurant with his brother. He had spent most of the morning preparing, washing, shaving, deciding which clothes to wear. She had never seen him dressed so handsomely. I'll be there, Michael said. Tell him it may take me a while. I'll go by ferry, but I'll be there. Michael called his office and arranged for one of his partners to cover for him, then took the subway to Manhattan, exited at South Ferry, paid his quarter. When he arrived on the Staten Island side, he would take a taxi to the hospital. The rain had stopped. Michael stayed at the back of the ferry, on deck. Despite what had happened with Langella, he was looking forward to seeing Jerry. A group of schoolchildren were on tour, and a middle-aged ferryboat captain was telling them that cows had once walked across the bay, near where the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel was, from Brooklyn to Manhattan. If the cows did not get back before the tide came in, they would often drown. Michael watched Manhattan grow smaller. Gulls followed the boat, the captain said, not for garbage, as most people thought, but because the warm water churned up by the boat's propellers brought fish to the surface. When the schoolchildren went inside, Michael stayed on deck, looking not toward Brooklyn, but toward the Statue of Liberty, Ellis Island, New Jersey. The water seemed pockmarked, a murky brown spotted with filmy stars of blue and black and green. The ship rolled gently through row after row of whitecaps. Michael thought of dirty dishwater. He thought of Jerry on a stepladder, remembered teaching Jerry how to wash dishes, how to use the sponge and soap and steel wool. He saw raw spinach rising to the surface of cloudy water. Was he inventing the picture, or had Jerry once tried to wash spinach leaves as if they were dishes? He recalled his father coming home and praising Jerry, ranting at him. Michael walked to the port side. Brooklyn was gone, bathed in gray fog, and Michael sensed some light, the sun, behind the mist, slowly transforming the air to the color of unwashed ivory. Despite the fact that the air was now warm and moist, almost feathery in its tangible balm, Michael found that he was trembling, his teeth clicking. He should go inside, buy a cup of tea, rest. He should forget Langella. He should tell himself again and again that the hard thing would be to believe in his heart what he understood in his mind, that there was, literally, nothing he could do about what had happened, and nothing he could have done. All he really wanted was to get to the other side of the bay, to see Jerry, to spend time with him. Were Jerry to ask him about the children, and were he to begin to tell Jerry the story of what had happened, he knew that Jerry would walk away, turn in circles. He wished that it wasn't so important to him that others understand what in fact had truly happened. He wished he could be certain that he cared more for his children than he did about losing them, about losing his fight for them. Michael rubbed the iron railing, reminded himself to stop on the other side, to buy something to bring for Jerry, a magazine, a pipe, a box of chocolates. He smiled. Jerry would doubtless turn at once and hand the gift to another patient. Michael would tease Jerry about always giving things away, and Jerry would laugh, would say something about their childhood that only he and Michael would understand. "What do you think this is, anyway?" he would ask. "Your birthday?" The craziest thing of all, he sometimes thought, was that the two of them actually liked being together, enjoyed spending time with one another, even though they both knew that their conversations made no ordinary sense. Jerry loved to ask Michael questions about surgery, to walk around his ward reciting the procedures to everyone he met. Jerry had an uncanny memory that made Michael believe he was not brain-damaged so much as brain-scrambled, all the pieces there but in the wrong places. Michael considered. He could pretend that he needed Jerry to help him in surgery, that there was this guy he knew they had to operate on so that the men would never walk again. Michael could imagine taking Jerry to the Italian restaurant, Jerry's eyes bright with pleasure as he explained the procedure, repeated Michael's words back to him. "First you make an incision in the knee and put the fiber optic light in. Then you look into the TV camera and you fill the knee with saline fluid. Then you make a cut of about 5 millimeters. Then you make an incision on the other side and you watch in the camera while you work with your scalpel and clamps and trocar and Army-Navy retractors. If there's too much bleeding, you buzz the veins." Michael smiled. Jerry loved the idea of buzzing veins and arteries, cauterizing them with lasers, loved to use the word buzz as often as possible. The anterior or posterior cruciate ligaments would be the ones they'd cut, Michael explained, so that forever after the knees would, without warning but regularly, give way. Or perhaps they could, Jerry offered, go into the neck and slice the carotid artery, or one of the vertebral arteries, so that, as if the guy had had a stroke, his brain would never again be able to tell his body what to do. The ferry slowed, turned, began backing into its spot in the harbor, foam boiling up above green scum. Michael went inside, moved quickly, pushing his way through the crowd, so that he would be first off. Honey, by Ann Beattie. Copyright 1986 by Irony and Pity, Incorporated. First appeared in Plowshares. Reprinted by permission. Ann Beattie was born in Washington, D.C., and now lives in Charlottesville, Virginia. A monograph, Alex Katz by Ann Beattie, was published by Abrams in 1987. She is at work on a novel. Elizabeth's next-door neighbors were having a barbecue. Though Elizabeth and Henry had lived in the house since his retirement 3 years before, they had only once eaten dinner next door, and the neighbors had only once visited them. After Henry's car accident, the Newcombs had called several times, but when Henry returned, they again only silently nodded or waved across the wide expanse of lawn when they caught sight of each other through the scrub pines that separated their property. Mrs. Newcomb was said to be an alcoholic. The boys, though, were beautiful and cheerful. When they were not joking with each other, their expressions became dreamy. The way they wore their hair, and their direct gazes, reminded Elizabeth of Clark Gable. She often saw the boys in Bethel. They were inseparable. Though Elizabeth was repotting geraniums, her mind was partly on the boys next door, partly on her daughter Louisa, who lived in Atlanta and who had had a baby the week before, and partly on Z, who had phoned that morning to say that he would stop by for a visit on the weekend. Her thoughts seemed to jump between those people in time with the slap of the softball into the catcher's mitt next door. As they tended the barbecue grill, the brothers were tossing a ball back and forth. The air smelled of charred meat. The day before, backing out of a parking place next to the market, Elizabeth had hit a trash can and dented the side of Henry's car. Louisa had not wanted her to come to Atlanta to help out. Z's fiancé drank a bit much. Elizabeth forced herself to smile so that she would cheer up. Wind chimes tinkled, and a squirrel ran across a branch, and then Elizabeth's smile became genuine. It had been a month since Z's last visit, and she knew that he would be enthusiastic about how verdant everything had become. Verdant? If a dinosaur had a vocabulary, it might come up with the word verdant. She was almost 45. Z was 23. After Z's last visit, Henry had accused her of wanting to be that age. She had gotten a speeding ticket driving Z's convertible. Henry suspected the extent of her feelings for Z, of course. The attachment was strong, although the two of them talked around it privately. She often thought of going to see the remake of Reckless with Z at a matinee in New Haven. They had shared a tub of popcorn and licked butter off each other's fingers. Another time they brown-bagged a half-pint of Courvoisier and slugged it down while, on the screen, Paul Newman drove more crazily than Elizabeth would ever dare to drive. A few days ago, returning from the train station, Elizabeth had come to an intersection in Weston, and as she came to a stop, Paul Newman pulled up. He went first. Rights of the famous and of who has the newer car. Although convertibles in this part of the world were always an exception and went first. Next door, the boys had stopped playing ball. One probed the meet, and the other changed the station on the radio. Elizabeth had to strain to hear, but it was what she had initially thought. Janis Joplin singing Cry Baby. The best songs might be the ones that no one could dance to. On Saturday, sitting in a lawn chair, Elizabeth started to assign her friends and family roles. Henry would be emperor. The lawn sprinkler revolved with the quick regularity of a madman pivoting, spraying shots from a machine gun. Henry would be Neptune, king of the sea. A squirrel ran, stopped, dug for something. It seemed not to be real, but the creation of some animator. The wind chimes tinkled. The squirrel ran up the tree as if a bell had summoned it. Ellen, Z's fiancée, was inside on the telephone getting advice about how to handle Monday's follow-up interview. She was leaning against the corner of the bookcase, drinking bourbon and water. Z detoured from the kitchen to the dining room to nuzzle her neck. He had come in to help Elizabeth when she left the yard to get trays. One tray was oval, painted to look like a cantaloupe. The other was in the shape of a bull. She had bought them years ago in Mexico. Deviled eggs were spread out on the bull. The cantaloupe held a bottle of gin and a bottle of tonic. A lime was in Z's breast pocket. A knife was nestled among the eggs. Elizabeth held the back door open, and Z walked out. Henry's friend and lawyer, Max, was there, and a friend of Max's named Len. Dixie had stopped by for a drink en route to her new house in Kent. Dixie was in the process of ending an affair with her architect. He had gotten religion during the building of the house. He had put skylights everywhere so that God's radiance could shine in. Z and Max were discussing jade. The man who used to deliver seltzer to Max was now smuggling jade into the country. Max was saying that people were fools to swallow prophylactics filled with drugs. Look at the number of deaths. If jade spilled into somebody, it would just be like jelly beans that would never be digested. Ellen came out of the house. She had had several drinks, and, chin up, trying to look sober, she looked like a stunned soldier. She called out to Elizabeth that Louisa was on the phone. "The minute I put it back in the cradle, it rang," Ellen said. Elizabeth thought, the cradle of the phone, the cradle she had ordered for Louisa's child. She was smiling when she picked up the phone, so it came as a surprise that Louisa was angry with her. "I offered to come," Elizabeth said. "You said you had enough people underfoot." "You offered," Louisa said. "You never said you wanted to come. I could hear it in your voice." "I wanted to come," Elizabeth said. "I was quite hurt you didn't want me. Ask your father." "Ask my father," Louisa said. She snorted. "So who's there today?" she said. "Neighbors? Friends from far and wide?" In recent years, Elizabeth had begun to realize that Louisa was envious of her knowing so many people. Louisa was shy, and when she was a child, Elizabeth had thought that surrounding her with people might bring her out. When she taught, she did seem to find many interesting people. "Oh, go ahead and go back to your party," Louisa said. "Please tell me to come to Atlanta if you want me," Elizabeth said. "Yes, do conclude this foolishness," Louisa said. Sometimes Louisa was so good at mocking what she thought were her mother's attitudes that Elizabeth actually cringed. As they hung up, Elizabeth said a silent prayer. Please let her have had this baby for the right reason. Please let it not be because she thinks that if someone needs her, he loves her. Z was in the doorway when she opened her eyes. She looked at him, as startled as if the lights had just come up in the movies. "Headache?" he said. She shook her head no. "Your eyes were closed," he said. "You were standing so still." "I was talking on the phone," she said. He nodded and left the room. He opened the refrigerator to get more ice. She heard the cubes cracking as he ran water, then twisted the tray. Outside, Dixie was volunteering to go into town and get movies. Henry told her to get one serious one and one funny one. Most people did that when they went to Videoville, to allow for the possibility that they might want to be silly after all. Elizabeth realized that it was harsh of her to judge Henry. It was overreacting to think of his insisting that Dixie get what he called a comedy and a tragedy as ambivalence. "It was right there," Henry was suddenly saying to Max. "Right there, and I tapped it with the cane. Looked at Jim back in the cart, and he looked away to let me know he hadn't noticed. Hell, I had done good to land it there with one leg that wouldn't even swivel. Who's going to criticize somebody who's half crippled? It'd be like taking exception to finding a blind man in the ladies' room." On Wednesday, Len stopped by, having guessed that the bracelet in his car must have been Dixie's, lost when she borrowed his car to go to Videoville. Henry was upstairs, taking his afternoon nap when Len arrived. Elizabeth invited him in for a nice tea. He countered with an offer of lunch. He was house-sitting for his brother, whose house was about 15 miles away. She didn't know she would be driving 30 miles when she got into the car. Why take her there instead of into Bethel or to Westport for lunch, she wondered. He probably thought that she was more fun than she was, because they had gotten involved in a drunken game the other night, playing Matador in the backyard with the tablecloth and the bull tray. She had put on Dixie's bracelet for safekeeping. Copper strands, intertwined, speckled with shiny blue stone. The stones flashed in the sunlight. Always when she was in someone else's yard, she missed the music of the wind chimes and wondered why more people did not hang them in trees. She and Len strolled through the backyard. She waited while Len went inside and got glasses of wine to sip as they surveyed the garden. The flowers were rather chaotic, with sunflowers growing out of the phlox. Scarlet sage bordered the beds. Len said that he had been surprised that she did not have a garden. She said that gardening was Henry's delight, and of course, so soon after the accident, he wasn't able to do it. He looked at her carefully as she spoke. It was clear to her that she was giving him the opportunity to ask something personal by mentioning her husband. Instead, he asked about the time she had taught in New Haven. He had been accepted there years ago, he told her, but he had gone instead to Duke. As they strolled, she learned that Max and Len had been college roommates. As he spoke, Elizabeth's attention wandered. Was it possible that she was seeing what she thought? A duck was floating in a washtub of water, with a large fence around it. Phlox was growing just outside the wire. Bees and butterflies flew around the flowers. There was a duck floating. Len smiled at her surprise. He said that the pen had been built for a puppy, but his brother had realized that he could not give the puppy enough time, so he had given it away to an admirer. The duck was there in retirement. "Follow me," Len said, lifting the duck out of the tub and carrying it into the house. The duck kicked but made no noise. Perhaps it was not kicking but trying to swim through the air. Inside, Len went into the basement door, opened it, and started down the steps. "This way," he hollered back. She followed him. A fluorescent light blinked on. On one corner of a desk piled high with newspapers there was a rather large cage with "Mr. Music Duck" stenciled across the top. The cage was divided into two parts. Len put the duck in on the right and closed the door. The duck shook itself. Then Len reached in his pocket and took out a quarter and dropped it into the metal box attached to the front of the cage. A board rose, and the duck turned and hurried to a small piano with a light on top of it. With its beak, the duck pulled the string, turned on the light, and then began to thump its beak up and down the keyboard. After 5 or 6 notes, the duck hurried to a feed dish and ate its reward. "They were closing some amusement park," Len said. "My brother bought the duck. The guy who lives 2 houses over bought the dancing chicken." He reached in the cage, removed the duck, and smiled. He continued to smile as he walked past her, duck clasped under his arm, and started to walk upstairs. At the top, he crossed the kitchen, pushed open the back door, and carried the duck out to the pen. She watched through a window. The duck went back to the water silently. Len looked at it a few seconds, then turned back toward the house. In the kitchen, Len poured more wine and lifted plates out of the refrigerator. There was cheese and a ham butt. He took out a bunch of radishes, bright red, some of them cracked open so that white worms appeared to be twisted around the bulbs. He washed them and cut off the tops and tips with scissors. They ate standing at the counter. They talked about the sweaty bicycle riders who had been pouring over the hilly highways near Elizabeth's house all summer. She looked out the window and saw the duck swim and turn, swim and turn. She poured a 3rd glass of wine. That finished the bottle, which she left empty in the refrigerator. Len reminisced about his days at Duke. He asked then, rather abruptly, if he should drive her home. In the car he put on the radio, and she remembered the crashing keys under the duck's bill as it played the piano. Drinking wine had made her think of the brandy in the bag, and of sitting in the matinee with Z. She wondered what she would say to Henry about how she had spent the afternoon. That she had eaten lunch and watched a duck play the piano? She felt foolish somehow, as if the day had been her idea, and a silly idea at that. To cover for the way she felt, and in case Len could read her mind, she invited him to Sunday brunch. He must be lonesome, she realized. Presiding over someone else's house and someone else's duck was probably not his idea of a perfect day either. But who was he, and why had he not said? Or why did she think that everything had to have a subtext? She shook his hand when he dropped her off. His eyes were bright, and she realized that the ride back had been much faster than the ride to the house. His eyes riveted on the stones in the bracelet. Henry, too, noticed the bracelet the minute she came in, and told her that he was glad she had gone out and bought herself something pretty. He seemed so genuinely pleased that she did not tell him that it was Dixie's bracelet. It hurt her to disappoint him. It would have saddened him if she had admitted that the bracelet was not hers, just as he had been very worried when she told him some time ago that the college where she taught in New Haven was no longer using part-time faculty, and that she would not be teaching there after the end of the semester. She had been able to say that, in spite of his sad face, but of course other thoughts remained private. Z had young hands. That was what had stopped her. Or maybe she thought that because she wanted to think that there had been one thing that stopped her. He had large, fine hands, and long, narrow feet. Sometimes it seemed that she had always known him in summer. She searched her mind for the title of the poem by Robert Browning about the poor servant girl who had only 1 day off a year. Here it was Sunday, and she was entertaining again. Z, without Ellen, who was having a snit. Len, Max, Margie and Joe Farella, who owned the hardware store, Louisa and the baby. What a week it had been. Phone calls back and forth between Connecticut and Atlanta, between herself and Louisa, between Louisa and Henry, between Louisa's husband and both of them, and finally, through a flood of tears, after Louisa accused Elizabeth of every example of callousness she could think of, she had said that not only did she want to be with Elizabeth and Henry, but that she wanted to be with them there. She wanted them to see the baby. The baby, in a cotton shirt and diapers, slept on Louisa's chest. Louisa's hand hovered behind the baby's head, as if it might suddenly snap back. Elizabeth was reminded of the duck held in the crook of Len's arm. How lightly it rode there, going downstairs to play the piano. Ellen came, after all, in a pink sundress that showed off her tan, wearing high-heeled sandals. She went to the baby and lightly touched its shoulder. She said that the baby was miraculous, and fawned over him, no doubt embarrassed that she had made a scene with Z earlier. She did not seem to want to look at Z. He was obviously surprised that she had come. They were drinking Suave with a little Cointreau mixed in. A big glass pitcher of golden liquid sat on the center of the table. The food was vegetables that had been sautéed in an olive oil as green as Max's treasured jade, a plate with 3 kinds of sausages, a wooden tray with bunches of radishes. She had placed scissors on the board to see if Len would say anything, just as a reminder of the day. Strawberries, sourdough bread, cornbread, and honey. Everyone was exclaiming. Several hands reached for the pitcher at once. Beads of sweat streamed down the glasses. Z complimented Elizabeth on the meal as he poured more of the wine mixture into her glass. It was so easy to please people, to take advantage of a summer day and bring out attractive food, with trays rimmed with sprigs of mint, studded with daisies. Even Louisa cheered up. She lifted a sausage with her fingers and smiled. She relinquished the baby to Ellen, and soon Ellen's lips were resting on the baby's tiny pink ear. Pretty, pretty, Elizabeth thought, even though she did not like Ellen much. Pretty the way her lips touched the baby's hair. Pretty the way her diamonds sparkled. She looked around the table and thought silently, think only about the ways in which they are wonderful. Henry's cheeks, from the long morning in the sun, were pink enough to make his eyes appear more intensely brown. Next to him, Z raised the lid off the honey pot, and she looked at those fingers she loved, the ones that, as he gestured to make a point, seemed to probe the air to see if something tangible could be brought forward. Margie and Joe were as attuned to each other as members of a chorus line. He looked at the cornbread, and her hand pulled the tray forward. Max was so complacent, so at ease, that any prankster would have known where to throw the firecracker for best results. Len, sitting next to Louisa, edged his shoulder a little closer and, as Louisa had done earlier, cupped his hand protectively behind the baby's head. And Louisa, though there were dark circles under her eyes, was still the child, half charming, half exasperating, who picked out her favorite vegetables and left the others. Next door, the brothers, again lighting the barbecue, again tossing the softball, shouted insults to each other and then cracked up at their inventiveness. One threw the ball and it rolled away. The other threw it back underhand so that it arched high. What happened then, out on the lawn, was this. Henry swatted at a bee with a roll of paper towels, and suddenly 3 or 4 more buzzed low over the table. Hardly had any of them begun to realize what was happening when bees began to appear everywhere, dropping down on the table like a sudden rain, swarming, so that in a few seconds anyone who had not seen the honey pot on the table to begin with would have seen only a cone of bees the size of a pineapple. And then, however wonderful they had been, Max became in an instant the coward, chair tipped back, colliding almost head-on with Margie Farella. Henry reached for his cane and was stung on the wrist. As a bee flew past Ellen's nose, she screamed, shooting up from the chair, knocking over her glass of wine. Joe Farella put his hands over his head and urged the others to do the same. Louisa snatched the baby back from Ellen, hate in her eyes because Ellen had only been concerned with her own safety, and it had seemed certain that she would simply drop the baby and run. When Elizabeth remembered the afternoon, late that night in bed, it was as if she had not been a part of it. She had the sense that the day, like a very compelling movie, was something half-dreamed, that there was something inevitable and romantic about the way she and Z had risen in unison and reached toward each other reflexively. Later, Henry had told her that her hand and Z's, clasped across the table, had reminded him of the end of a tennis match, when the winner and the loser gripped hands perfunctorily. And then he had stopped himself. "What an odd thing to think of," he had said. Clearly there had been no competition at all. "About how your money travels further down there? I don't know how far it goes, but after that honeymoon I know how fast. He was just trying to be sweet, really. He figured he was going to show me this wonderful time, 'cause he's been there and I haven't, and he knows what to order and I don't, and he knows where to go and all that. Only he doesn't, he just thinks he does. Which is the whole thing with Lonnie. He dreams things up and pretty soon he believes they're true, right? So he's more surprised than anybody when the shit hits the fan. Sounds familiar, says Dell. So he's heard of this place. Geez, it's so long ago. Santa Maria de la Playa, something like that. Lee looks to me for help. You must know it, Lourdes. It's on the coast. Lots of coast down there. There's like these mountains in the ocean. Sorry, I tell her. I've never been to Mexico. Delphine can't feature this. You're shitting me, she says. You? You ever been to Africa? Del cracks up, which is one of the things I like about her. She's not oversensitive about that stuff. Usually. Anyway, says Lee, he says to me, baby, we're talking paradise here. We're talking honeymoon, heaven. I got this deal. They always got a deal, says Del. Elvira comes by then with her pad, working fast but friendly all the time. Hey, girls, she says, how's it going, Mrs. Tucker? Just the water, Mrs. Tucker says. I'm not really hungry. She doesn't look too good, Mrs. Tucker, kind of drawn around the eyes. Elvira shakes her head. Not good to skip lunch, Mrs. Tucker. You got a long ride ahead. Just the water, thank you. Lee and Del get the same thing every week. Let's see, we got a number 3 and a number 5, mayo on the side, Elvira says. Iced tea or lemonade? They both go for the lemonade, and then Pam comes back, dropping packs of Camels all over. How about you, hon? Could I see a menu? More cigarettes tumble from her arms. I see that Pam is one of those people who is accident-prone for life, and that her marrying a car thief is no coincidence. A catastrophe waiting to happen, this girl. Elvira jerks a thumb to the wall. Pam sees the paper plates. Oh, what are you having? Number 3, says Lee. Number 5, says Delphine. Oh, I'll have a number 4, please, and a club soda. You know what a number 4 is, hon? No, but I'll eat it. Elvira thinks this is a scream, but writes it down without laughing. 4 and a club, she says, and moves on. So he's got this deal, says Del, getting back to the story. Right. He's got this deal where he brings these tapes down to San Miguel de las Nachos, whatever it was, and this guy who runs a brand-new resort down there is going to give us the royal carpet treatment in exchange. Like cassette tapes? Fresh from the Kmart? Why they can't go to their own stores and buy these things, I don't know. What's the story down there, Lourdes? It's a mystery to me, I say. Anyhow, we got thousands of the things we're bringing through without paying duty, a junior version of the scam he finally went up for. Only I don't know because they're under the back seat, and he keeps laying this honeymoon heaven jazz on me. With Richard, his deals always have to do with clothes, says Del. Man come in and say, Sugar, what size dress you wear? And my stomach just hits the floor. And he brings the wrong size, right? Every damn time, Del shakes her head. We took our honeymoon in Jamaica back when we was living high. Girl, you never saw nobody with more fluff in her head than me back then. You were young. Young ain't no excuse for stupid. I had one of those posters in my head, soft sand, violins playing, rum and coke on ice, and I was a girl in a white bikini. I thought it was going to be like that always. Del gets kind of distant then, thinking back. She smiles. Richard gets out of there, gets his health back. We gonna party, girl. That's one thing the man knows how to do is party. Yeah, Lonnie too. They both get clear. We should all get together sometime, do the town. As soon as it's out, Lee knows different. There's a silence then, both of them just smiling, uncomfortable. Guys inside black and white aren't likely to even know who each other is, much less get together outside and make friendly. It does that to you, inside. Yayo is the same, always on about los gachos gabachos this and los pinches negros that. It's a sickness you pick up there. Or maybe you already got it when you go in and the joint makes it worse. Lee finally breaks the silence. I bet you look great in a white bikini, she says. Del laughs. That's the last time I've been to any beach, girl. Cheryl shows with the food, and Mrs. Tucker excuses herself to go to the ladies. Lee has the diet plate, a scoop of cottage cheese with a cherry on top. Del has a BLT with mayo on the side, and Pam has the number 4, which at the halfway is a Monte Cristo, ham and cheese battered in egg, deep fried, and then rolled in confectioner's sugar. She turns it around and around on her plate, studying it like it fell from Mars. "I think maybe I'll ask him this visit," says Del. "About the kids." "You'd be a good mother," says Lee. "You think so?" "Sure." Richard with a baby in his lap. Del grimaces at the thought. "Sometimes I think it's just what he needs. Responsibility, family roots, that whole bit, settle him down. Then I think how maybe he'll just feel more pressure, you know? And when he starts feeling pressure is when he starts messing up." Del lets the thought sit for a minute and then gives herself a little slap on the cheek as if to clear it away. "Just got to get him healthy first. Plenty of time for the rest." She turns to Pam. "So how's that number 4? "It's different," says Pam. She's still working on her first bite, scared to swallow. "You can't finish it," says Lee. "I might take a bite." Del digs her in the ribs. "Girl, don't you even look at that number 4. Thing is just evil with carbohydrates. I don't want to be hearing you bellyache about how you got no willpower all the way home." "I got willpower," Lee says. "I'm a goddamn tower of strength. It's just my appetite is stronger." "No, my appetite is like Godzilla, Del. You've seen it at work, laying waste to everything in its path." "Ha ha! But I'm gonna whoop it. That's what I like to hear. Kick its butt. Tell it, baby. I'm losing 20 pounds. Go for it. And I'm quitting smoking, too. You can do it, Lee. And when that man makes parole, he's gonna buy me a dishwasher. Get down." They're both of them giggling then, but Lee is mostly serious. "You know," she says, "as much as I want him out, sometimes it feels weird that it might really happen. You get used to being on your own, get your own way of doing things. I hear you talking. The trouble is, it ain't so bad that I'm going to leave him, but it ain't so good I'm dying to stay." There's hardly a one of us on the bus hasn't said the exact same thing at one time or another. Del looks around the room. "So here we all are," she says, "at the halfway diner." Back on the road, Pam gets quiet, so I count dead rabbits for a while, and then occupy the time imagining disasters that could be happening with the kids at Graciella's. You'd be surprised at how entertaining this can be. By the time we pass the fruit stand, Chewy has left the burners going on the gas stove, and Luce, my baby, is being chewed by a rabid Doberman. It's only 20 minutes to the facility after the fruit stand, and you can hear the bus get quieter, everybody but Dolores. She's still muttering her goodbye speech like a rosary. The visits do remind me of confession. You go into a little booth, you face each other through a window, you feel weird afterward. I think about the things I don't want to forget to tell Yayo. Then I see myself in Renee's mirror and hit on her for some blush. The first we know of it is when the guard at security calls Lee and Dell's names, and they're taken off in opposite directions. That sets everybody buzzing. Pam is real nervous, this being her first visit, and I think she is a little afraid of who her guy is going to be all of a sudden. I tell her not to ask too much of it one visit. I can't remember me and Yayo just sitting and talking a whole hour that many times before he went up. Add to that the glass and the little speaker boxes and people around with rifles, and you have definitely entered Weird City. We always talk home talk because all the guards are Anglos, and it's fun for Yayo to badmouth them under their noses. "Big blowout last night in the mess," he says to me. "Anglos contra los negros. One guy got cut pretty bad." I get a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach. The night Yayo got busted, I had the same feeling, but couldn't think of anything to keep him in the house. "Black or white?" I ask. "A black dude got stabbed," he says. "This guy Richard. He was a musician outside." "And the guy who cut him?" I say, although I already know without asking. "This guy Lonnie was real close to parole. Got him up in solitary now. Totalmente jodido." It was just something that kind of blew up and got out of control. Somebody needs to feel like he's Big Dick by ranking somebody else in front of the others. And when you got black and white inside, that's a fight, maybe a riot. And this time when the dust clears, there's Lee's guy with his shank stuck in Dell's guy. You don't ask it to make a lot of sense. I tell Yayo how the kids are doing and how they miss him a lot, but I feel this weight pulling down on me, knowing about Lee and Dell. I feel like nothing's any use and we're wasting our time squawking at each other over these microphones. We're out of rhythm. It's a long hour. I think about you all the time, he says as the guard steps in and I step out. Me too, I say. It isn't true. Whole days go by when I hardly give him a thought, and when I do it's more an idea of him than really him in the flesh. Sometimes I feel guilty about this, but what the hell? Things weren't always so great when we were together. So maybe it's like the food at the halfway, better to look forward to than to have. Then I see how small he looks going back inside between the guards, and I love him so much that I start to shake. The bus is one big whisper when I get back on. The ones who have heard about Lee and Dell are filling in the ones who haven't. Lee gets in first, pale and stiff, and sits by me. If I touched her with my finger, she'd explode. Pam steps in then, looking shaky, and I can tell she's disappointed to see I'm already by someone. When Dell gets on, everybody clams up. She walks in with her head up, trying not to cry. If it had been somebody else cut her guy, somebody not connected with any of us on the bus, we'd all be around bucking her up and Lee would be first in line. As it is, a couple of the black girls say something, but she just zombies past them and sits in the very back next to Pam. It's always quieter on the way home. We got things that were said to chew over, mistakes to regret, the prospect of another week alone to face. But after Dell comes in, it's like a morgue. Mrs. Tucker doesn't even knit, just stares out at the valley going by kind of blank-eyed and sleepy. Only Pam, still in the dark about what went down inside, starts to talk. It's so quiet I can hear her all the way from the rear. I never thought about how they'd have those guns, she says, just opening up out of the blue to Dell. I never saw one up close, only in the movies or TV. They're real, you know. They look so heavy and like if they shot it would just take you apart. White girl, says Dell, interrupting. I don't want to be hearing about none of your problems. After that, all you hear is the gear shifting now and then. I feel sick, worse than when I try to read. Lee hardly blinks beside me, the muscles in her jaw working as she grinds something out in her head. It's hard to breathe. I look around and see that the white girls are almost all up front, but for Pam, who doesn't know, and the black girls are all in the back, with us Chicanas on the borderline between as usual. Everybody is just stewing in her own thoughts. Even the sisters have nothing to say to each other. A busload of losers slogging down the highway. If there's life in hell, this is what the field trips are like. It starts to get dark. In front of me, while there's still a tiny bit of daylight, Renee stares at her naked face in her mirror and sighs. Elvira and Cheryl look tired when we get to the halfway. Ketchup bottles are turned on their heads on the counter, but nothing is sliding down. Gus picks up on the mood and doesn't tell us how we got a clock to watch when he comes in. Pam sits by me with Dolores and Mrs. Tucker on the other side. Dolores sits shaking her head. Next time, she keeps saying. I'll tell him next time. Lee shuts herself in the phone booth and Dell sits at the far end of the counter. Pam whispers to me, What's up? Big fight in the mess last night, I tell her. Lee's guy cut Delphine's. My God, is he okay? He's alive, if that's what you mean. I've heard Dell say how he's got this blood problem. Some old drug thing, so this ain't gonna help any. Pam looks at the booth. Lee must feel awful. Her guy just wrecked his parole, but good, I say. She's getting it with both barrels. Elvira comes by taking orders. Rough trip from the look of you all. Get your appetite back, Mrs. Tucker? Yes, I have, she says. Her voice sounds like it's coming from the next room. I'm very, very hungry." "I didn't tell him," Dolores confesses to no one in particular. "I didn't have the heart." We order, and Elvira goes back in the kitchen. We know there is a cook named Phil, but we have never seen him. I ask Pam how her guy is making out. She makes a face, thinking. I can see her in high school, Pam, blonde and popular, and her guy a good-looking charmer up to monkey business. An Anglo version of Yayo, full of promises that turn into excuses. "He's okay, I guess. He says he's going to do his own time, whatever that means." I got to laugh. "They all say that, honey, but not many manage. It means like mind your own business, stay out of complications." "Oh." Delphine is looking bullets over at Lee in the phone booth, who must be calling either her kids or her lawyer. "Maybe that's how you gotta be to survive in there," I say. "Hell, maybe out here, too. Personally, I think it bites." Mrs. Tucker puts her head down into her arms and closes her eyes. It's been a long day. "The thing is," I say to Pam, "we're all of us doing time." Lee comes out of the booth and goes to the opposite end of the counter from Dell. It makes me think of me and Graciela. We used to be real jealous, her and me, sniff each other like dogs whenever we met, on account of her being Yayo's first wife. Not that I stole him or anything, they were bust long before I made the scene, but still, you gotta wonder, what's he see in this bitch that I don't have? A natural human reaction. Anyhow, she's in the neighborhood, and she's got a daughter by him who's ahead of my tree at the same school, and I see her around, but it's very icy. Then Yayo gets sent up, and one day I'm stuck for a babysitter on visiting day. I don't know what possesses me, but desperation being the mother of a whole lot of stuff, I ask Graciela. She says why not. When I get back, it's late, and I'm wasted, and we get talking, and I don't know why, but we really hit it off. She's got a different perspective on Yayo, of course. Talks about him like he's her little boy gone astray, which maybe in some ways he is, and we never get into sex stuff about him. But he isn't the only thing we got in common. Yayo, of course, thinks that's all we do, sit and gang up on him verbally, and he's not too crazy about the idea. We started shopping together, and sometimes her girl comes over to play, or we'll dump the kids with my mother and go out, and it's fun, sort of like high school where you hung around not necessarily looking for boys. We go to the mall, whatever. There's times I would have gone right under without her. I mean, I'd be gonzo today. I look at Lee and Dell sitting tight and mean inside themselves, and I think that's me and Graciela in reverse. And I wonder what happens to us when Yayo gets out. "Mrs. Tucker, can you hear me? Mrs. Tucker?" It's Gus who notices that Mrs. Tucker doesn't look right. He's shaking her and calling her name, and her eyes are still open but all fuzzy, the life gone out of them. The sisters are chattering something about cold water, and Cheryl drops a plate of something, and Pam keeps yelling, "Where's the poster? Find the poster!" Later she tells me she meant the anti-choking poster they're supposed to have up in restaurants, which Elvira kind of hides behind the weight-telling machine, because she says it puts people off their feet. Mrs. Tucker isn't choking, of course, but Pam doesn't know this at the time and is sure we got to look at this poster before we do anything wrong. Me, even with all the disasters I've imagined for the kids and all the rescues I've dreamed about performing, I've never dealt with this particular glassy-eyed older lady type of thing, so I'm no help. Gus is holding Mrs. Tucker's face in his hands, her body gone limp, when Lee and Dell step in. "Move back," says Lee. "Give her room to breathe." "You got a pulse?" says Dell. "Not much. It's fluttering around." "Get an ambulance here," says Dell to Elvira, and Elvira sends Cheryl running to the back. "Any tags on her?" They look around Mrs. Tucker's neck but don't find anything. "Anybody ever hear talk about a medical problem?" asks Dell to the rest of us, while she holds Mrs. Tucker's lids up and looks deep into her eyes. We rack our brains but come up empty, except for Gus. Gus looks a worse color than Mrs. Tucker does, sweat running down his face from the excitement. "She said the doctor told her to watch her intake," he says, whatever that means. "She didn't eat lunch," says Elvira. "You should never skip lunch." Lee and Dell look at each other. "She got sugar, maybe? Or something like it." "Some orange juice," says Lee to Elvira, and she runs off. Mrs. Tucker is kind of gray now, and her head keeps flopping if they don't hold it up. Usually she talks my ear off, says Gus. Today she was like depressed or something. Elvira comes back out. I brung the fresh squoze from the fridge, she says. More vitamins. Dell takes it and feeds a little to Mrs. Tucker, tipping her head back to get it in. We're all of us circled around watching, opening our mouths in sympathy like when you're trying to get the baby to spoon feed. Some dribbles out and some stays down. Just a little, says Lee. It could be the opposite. Mrs. Tucker takes another sip and smiles dreamily. I like juice, she says. Here, take a little more. That's good, she says in this tiny little girl voice. Juice is good. By the time the ambulance comes, we have her lying down in one of the booths, covered by the lap blanket the sisters bring, her head pillowed on a couple of bags full of hamburger rolls. Her eyes have come clear, and eventually she rejoins the living, looking up at all of us staring down around her and giving a little smile. Everybody's here, she says in that strange, far-off voice. Everybody's here at the halfway diner. The ambulance guys take some advice from Lee and Dell, and then drive her away. Just keep her overnight for observation is all. See, Elvira keeps saying, you don't never want to skip your lunch. Then she bags up dinners for those who want them, 'cause we have to get back on the road. Nobody says anything, but when we get aboard, nobody will take a seat. Everybody just stands around in the aisle talking about Mrs. Tucker and waiting for Lee and Dell to come in and make their move. Waiting and hoping, I guess. Lee comes in and sits in the middle. Pam moves like she's going to sit next to her, but I grab her arm. Delphine comes in, looks around kind of casual, and then like it's just a coincidence, she sits by Lee. The rest of us settle in real quick then, pretending it's business as usual, but listening real hard. We're right behind them, me and Pam. They're not talking, not looking at each other, just sitting there side by side. Being nurses together might have cracked the ice, but it didn't break it all the way through. We're parked right beneath the halfway diner sign, and the neon makes this sound, this high-pitched buzzing that's like something about to explode. Sweet dreams, ladies, says Gus when he climbs into a seat. We're bringing it home. It's dark as pitch and it's quiet, but nobody is having sweet dreams. We're all listening. I don't really know how to explain this. And, like I said, we're not exactly the League of Women Voters on that bus, but there's a spirit, a way we root for each other, and somehow we feel that the way it comes out between Lee and Delphine will be a judgment on us all. Nothing spoken, just a feeling between us. 50 miles go past, and my stomach is starting to worry. Then, when Dell finally speaks, her voice is so quiet I can hardly hear 1 seat away. So, she says, San Luis Obispo. Huh? Says Lee. Mexico, says Delphine, still real quiet. You were telling me about your honeymoon down in San Luis Obispo. Yeah, says Lee. San something or other. And he says he speaks the language? You can feel this sigh, like, go through the whole bus. Most can't hear the words, but just that they're talking. You can pick up the tone. Right, says Lee. Only he learned his Spanish at Taco Bell. He's got this deal, right? Finalmente, one of the sisters whispers behind me. Que bueno, the other whispers. Todavía son amigas. So we get to the so-called resort, and he cuts open the back seat, and all these cassettes fall out, which I know nothing about. Course not. Only on account of the heat, they've, like, liquefied, right? No. And this guy who runs the resort is roped off, but so are we, 'cause this so-called brand-new resort is so brand new, it's not built yet. Don't say it, girl. It's just a construction site. Ha ha! The bus kicks into a higher gear, and out of nowhere, Gus is whistling up front. He's never done this before, not once. Probably because he had Mrs. Tucker talking with him. But he's real good, like somebody on a record. What he's whistling is like the theme song to some big romantic movie, I forget which, real high and pretty, and I close my eyes and get that nice feeling like just before you fall to sleep, and you know everything is under control and your body just relaxes. I feel good knowing there's hours before we got to get off. Feel like as long as we stay on the bus, rocking gently through the night, we're okay, we're safe. The others are talking soft around me now. Gus is whistling high and pretty, and there's Dell and Lee, voices in the dark. "There's a beach," says Lee, "only they haven't brought in the sand yet. And everywhere you go these little fleas are hopping around, and my ankles get bit and swell up like a balloon." "I've been there, girl," says Dell. "I hear you talking." "Honeymoon heaven," he says to me. Dell laughs, softly. Honeymoon heaven. The Mountain, by Sheila Kohler. Copyright 1987 by Sheila Kohler. First appeared in the Quarterly, reprinted by permission. Sheila Kohler was born in Johannesburg and spent some years in Europe before coming to New York City to study writing at Columbia University. The Mountain is her first published story. The man I met in Gardner, I think I met him in Gardner, I can't be quite sure, said something about a fly. It was what he said about the fly that made me remember. At any rate, I did not notice the man coming toward me because I was reading or sipping a cup of tea or doing both, or perhaps I was simply gazing at the lake. I was looking across the smooth green grass that dipped down toward the lake like a sigh, and saw, I think, the silver blue of the water reflected for a moment in the breast of a bird as it swept down low across my vision. Naturally, I did not notice the man. He was not really the sort one notices, even coming toward one, even in those shoes. Thick, crepe-soled shoes that give beneath the foot with a slight lurch and squeak mournfully as one moves. Besides, I was used to handling this sort of thing, or what I thought was this sort of thing. I went on doing whatever it was I had been doing before. Even when the fellow was quite close to me, blocking the afternoon light, his shadow before him, I did not look up. It usually works best, ignoring them. I mean, if that is what they are after, which this fellow in fact was not. When he began to speak, I did not even hear what he was saying to me, until he had said it twice, and even then it was only the name that I heard. It was the name which struck me. It was not the sort of name one would forget entirely. All of that month of May I had lingered on somewhat reluctantly in Gardner. Despite what the doctors had told me about the therapeutic quality of the Swiss air, I found that the place was far too high for me. The air was too thin. I was constantly breathless. I definitely did not like that lake. Just the thought of that still, trapped water was somehow dreadfully depressing. But it was the mountains, those towering snow-tipped peaks, with their steep, craggy, treeless surfaces, which filled me with an almost physical malaise, an impression of being shut in, or perhaps it was shut out. Actually, I've never been able to remain for very long in the mountains. There is something about their stark beauty brooding eternally above one that daunts me, and gives me somehow a sense of the impoverishment of life, a sense of doom which can literally bring on an attack of nausea or giddiness in my particular constitution. Between you and me, I've never really liked Switzerland. The people are courteous, of course, but frightfully dull, and the whole place has always looked somehow preserved to me, rather like pickles in a jar. And too many cows, I always say. There are just far too many cows. And as for those wretched cowbells, which wake one in the morning and ring constantly through the day, they are enough to send one dashing off into that lake. The hotel, which had been recommended to me as secluded and well appointed, turned out, of course, to be somewhat dilapidated. It was quiet, naturally, surrounded as it was by acres of lawns and wooded areas and that depressing lake. There were the usual sort of mixed borders and spreading oaks and sad cypresses, but the whole place was not a little in need of repair. It had seen better days. Actually, it rather amazed me that the place had any clients at all. It was one of those hotels so refined in its elegance that the elegance was really only visible in the price of the room. The bathrooms, though fortunately very clean, had undoubtedly not been touched since 1930, and the walls of the corridors and dining room had been painted some sort of ghastly pale lime green that seemed to glow with an almost ghostly light. At that time of year there was hardly anyone there except a handful of solid English dowagers, whom I heard at meal-times rather than saw, bent over their plates beside the potted palms, scraping their way noisily through the indigestible food in the vast half-empty dining-room. But I must say I had managed to secure a not entirely uncomfortable room after a long and vituperative argument with the hotel manager. I insisted on that particular accommodation because it was away from the main body of the hotel, almost entirely self-contained and consequently very quiet. I suffer from insomnia, and absolutely anything wakes me. And because of the honeysuckle which grew up the wall and almost into my window. The gardener had had to come and cut back the creeper from the window while I was staying in that room. He had come and hacked at the plants with a blunt instrument, a short semicircular blade or sickle, and I had had to ask him not to cut the creepers back too much, but to let them grow along the window-sill so that I could see them from my bed when I woke in the mornings. The room was large and sunny, with a wide, soft double bed and a reading lamp which you could actually read by, a rarity in hotels, I always find. A steel table and chair, on a not unbearably narrow private area, where I was able to enjoy the weather, which was, I will admit, passably fair for that time of year, the light clear and bright from dawn to sunset, and the wind still. And the doctors, after all, had gone on at considerable length to recommend the place to me, praising the dry, clean air and the sunny climate, what they had the audacity to call the plain, healthy food, and pointing out that the secluded nature and general restfulness of the place were ideal for someone suffering from my eternal complaint. So I stayed on for a while, partly out of lethargy. The spring has always made me not restless but apathetic, but also waiting to see if the doctor's advice might eventually prove to be salutary. Every evening from 5 to 7 I sat on the main terrace of the hotel overlooking the lake under the wooden window boxes of multicolored geraniums. I had arranged my time carefully. It is my custom to arrange my time carefully and to follow my schedule exactly. I broke each day up into a number of identical segments which, by their abiding uniformity, never gave me the impression that the day was passing either too fast or too slowly. Every morning I took as lengthy a walk as I could manage in the woods, lunched generally in some restaurant in the town, and came back to the hotel for a long siesta in my room with the shutters closed. After a bath, I spent the rest of the afternoon on the terrace looking over the lake, with a cup of tea or a drink, my inhalator in my lap in its zippered bag, a book or the newspaper or sometimes nothing at all, just the changing light and the leaves to amuse me. Of course, at night, at times, there were men, not the type who could cause one any trouble. As for this one, the one who came over to me on the terrace of the hotel, he said, I believe, after some preliminary excuses for the disturbance he was causing, "Were you not related to Claire Richdale? Or perhaps, you were a friend of Claire Richdale's, it seems to me, or something of that sort." I do not pretend to reproduce the man's particular vernacular. I am afraid I did not pay sufficient attention to his words to render them with any sort of authenticity, but can only attempt to give the general gist of what he said. He spoke, I believe, without any sort of elegance, but at the same time as a man of not a little education would speak, and, as far as I noticed, with a slight accent which was familiar to me and immediately marked the man as coming from the place I had left a considerable time ago. I do remember the name the man said and the way he said that name, which was what made me look up for a moment at the man who was standing before me. There was something about the way he said the name, something almost tentative and tremulous, which took me by surprise. It did not seem to match the rest of the man. Even then I glanced at him for only a second, and went on doing whatever it was I had been doing before, just gazing or reading my book or sipping tea. The name, though I recognized it vaguely, meant nothing to me, and the man actually interested me even less, of course. I do not have a clear recollection of the man's face. All I remember was that there was something vaguely dark about his presence. Either it was the hair or the eyebrows, or even the eyes or the skin, or perhaps even the fact that the fellow was not particularly well shaven. Whatever it was, there was some impression of darkness to the man, that's all I can say, never having bothered then or later to peruse his countenance with much interest. He had on a white, not absolutely clean shirt, open at the neck, with no tie but the hint of some sort of vulgar gold chain around the neck, and beneath that what I imagined might be one of those hirsute chests. A shiny jacket, rather too broad at the shoulders and too narrow at the waist for my liking. A pair of dark, tight trousers, which might have been navy or black or even dark green, which showed far more than I wished to see of the man's masculinity. And those shoes which squeaked, went on squeaking as he shifted his weight. But even then the chap did not remove himself, but continued to hover there beside me, blocking my afternoon light and view of the lawns and the trees. To get the man's shadow out of my way, or because I could not really do otherwise and remain within the bounds of common courtesy, or finally because of the name or the way the man said the name, I motioned him to the chair opposite. It was all the invitation the fellow required. He sat down with his back to the lake. As he sat down, something about the way he seated himself, or perhaps it was more something not a little familiar about the way he held his head, or leaned forward across the table, I can't quite pinpoint what it was about the chap, as, naturally, I was not really paying him any sort of attention at all. But still, something did give me the impression that this was not the first time I had seen the man on the terrace. The fellow might have been there before. I might have seen him before. As far as I remember, the chap launched into the conversation by asking me if I knew what had happened to the woman whose name he had already mentioned. What happened to whom? I suppose I must have asked him, and gone on watching the boats coming back to the land, after a day on the water, with their sails folded around their booms. At times I liked to watch the way the boats slid through the water at the end of the day, coming silently into the shelter of the harbor. There was something slow and peaceful about the way the hull of the boat cut cleanly through the calm surface of the water, which satisfied me and distracted me from the presence of those mountains, which I felt hung over the place so somberly, like some sort of warning of disaster. By that time of evening the water was a steel blue. The mountains were already dark. They loomed above us, I felt. I suppose I must have been talking about the boats while the fellow was going on about this woman, whom he called Claire Richdale. One of those conversations one engages in so frequently, you know what I mean, the kind which runs along parallel lines. I made a vague attempt to fit the name to a face, but I didn't exert myself overmuch. I was still under the impression the man was using some trumped-up and rather unimaginative excuse to come over to my table and strike up some sort of conversation with me, which I presumed he would relinquish, the conversation, that is, without much persuasion, to take up other more promising prospects. I suppose I attempted to keep the conversation, as the fellow seemed to feel obliged to converse, as anodyne as possible. I think I said, "We've been lucky this month with the weather, haven't we?" or some such remark about the weather, thinking the fellow would be glad to follow my lead. The pink rambling roses which grew along the wall of the terrace had already been covered over to protect them from the cold of the night. I remember wondering whether this protection was absolutely necessary, and why it was the Hotel Gardner felt these roses needed this particular type of covering during the night. However, the fellow did nothing to improve his position by going on to apologize at length, and, as far as I can recollect, in the most unoriginal, tiring way, for this intrusion. He kept insisting that he had no desire to disturb me, that he was not accustomed to disturbing solitary women, particularly attractive women, or perhaps he said elegant women, something of that sort, that he was aware it was really quite rash of him, etc., etc., none of which I believed for a moment, naturally, and all of which did more than a little to add to my growing annoyance. He continued to maintain, with exasperating insistence, despite the fact that I gave him no encouragement whatsoever, that he was quite certain he had seen me with this woman, or that I was related in some way to this woman, or had even been close friends with this woman he called Claire Richdale. Not only did the chap's words annoy me, but, for a reason which was not yet apparent, they began to make me not a little uneasy, although I scarcely knew with what. However, I let him run on for a while, rather as one does a horse which is bolted, you know, hoping he would eventually tire and come to a stop of his own volition. I have often found this an excellent means of coping with bores. And how many people are there who are not bores? The world, of course, is peopled mainly with bores, isn't it? I find it not unpleasant, though, to just sit back and relax, awash in a murmur of half-heard words, letting them ebb and flow like waves around me, my attention wandering where it will, while the other, the speaker, goes on, sails forth quite contentedly onward. It is quite amazing how long people will go on quite contentedly without requiring any sort of encouragement. One can generally pick up the thread at some crucial point, or simply add a nod or a grunt here or there, and no one is the wiser. I have always asked myself how people can possibly believe anyone would want to listen to all of that. So I sat there, as I often do, hardly listening, or only listening sufficiently to follow the gist of what the fellow was saying, going on with my tea, I believe, or perhaps I had already moved from tea to a gin and tonic with lime, and only conscious really, to tell you the truth, of the fact that the light was fading rapidly, the sun was sinking, the mountains were black above us, and that the fellow had somehow shifted his weight as he talked, so that he was leaning rather uncomfortably close to me, breathing almost directly into my face. It was not, I realized afterward, only his closeness that made me uncomfortable. "Hardly that," I said finally, in reference to this supposed close friendship or relation that he was so certain had linked me to this woman called Claire. I unzippered my inhalator, pumped a couple of times, and repeated, "It could hardly have been that," in a somewhat exasperated tone at that point, wishing then to rid myself of this importunate fellow. "That could only be a gross overstatement," I said, and began, I must say at that point, to wonder vaguely why the man kept on going on about this business, whatever it was, and how I was going to get rid of him. I didn't imagine that a man of this sort had anything of interest to tell me about anyone, and least of all about this woman, whoever she was. I said, "Actually, I don't think I could really say I was close friends with anyone, for that matter." As far as I remember, that remark silenced him for a while, but still he did not move. We went on sitting there on the terrace under the geraniums. I've never particularly liked geraniums. Too bright, too stiff, the sort of flowers one finds in the window boxes of Swiss banks. The fellow leaning half across the table with his shiny sleeve brushing my arm. But even then the chap did not give up. After a pause he renewed his attack. He asked me to try to consider where I might have met this woman, if I might not have been at school with this woman, or have met her perhaps at some party, even as a child. Would I not, he begged me, with an urgency in his voice which struck me then as nothing but tiresome, because I was beginning to realize that the fellow was going to be not a little difficult to ignore, was not going to simply get up and dissolve into the darkening sky, nor was he going to settle even for what it was that I had originally thought he was after, which after all would have been something I could have handled, could have understood, which I could have taken or left as I wished. Would I not, he asked me, reflect carefully and make absolutely certain that I had not even been at school with this woman? Could boarding school have been the place where we had met? In an attempt to sum up, to conclude the matter in some way that might be satisfactory to this man and thus shake the fellow off, I did perhaps make some sort of an effort to place the name. I said, "Perhaps we were at school together. Maybe that's it. I suppose we might have been. The name is vaguely familiar. We might even have been in the same class at some point. I rather think we were. Perhaps she failed down into my class, or they put me up into hers. I really don't remember. It was a long time ago." And pulled my shawl, the black wool one with the red flowers embroidered around the edge, around my shoulders and snapped the flap of my handbag in preparation for a move. I added, still hoping to change the subject and thus rid myself of the fellow, or at least this tiresome conversation, "The light is fading fast. Odd how it lingers and then suddenly gets dark, isn't it?" Or something of that sort. But the man refused to be put off. He still wanted to know if I knew what had happened to this woman, as though it were possible that, not even remembering who she was, I could possibly have known or wanted to know what had happened to her. "No idea. Whoever she is, I certainly haven't seen the woman for years," I said. But even that reasonable statement did not satisfy the chap. He could not believe I had not read something about the matter in the papers somewhere, or had not spoken to someone who would have told me what had happened to the woman. I tried summarily to explain that I had left all of that far behind me, that my life out there might almost have belonged to someone else. I believe I said something like, "I haven't been back there for years. I move around a lot, you know. Never stay anywhere for very long. Quite lost touch with all of that. Always found that place killingly boring myself. I prefer Europe these days. I have a place in the Cotswolds where I keep my things." "This is rather a pretty spot, don't you think?" It seems to me that it was at that point in the conversation, but I may of course not be remembering all of this in the order in which it actually happened, particularly as I was hardly listening to the chap, was paying much more attention to the water and the mountains and even the geraniums than to what the man was trying to say to me, that the fellow said he was sure he had seen me with this woman he called Claire Richdale at her house. He said something about my having spent a day with the woman at her house. I remember this clearly, as the chap repeated this supposition more than a couple of times. The fellow, as I remember, was the sort who repeated himself continuously. Whether it was because the topic excited him particularly, or because this was his habit, I did not know, but I did know that his propensity to repetition added not a little to the general dreariness of his conversation. The man said something to the effect that he thought I might have visited at this Claire's home, spent a day with the woman, and that he might have seen me there at that particular moment. I suppose I answered something along the lines of, "It is possible I visited her home once. I was often invited to the homes of my school friends, and sometimes I went. I might have visited these people you are talking about. I do have a vague recollection of some dreary house, now that you mention it, and even some relatives who might have been hers. A mother, perhaps, or an aunt, perhaps more than one aunt, something like that. So I suppose it's possible you saw me there." Then I made another last-ditch effort to shut the fellow up. I was deadly bored by that point, reduced to plucking off the petals from a geranium and crushing the stem between finger and thumb to keep myself occupied. You can imagine. I attempted to get rid of the chap entirely by assuring him that, despite all my efforts, I could honestly not remember another thing about this woman. I believe I told him what was certainly the case, that I really didn't have a very good memory for that sort of thing. I said, "Curiously, I tend to remember things more than people. Anyway, one always remembers the most insignificant, the most useless of details, and forgets the essentials, don't you think?" This remark, however apt, and surely it was, in this case, particularly apt, seemed to have little or no effect on the man. I remember how he sat there. By then the man's face was so close to me I could hear the sound of his breathing. He breathed audibly, with his lips open on the dark of his mouth. I was left no recourse but my inhalator, which I pulled out once again and pumped. I said, still trying to be courteous, I believe good manners are probably the most useful of all the virtues, but by then almost ready to get up and leave the fellow sitting there in his shiny jacket and his squeaking shoes. "You know, it really is getting rather late. I remember so little about this woman. I am honestly trying to tell you everything I know, but I don't think I can help you at all. I may have spent a day with her, it's quite possible. I do remember something about that house. She may have asked me to come and spend the day with her, and she may even have talked to me, told me the story of her life, told me— heaven knows what she might have told me. But I really have no recollection of what she said, or what I might have said, or what I might have done. It was a long time ago, and besides, none of us listens much to one another, do we? In my experience, people just don't listen. They may even ask questions, but they don't listen to the answers." But even this had apparently little effect. The man's tenacity was beyond my comprehension. I could in no way grasp what it was the chap was after, with his incessant questions and his continuous flow of words. Of course I had no idea, nor did I particularly care what the man was after with me. I had only one thought at that point, which was, as it is with a fly which buzzes against one's face in the night, to get rid of the fellow. Unbelievably, the chap went on talking, though I can hardly tell you what it was he said to me at that point. I believe there was some question of a name. The fellow seemed not a little anxious to know if this Claire had mentioned the name of someone, perhaps some man she might have been involved with, or something of that sort. All of this was interspersed in a most confused and irrational way with various odd bits of information about the man himself. I believe he actually tried to tell me something about his own life, his mother, his father, a house he had once rented, a straw mattress, his profession or his lack of a profession, what he was doing up there in the mountains, but naturally I paid no attention at all to any of that at the time. As far as the name was concerned, the name the man thought this woman might have mentioned to me, I told the man I had never been very good with names. I said, "My goodness, I even have difficulty introducing my own mother." Finally, I told the fellow that it was the time that in the normal course of things I went in for dinner, that I found it wiser not to eat too late, and that the hors d'oeuvres were much better before anyone else attacked them. On Sunday nights the hotel always served a buffet dinner, and I presume this must have been a Sunday evening. At that point I almost forgot the chap, who had slumped again into silence, sitting in the rapidly fading light. I was thinking about the amazing quantities of food people took from buffet tables, the way they piled up their plates, and how they managed to eat all of that and remain so thin. Perhaps I told the chap that personally I found the whole business of eating rather a bore. I could never decide what to eat, particularly in that place where the choice was generally between a beefsteak aux pommes frites and a beefsteak aux pommes frites. He said suddenly, I suppose he may have been staring at me or what he could see of me in that dim light, I remember this clearly, "You know, you look like her. You really do. There's definitely something about you that makes me think of her. There's some resemblance." I had lost the thread of his conversation to the point that I replied, "I look like whom?" When he had made it evident that he was still talking about the same woman, I suppose I replied that I couldn't imagine why he thought I looked like this Claire Richdale, though to tell you the truth I had great difficulty conjuring up her features at all. The only impression I had of the woman's face was that it was quite probably a most ordinary one, a face, as far as I could remember, without any sort of distinction at all. To which I believe he replied, "You have the same fair skin which burns easily." I said abruptly, with the desire that this would close our discussion, "It starts to get cool at around this hour. It is really rather chilly this evening, don't you find? It is definitely time for me to go into dinner. Please excuse me now." But the fellow's expansive presence did not undergo any sort of contraction. He could not let me go. He only crushed the book of matches he held in his hand and went on sitting there. I was beginning to feel the chap was as immovable as the mountains above us. He begged for just a minute more of my time. He was still certain that I might be able to remember something. He seemed quite unable to let the matter lie and to get up and leave me to go in for my dinner. After that I hardly listened to what the man said. I heard but barely registered what the man was saying. At the time I was only aware that he became most insistent, and that a flood of words came from him. Afterward I was able to recollect some of what the man said to me, but at the time I paid little attention to his words. Afterward I was to remember more than I wanted to remember of the man's words, but that was later. Finally, as I was about to simply get up while the man was rambling on in this almost incoherent way about the night he had spent with this woman, and how young and foolish he had been at the time, about the importance of my recollecting, or the importance of his knowing, or even the importance to the general public of my remembering whatever it was he was begging me to remember, what this woman had said, or some name this woman might have said, or something of that sort. The fellow put his hand on my arm, I suspect in his eagerness to retain me, as he told me, what I actually knew by then anyway, that someone must have done away with this woman in mysterious circumstances. It was not possible for me to get up at that point. All I could do was to pull my shawl about my shoulders and cross my arms and watch the rambling roses along the wall, lit by the light from the dining-room within, under the netting which covered them over against the cold of the night. I was obliged to sit there for a moment at least. It would hardly have been appropriate to leave right then. I sat for a while in silence, staring at the flowers, and then, my eyes drawn upward despite myself, staring at the mountains, whose darkness had almost completely merged with the dark of the night. Though even the outlines of the mountains had gone, could only be imagined, felt, the night was full of their ominous form. I sensed their presence huddled over us. The sense of foreboding they inspired conglomerated, gathered force in their physical absence. I was suddenly quite overcome with hunger and tiredness, worn out suddenly by this man's insistence, the boredom his presence provoked, or simply by the length of time I had been sitting in the same place. I had been exposed for too long. The night had grown cool, the mist had risen from the lake, and for a moment I shivered. I was afraid I might have caught cold sitting out in the damp evening air. At that point, too, something else happened which I think I should mention. I realized that the man had moved, had somehow taken my wrist, had his hand on my wrist, was holding, gripping, not my hand, but my wrist. His face, as far as I could see in the dim light, was quite red, and he appeared to me to be sweating slightly. Beads of sweat clung to his forehead, and his dark hair was not a little damp around the hairline. I let my arm lie in his hand. I looked down at the man's hand. He had long, fine, blunt-tipped fingers, deft hands, strong, agile hands. Hands that were very clean, the nails carefully manicured. He wore a diamond ring set in gold on the little finger. The ring looked too small for him. His hands, like the way he said the woman's, Claire Richdale's, name, surprised me. They didn't seem to fit the man. It crossed my mind then that one might sleep with this man or not sleep with this man, and that it would come to exactly the same thing. I rose then and left the man sitting there. The dining room seemed particularly lugubrious to me that evening. It was a large room which led off one of the lounges and looked over the lake. At that hour, though, the heavy green velvet curtains were drawn across the windows and billowed gently in the evening breeze. The whole room, for some reason, I thought that evening, resembled some underwater region. The lime-green walls seemed to me to cast a sickly glow, accentuated by the discreet lighting of the small shaded table lamps, so that even the white tablecloths and the limp pink carnations in their silver vases, reflecting the green, glowed, seemingly phosphorescent. The potted palms in the corners of the room, I observed, appeared to fold and unfold the fingers of their leaves in the slight breeze, like sea anemones. There was no one in the room except a few guests who sat wrapped in the anonymity of their age and wealth, huddled over their soup. There was almost no sound in the room, as though I imagined the pervading gloom had silenced the guests. Besides the waiter's discreet murmuring and the scrape of silver on porcelain, there was nothing to be heard. I sat at my table wondering why on earth the walls had been painted such a ghastly green. I am not a little sensitive to colors, and the green jarred on my nerves, particularly that evening. The duck which I had ordered was definitely a mistake, and even the bottle of wine I had chosen, a not inexpensive bottle of Dole, was not enough to muffle my mood. My encounter with the importunate man on the terrace and the fate of the barely remembered woman he had spoken of had almost entirely slipped my mind. I was certainly not thinking of either of them, but something about the man's words must have unsettled me. The stillness of the room, which generally went by unnoticed, or was welcomed, troubled my nerves. I looked around at the room, suddenly struck by the absurdity of it all. The silver shining, the ridiculous tubular flower bowls on each table, the half-dead drooping carnations, each object in its well-chosen place, all the apparent solidity of a supposedly well-organized world. For a moment the whole room seemed to shift slightly, to tremble, and an absurd thought crossed my mind. I thought I heard the sound of the fellow's crepe-soled shoes on the parquet floor. I was even drawn, for some unaccountable reason, to exchange a few pleasantries with my neighbor in the lounge after the meal over a cup of coffee, something I had naturally never done before. A ridiculous elderly woman whom I had always avoided, who dined alone and wore the same absurd black taffeta hat every night to dinner, and generally tucked a couple of oranges into her knitting bag before retiring. In my room I lay on my bed and actually smoked a cigarette. I gave it up, cigarette smoking, that is, years ago, naturally, with my complaint, but I always keep a pack of filter-tipped Dunhills handy for emergencies such as this one. I lay there with only the bedside lamp lit, inhaling, drawing the smoke deep into my lungs, savoring the nicotine and the thought of what it was doing to my lungs voluptuously. It was, of course, strictly against doctor's orders. I even washed the cigarette down with a stiff, neat whiskey. A bottle of that, too, I keep in my room for medicinal purposes. I remember thinking that I had no wish, anyway, to live on for as long as these same doctors would have liked me to go on living and to go on paying their bills. I stubbed out my half-finished cigarette and tried to read, but with little success. I was unable to concentrate. What I was thinking of as I lay there was the dormitory at school, the light in the dormitory at school. I could see then that in the dormitory the light was silver. The moon lit the room. The mosquito nets, which hung from the row of narrow beds, were drawn back, gathered into thick coils at the head of the beds. There was a smell of oranges. Someone had smuggled an orange into the room from dinner, and the orange, or rather the skin of the orange, perfumed the air. It was very hot, although the windows were wide open. I do not know what season it was. The seasons out there are hardly seasons. They change fast, with no twilight pauses. No melancholy autumnal moments or gauzy spring promises. Summer slips into winter almost imperceptibly. It is always more or less hot and more or less humid. The girls stood on the beds and threw a pillow from bed to bed, giggling, bouncing, waving their arms wildly, their hair flying, bending over to clutch their hollow stomachs in silent laughter, whispering in loud, hoarse whispers. The penalty for dropping the pillow was the removal of an article of clothing. That was the rule of the game. The girl was wearing little clothing at the start of the game. She jumped up and down on the bed, her half-formed breasts naked, her puerile body tight in her moist skin and silver in the light of the moon. I threw the pillow high and hard so that she reached for it, her arms flailing the air. She fumbled, she teetered, and almost fell. It was somewhere around 10 o'clock, I think, when the telephone rang. I was not really surprised, I suppose, to hear the man's voice. As I remember it, he began once again by apologizing, but I cut him short this time and simply asked him what he wanted. There was a pause. Finally the chap asked if he might see me again. I hesitated a moment, considering. I stood with the receiver in my hand, staring at the bowl of red roses on the dressing-table. 12 red roses sent by an admirer. Their heads drooped, and a fine coating of slime lined their stems. I'm not quite sure why I then said what I did, but it may have had something to do with the flowers. I told the man I had met on the terrace that if he wanted to see me to obtain information about the woman he had been talking about all that afternoon, there was no point in his coming. He then made his intentions sufficiently clear. To be absolutely certain there would be no mistake, I told him he might come to my room then, but that I would not expect him to stay long. I told him I always went to sleep early, which was not actually a lie. I often do go to bed early with a book, not even answering my phone after a certain hour. In this way, I thought, I would avoid any other lengthy conversations. As it turned out, I did avoid any lengthy conversations. The man said hardly more than a dozen sentences, but I was not prepared for what I actually got. By the time the man arrived in my room, I had bathed, perfumed, and powdered my body, and was already partly undressed. This was not particularly for the man's benefit, but simply a ritual I always performed before any such encounter. Such rituals, I find, are what enable one to get through life, though there are times when they seem almost too much effort. I had perfunctorily brushed out my hair and let it lie loose around my shoulders, not out of any sort of coquetry, but so that the hairpins I use for my chignon would not dig into the back of my neck. I was already feeling worn out with the effort of all this activity, and beginning, as is so often the case, to regret ever having told the man to come to my room, when he rang my doorbell. I cursorily inspected myself in the full-length mirror in the bathroom. I was attired, I believe, in nothing much more than my short pink silk shift, not the black one, and my black sandals. As an adolescent, I always felt I was too tall and too thin, all arms and legs and eyes. My stepfather, a military man, who finally received his just deserts, kicked in the head by a horse, though there were moments when I thought that even this end was too quick and painless for the man, and that I might have enjoyed seeing him lie and suffer for a while. Spent his time telling me, among other things of this sort, that I was too tall, and that above all my feet were too large. However, the advantage of such a figure, I'm talking about my figure, of course, is that with the years, I'm not of course going to commit the indiscretion of telling you my age, but leave you to come to some reasonable conclusion on your own. There is not much flesh to sag or fall. I think I can say without much vanity that I have retained a deceptively youthful appearance in certain kind lights. I always say past a certain age women should come out only at night. At any rate, what I saw in the mirror that night while the man was knocking on my door, I let him cool his heels out there for a while, did not entirely displease me. I noticed, too, with some relief, that the man, when I finally opened the door to him and he stepped into my room, had changed his shirt to a clean one of some rather more attractive transparent material, and he smelled of some not unpleasant eau de cologne. He was, however, wearing the same shoes, though I noticed he must have given, or had them given, a polish, but that they continued to squeak as mournfully as ever as I led him across to the bed. The maid had removed the bed-cover, and I had lit the bedside lamp. I liked to see whom I'm making love to, naturally. I let the man commence with the proceedings without any further preliminaries. It was as we were both sprawled across my bed, and were already somewhat in disarray, that the man spoke of the fly. The fellow, as I remember, was reclining beside me, or rather against me, hardly even as clothed as I was. I believe he had on nothing more than the gold chain which he wore around his neck, and which dangled back and forth in the hair on his chest. He had risen up on one elbow so as to look down at me, or rather to watch both his hand, I suppose, and my body, while all the while touching my body. He was not unschooled in the art. I allowed him to work his way freely from my upper extremities to the lower, which he accomplished with not a little ease, his hand manoeuvring craftily with the straps of my shift, so as to expose as much flesh as he could, going on deftly with some method and some skill, lingering in the appropriate places, doing nothing in too hurried a fashion, nor did he stall for too long, his touch sufficiently strong without being rough. I remember thinking that the fellow would have known how to shampoo hair excellently, that his touch would have been just the thing for a really good shampoo, that it was a pity that I couldn't think of some way to have him give me a shampoo. As he touched me, I let him press his own swollen member against me, or rather against the remaining thin silk of my shift, which was all that still divided us, and which I had allowed him to work down and up, to cover nothing much more than my waist and buttocks. I lay there with my hands folded under my head and my gaze on the ceiling. There was quite a pretty moulding on the ceiling of that room. Letting him touch me, his caresses were not unpleasant after all, but with not a little disinterest, letting him go through the motions. I was certainly in no way excited by his hands or his body. There was nothing exciting about the fellow, I felt. There was nothing actually wrong with the body, which was tanned for that time of year, broad-chested and slim-hipped, and the legs were really not bad at all, but rather too short, it seemed to me. He was probably an inch or so shorter than I am, and I've never been one, though I know there are some who do, to go for that much dark hair on the chest. At this point in the love-making, if you could call it that, when I was beginning to wonder whether it would be worth my while to go through with the whole business, or if it would not be wiser to end the proceedings with some trumped-up excuse, a sudden stomach cramp or nausea, or even a qualm of conscience, a husband I'd not mentioned, perhaps, who could be dragged in at the last minute to get me out of the final act. Without any apparent reason, and without slowing down in any way the movement of his hand or stopping stroking, whatever it was he was stroking at that moment, the fellow made that remark about the fly. I think what he said was, "But she would never have hurt a fly." I'm not absolutely certain of his words, but what I do know is what happened as he said those words. I remembered something about the woman he was talking about, the woman he called Claire Richdale. A vivid image of this woman came to me. The woman was in a large sunlit room with 2 or perhaps 3 beds. I saw her, this Claire Richdale, from behind, bending down, squatting on her haunches at first, and then actually getting down onto her hands and knees, and scooping at a small spider, a button spider, I believe they are called, a tiny black spider, pushing a stiff piece of white paper against the carpet, chasing the spider with a piece of white paper, chasing it along the edge of the mauve carpet onto the parquet floor, again and again turning the paper as it ran one way and then the other, until she caught it on the edge of the page and ran to the window to set the creature free. She threw open the window with one arm and the spider out into the creeper with the other. And then she turned to face me. The bay window which gave onto the garden was open, and the wind whipped the loose sleeves of the woman's dress against her arms. I saw her sleeves flapping against her arms in the wind from the open window. That was what I saw more clearly than anything else in that initial image which came to me. The wide, loose sleeves of her dress. That was what I noticed more than anything else, and certainly I noticed that more than her face or even her body, though I cannot tell you exactly of what material the sleeve was made. Something soft like shantung or crepe de chine or silk of some sort, something almost transparent, flapping, beating against her arms. While I let the man go on touching my body, his hands descending into the inner recesses of my body, I was thinking of this woman he called Claire Richdale, standing in the early morning sunlight with the bay window open behind her. I could see her quite clearly, almost as though magnified by memory, her arms and the sleeves of her dress flapping gently against her skin. I could see the blonde hair on her plump, rounded arms, and the pale freckles on her honey-colored skin. For some reason the image was exciting to me. And I was enjoying the man. It was only when the man had gone that it occurred to me that he had never mentioned his name. All that evening he had been saying the name of this Claire Richdale, but he had never mentioned his own name. When the man had gone, I rose from the rumpled bed and walked around tidying up the room, remaking the bed carefully, emptying the ashtray and putting the glass away, actually wiping the trace of his shoes from the parquet floor. I cannot abide any sort of disorder. And touching my things, my books, the Austen, the Henry James, the Naipaul, and the Virginia Woolf, the silver brush and comb set, the photo of Mother as a young woman in its silver frame, the cut-glass bowl, the petty-point cushion, my rings, the cameo brooch, the creams for my face, the clothes in my closet, my suitcases, and the straw bag I used on my walks. Somehow the room looked bare to me, as though something was missing. It even occurred to me that the man might have taken something from me, but when I checked, nothing was actually gone. I took a long shower and scrubbed my skin with a loofah, dusted and perfumed my body, creamed my face. I felt a sudden need for air. I went over and opened the window and stood there gasping for a while, taking in great deep gulps of night air. I realized as I stood there that a light rain was falling. I could hear the sound of the water dripping into the gutters and smell the damp earth. The weather had changed. I stood looking up at what I knew were the mountains, trying to make out their shape in the mist and the dark of the night. There was no moon visible over Gardner, not even a lone star in the sky. The heavy presence of the mountains, unseen, was suddenly quite unbearable to me. I felt an attack of my complaint coming on. A sudden breathlessness overwhelmed me. I reached for my inhalator. I shivered and began to cough. I was certain I was feverish. I had caught cold. I had been rash, remaining so long on the terrace that evening talking to a stranger, and then standing before the window in the damp night air after a hot shower. I knew all too well how dangerous a cold could be for someone with my illness. I wrapped myself hurriedly in a gown and climbed into bed, but I was unable to sleep. As I lay there tossing back and forth, alternately hot and then cold, through what remained of the night, that absurd thought came to me again. It seemed to me that I could still hear, would go on hearing, in the rustlings and heavings, in the creaks and the muffled cries, in all the anonymous sounds of the night, the man's crepe-soled shoes squeaking. Long Distance by Jane Smiley. Copyright 1987 by Jane Smiley. First appeared in the Atlantic Monthly. Reprinted from The Age of Grief by Jane Smiley by permission of Alfred A. Knopf, Incorporated. Long Distance is included in Jane Smiley's short story collection The Age of Grief, published by Knopf in 1987. Her fourth novel, The Greenlanders, is being published by Knopf in 1988. Kirby Christensen is standing under the shower, fiddling with the hot water spigot and thinking four apparently simultaneous thoughts. That there is never enough hot water in this apartment, that there was always plenty of hot water in Japan, that Miko will be here in 4 days, and that he is unable to control Miko's expectations of him in any way. The thoughts of Miko are accompanied by a feeling of anxiety as strong as the sensation of the hot water, and he would like the water to flow through him and wash it away. He turns from the shower head and bends backward so that the stream can pour over his face. When he shuts off the shower, the phone is ringing. A sense that it has been ringing for a long time, can a mechanical noise have a quality of desperation, propels him naked and dripping into the living room. He picks up the phone, and his caller, as he has suspected, is Miko. Perhaps he is psychic. Perhaps this is only a coincidence, or perhaps no one else has called him in the past week or so. The connection has a crystalline clarity that tricks him into not allowing for the satellite delay. He is already annoyed after the first hello. Miko's voice is sharp, high, very Japanese, although she speaks superb English. He says, "Hello, Miko," and he sounds annoyed, as if she called him too much, although she has only called once to give him her airline information and once to change it. Uncannily attuned to the nuances of his voice, she says, "Oh, Kirby," and falls silent. Now there will be a flurry of tedious apologies on both sides. He is tempted to hang up on her, call her back, and blame his telephone, faulty American technology. But he can't be certain that she is at home. So he says, "Hello, Miko? Hello, Miko? Hello, Miko?" more and more loudly, as if her voice were fading. His strategy works. She shouts, "Can you hear me, Kirby? I can hear you, Kirby." He holds the phone away from his ear. He says, "That's better. Yes, I can hear you now." "Kirby, I cannot come. I cannot go through with my plan. My father has lung cancer. We learned this morning." He has never met the father, has seen the mother and the sister only from a distance, at a department store. "Can you hear me, Kirby?" "Yes, Miko. I don't know what to say." "You don't have to say anything. I have said to my mother that I am happy to stay with her. She is considerably relieved." "Can you come later in the spring?" "My lie was that this Melville seminar I was supposed to attend would be offered just this one time, which was why I had to go now." "I'm sorry." "I know that I am only giving up pleasure. I know that my father might die." As she says this, Kirby is looking out his front window at the snowy roof of the house across the street, and he understands at once from the hopeless tone of her voice that to give up the pleasure that Miko has promised herself is harder than to die. He understands that in his whole life he has never given up a pleasure that he cherished as much as Miko cherished this one. He understands that in a just universe the father would rather die alone than steal such a pleasure from his daughter. All these thoughts occur simultaneously, and are accompanied by a lifting of the anxiety he felt in the shower. She isn't coming. She is never coming. He is off the hook. He says, "But it's hard for you to give it up, Miko. It is for me, too. I'm sorry." The sympathetic tones in his voice wreck her self-control, and she begins to weep. In the 5 months that Kirby knew Miko in Japan, and in the calls between them since, she has never shed a tear, hardly ever let herself be caught in a low moment, but now she weeps with absolute abandon in long, heaving sobs, saying, "Oh, oh, oh," every so often. Once the sounds fade, as if she has put down the phone, but he does not dare hang up, does not even dare move the phone from one ear to the other. This attentive listening is what he owes to her grief, isn't it? If she had come and he had disappointed her, as he would have, this is how she would have wept in solitude after swallowing her disappointment in front of him. But her father has done it, not him. He can give her a little company, after all. He presses the phone so hard to his ear that it hurts. The weeping goes on for a long time, and he is afraid to speak and interfere with what will certainly be her only opportunity to give way to her feelings. She gives one final wailing, "Oh," and begins to cough and choke. Finally she quiets, and then sighs. After a moment of silence, she says, "Kirby, you should not have listened." "How could I hang up?" "A Japanese man would have." "You sound better if you are back to comparing me with Japanese men." "I'm going to hang up now, Kirby. I am sorry not to come. Goodbye." "Don't hang up." "Goodbye." "Miko?" "Goodbye, Kirby." "Call me. Call me again." He is not sure that she hears him. He looks at the phone and then puts it on the cradle. 2 hours later he is on the highway. This is, after all, 2 days before Christmas, and he is on his way to spend the holidays with his 2 brothers and their wives and children, whom he hasn't seen in years. He has thought little about this visit, beyond buying a few presents. Miko's coming loomed, imposing and problematic. They had planned to drive out west together. She had paid extra so that she could land in Minneapolis and return from San Francisco. And he had looked forward to seeing the mountains again. They had made reservations on a bus that carries tourists into Yellowstone Park in the winter to look at the smoky geysers and the wildlife and the snow. The trip would have seemed very American to her, buffalo and men in cowboy boots and hats. But it seemed very Japanese to him. Deep snow, dark pines, sharp mountains. The storm rolls in suddenly, the way it sometimes does on I-35 in Iowa, startling him out of every thought except alertness. Snow swirls everywhere, blotting out the road, the other cars, sometimes even his own front end. The white of his headlights reflects back at him, so that he seems to be driving into a wall. He can hardly force himself to maintain 35 miles an hour, although he knows he must. To stop would be to invite a rear-end collision. And the shoulder of the road is invisible. Only the white line, just beside the left front corner of the car, reveals itself intermittently as the wind blows the snow off the pavement. He ejects the tape he is playing and turns on the radio to the state weather station. He notices that his hand is shaking. He could be killed. The utter blankness of the snowy whirl gives him a way of imagining what it would be like to be dead. He doesn't like the feeling. He remembers reading 2 winters ago about an elderly woman whose son dropped her off at her apartment. She discovered that she had forgotten her key, and with the wind chill factor at 80 below zero, she froze before she got to the manager's office. The winter before that, a kid who broke his legs in a snowmobile accident crawled 3 miles to the nearest farmhouse. No gloves, only a feed cap on his head. 20 below, 30 below. The papers always make a big deal of the temperature. Including wind chill, 70, 100 below. Kirby carries a flashlight, a down sleeping bag, a sweatshirt that reads University of Nebraska, gloves and mittens. His car has new tires, front-wheel drive, and plenty of antifreeze. He has a thermos of coffee. But the horror stories roll through his mind anyway. A family without boots or mittens struggles 2 miles to a McDonald's through high winds, blowing snow, 30 below. Why would they travel in that weather? Kirby always thinks when he reads the papers. But of course they do. He does. Always has. A gust takes the car just for a second, and Kirby grips the wheel more tightly. The same gust twists the enveloping snow aloft and reveals the Clear Lake rest stop. Kirby is tempted to stop, tempted not to. He has, after all, never died before, and he has driven through worse than this. He passes the rest stop. Lots of cars are huddled there, but then lots of cars are still on the highway. Maybe the storm is letting up. As soon as he has passed the rest stop, He thinks of Miko, her weeping. She might never weep like that again, even if she heard of his death. The connection in her mind between the two of them, the connection that she allowed to stretch into the future despite all his admonitions and all her resolutions, is broken now. Her weeping was the sound of its breaking. And if he died here in the next 10 minutes, how would she learn of it? His brothers wouldn't call her, not even if she were still coming, because they didn't know she had planned to come. And if she were ever to call him back, she would get only a disconnect message and would assume that he had moved. He could think of no way that she could hear of his death, even though no one would care more than she would. These thoughts fill him with self-pity, but at least they drive out the catalogue of horror. Station wagon skids into bridge abutment, 2 people are killed, 2 paralyzed from the neck down, mother survives unharmed, walks to nearby farmhouse. Kirby weighs the boredom and good fellowship he will encounter sitting out the storm at a truck stop against possible tragedy. Fewer cars are on the road, more are scattered on the median strip. Inertia carries him onward. He is almost to Minnesota, after all, where they really know how to take care of the roads. He will stop at the tourist center and ask about conditions. But he drives past the tourist center by mistake, lost in thought. He decides to stop in Faribault. But by then the snow seems to be tapering off. Considering the distance he has traveled, Minneapolis isn't far now. He checks the odometer. Only 50 miles or so. An hour and a half away at this speed. His mind eases over the numbers with customary superhighway confidence, but at once he imagines himself reduced to walking in this storm, with only a flashlight, a thermos of coffee, a University of Nebraska sweatshirt, and the distance swells to infinity. Were he reduced to his own body, his own power, it might be too far to walk just to find a telephone. For comfort he calls up images of Japan and southern China, something he often does. That he produces these images is the one tangible change that his travels have made in him. So many human eyes have looked upon every scene there for so many eons that every sight has an arranged quality. A flowering branch in the foreground, a precipitous mountainside in the background, a small bridge between. A path with 2 women in red kimonos that winds up a hillside. A white room with pearly rice-paper walls and a futon on the mat-covered floor, branches of cherry blossoms in a vase in the corner. They seem like pictures, but they are scenes he has actually looked upon. On a 3-day trip out of Hong Kong into southern China, with some other teachers from his school on a trip to Kyoto, and at Akira's house. Akira was a fellow teacher at his school who befriended him. His house had 4 rooms, 2 Japanese style and 2 Western style. He remembers, of course, other scenes of Japan. Acres of buses, faces staring at his westernness, the polite but bored rows of students in his classroom, when he is trying to decide whether to go back there. But these are not fixed, have no power. They are just memories, like memories of bars in Lincoln or the pig houses on his grandfather's farm. And so he survives the storm. He pulls into the driveway of Harold's new house, one he has not seen, though it is in a neighborhood he remembers from junior high school. The storm is over. Harold has his snowblower out and is making a path from the driveway to his front door. With the noise and because his back is turned, he is unaware of Kirby's arrival. Kirby stops the car, stretches, and looks at his watch. 7 hours for a 4-hour trip. Kirby lifts his shoulders and rotates his head, but does not beep his horn just yet. The fact is that he has frightened himself with the blinding snow, the miles of slick and featureless landscape, thoughts of Japan, and the thousands and thousands of miles between here and there. His car might be a marble that has rolled only by luck into a safe corner. He presses his fingers against his eyes and stills his breathing. Harold turns around, grins, and shuts off the snowblower. It is a Harold identical to the Harold that Kirby has always known. Same bright snowflake ski hat, same bright ski clothing. Harold has spent his whole life skiing and ski jumping. His bushy beard grows up to the hollows of his eyes, and when he leans into the car, his mustache is, as always, crusted with ice. "Hey," he says. He backs away, and Kirby opens the car door. "Made it," Kirby says. That is all he will say about the trip. The last thing he wants to do is start a discussion about near misses. Compared with some of Harold's near misses, this is nothing. In fact, near misses on the highway aren't worth mentioning unless a lot of damage has been done to the car. Kirby knows of near misses that Harold has never dared to describe to anyone besides him, because they show a pure stupidity that even Harold has the sense to be ashamed of. Over dinner, sweet and savory Nordic fare that Kirby is used to but doesn't much like, he begins to react to his day. The people around the table, his relatives, waver in the smoky candlelight, and Kirby imagines that he can feel the heat of the flames on his face. The other people at the table seem unfamiliar. Leanne, Harold's wife, he has seen only once, at their wedding. She is handsome and self-possessed looking, but she sits at the corner of the table like a guest in her own house. Eric sits at the head, and Mary Beth, his wife, jumps up and down to replenish the food. This assumption of primogeniture is a peculiarity of Eric's that has always annoyed Kirby, but even aside from that, they have never gotten along. Eric does his best, earnest handshake and smile each time they meet, 2 newsy letters every year, pictures of the children, known between Harold and Kirby as the little victims. Eric has a Ph.D. from Columbia in American history, but he does not teach. He writes for a conservative think tank, articles that appear on the op-ed pages of newspapers and in the think tank's own publications. He specializes in the family. Kirby and Harold have made countless jokes at Eric's expense. Kirby knows that more will be made this trip, if only in the form of conspiratorial looks, rolling eyes. Eric's hobby, Mary Beth's too, for they share everything, is developing each nuance of his Norwegian heritage into a fully realized ostentation. Mary Beth is always busy, usually baking. That's all Kirby knows about her and all he cares to know. Across the table, Anna, their older daughter, pale, blue-eyed, cool, seems to be staring at him, but Kirby can hardly see her. He is thinking about Miko. Kirby looks at his watch. It is very early morning in Osaka. She is probably about to wake up. Her disappointment will have receded hardly a particle, will suck her down as soon as she thuds into consciousness. "Oh, oh, oh!" He can hear her cries as clearly as if they were vibrating in the air. He is amazed at having heard such a thing, and he looks carefully at the women around the table. Miko would be too eager to please here, always looking after Mary Beth and Leanne, trying to divine how she might be helpful. Finally, Mary Beth would speak to her with just a hint of sharpness, and Miko would be crushed. Her eyes would seek Kirby's for reassurance, and he would have none to give. She would be too little, smaller even than Anna, and her voice would be too high and quick. These thoughts give him such pain that he stares for relief at Kristen, Eric's youngest, age 3, who is humming over her dinner. She is round-faced and paunchy, with dark hair cut straight across her forehead and straight around her collar. From time to time she and Leanne exchange merry glances. Harold is beside him. That, at least, is familiar and good, and it touches Kirby with a pleasant sense of expectation, as if Harold, at any moment, might pass him a comic book or a stick of gum. In fact, Harold does pass him something, an icy-cold beer, which cuts the sweetness of the food and seems to adjust all the figures around the table so that they stop wavering. Of course his eyes open well before daylight, but he dares not move. He is sharing a room with Harold the younger, Eric's son, whose bed is between his and the door. He worries that if he gets up, he will stumble around and crash into walls and wake Harold. The digits on the clock beside Harold's bed read 5:37, but when Kirby is quiet, he can hear movement elsewhere in the house. When he closes his eyes, the footsteps present themselves as a needle and thread, stitching a line through his thoughts. He has just been driving. His arms ache from gripping the wheel. The car slides diagonally across the road toward the median. It slides and slides through streams of cars toward a familiar exit, the Marshalltown exit, off to the left, upward. His eyes open again. The door of the room is open, and Anna is looking in. After a moment she turns and goes away. It is 6:02. Sometime later Leanne passes with Isaac, the baby, in her arms. Kirby cannot bear to get up and face his brothers and their families. As always, despair presents itself aesthetically. The image of Harold's and Leanne's living room, matching plaid wing chairs and couch, a triple row of wooden pegs by the maple front door, seems to Kirby the image of the interior of a coffin. The idea of spending 5 years, 10 years, a lifetime with such furniture makes him gasp. But his own apartment, armchair facing the television, which sits on a spindly coffee table, is worse. Mary Beth and Eric's place, where he has been twice, is the worst, because it's pretentious. They have antique wooden trunks and high-backed benches painted blue with stenciled flowers in red and white. Everything they own is blue and white, or white and blue, and Nordic primitif. Now even the Japanese images he calls up are painful. The pearly white Japanese-style room in Akira's house was bitterly cold in the winter, and he spent one night there only half sleeping, his thighs drawn to his chest, the perimeters of the bed too cold even to touch. His head throbbing, Kirby lies pinned to the bed by impossibility. He literally can't summon up a room, a stick of furniture, that he can bear to think of. Harold the Younger rolls over and groans, turning his 12-year-old face toward Kirby's. His mouth opens, and he breathes noisily. It is 6:27. Not until breakfast, when Leanne sets a bowl of raisin bran before him on the table, does he recall the appearance of Anna in the door to his room, and then it seems odd, especially when, 10 minutes later, she enters the kitchen in her bathrobe, yawning. 5th grade. Only 5th grade. He can see that now, but the night before, and in the pre-dawn darkness, she had seemed older, more threatening, the way girls get at 14 and 15. "Cereal, sweetie?" Leanne says, and Anna nods, scratching. She sits down without a word and focuses on the back of the Cheerios box. Kirby decides that he was dreaming and puts the incident out of his mind. Harold, of course, is at his store, managing the Christmas rush, and the house is less festive in his absence. Eric has sequestered himself in Leanne's sewing room with his computer, and as soon as Anna stands up from breakfast, Mary Beth begins to arrange the day's kitchen schedule. Kirby rinses his cup and goes into the living room. It is 9 in the morning, and the day stretches before him, empty. He walks through the plaid living room to the window, where he regards the outdoor thermometer. It reads 4 degrees below zero. Moments later it is 5 degrees below zero. Moments after that he is standing beside Harold's bar, pouring himself a glass of bourbon. He is already drunk it when Anna appears in the doorway, dressed now, and staring at him again. She makes him think of Miko again. Though the child is blonde and self-contained, she is Miko's size. Last evening, when he was thinking of Miko, he was looking at Anna. He says, attempting jovial warmth, "Good morning, Anna. Why do you keep staring at me?" She is startled. "I don't. I was looking at the bookshelves." "But you stared at me last night at dinner, and you came to the door of my room early this morning. I know, because I was awake." "No, I didn't." But then she softens and says with eager curiosity, "Are you a socialist?" While Kirby is trying not to laugh, he hears Mary Beth sing from the kitchen. "Anna, your brother's going sledding. You want to go?" Anna turns away before Kirby can answer, and mounts the stairs. A "no" floats glassy and definite from the second floor. Kirby sits down in one of the plaid armchairs and gazes at an arrangement of greenery and shiny red balls and candles that sits on a table behind the couch. He gazes and gazes, contemplating the notion of Eric and Mary Beth discussing his politics and his life. He is offended. He knows that if he were to get up and do something, he would stop being offended, but he gets up only to pour himself another drink. It is nearly 10. Books are around everywhere, and Kirby picks one up. People keep opening doors and coming in, having been elsewhere. Harold comes home for lunch. Leanne and Isaac return from the grocery store and the hardware store. Harold the Younger stomps in, covered with snow from sledding, eats a sandwich, and stomps out again. Eric opens the sewing room door, takes a turn through the house, goes back in again. He does this 3 times, each time failing to speak to Kirby, who is sitting quietly. Perhaps he does not see him. He is an old man, Kirby thinks, and his rear has spread considerably in the past 4 years. He is 36 going on 50, round-shouldered, wearing slacks rather than jeans. What a jerk. But then Kirby's bad mood twists into him, and he lets his head drop on the back of his chair. What is a man? Kirby thinks. What is a man? What is a man? It is someone, Eric would say, who votes, owns property, has a wife, worries. It is someone, Harold would say, who can chop wood all day and make love all night, who can lift his 25-pound son above his head on the palm of his hand. After lunch, the men all vanish again, even Isaac, who's taking a nap. In various rooms, the women do things. They make no noise. Harold's house is the house of a wealthy man, Kirby realizes. It is large enough to be silent and neat most of the time, the sort of house Kirby will never own. It is Harold and Eric who are alike now. Only Kirby's being does not extend past his fingertips and toes to family, real estate, reputation. Sometime in the afternoon, when Kirby is still sitting quietly and his part of the room is shadowed by the movement of the sun to the other side of the house, Kristen comes in from the kitchen, goes straight to the sofa, pulls off one of the cushions, and begins to jump repeatedly from the cushion to the floor. When he says, "Kristen, what are you doing?" she is not startled. She says, "Jumping." "Do you like to jump?" She says, "It's a beautiful thing to do," in her matter-of-fact, deep 3-year-old voice. Kirby can't believe she knows what she is saying. She jumps 3 or 4 more times and then runs out again. At dinner she is tired and tiresome. When Eric tells her to eat a bite of her meat, ham cooked with apricots, she looks him right in the face and says, "No." "One bite," he says. "I mean it." "No, I mean it." She looks up at him. He puts his napkin on the table and pushes back his chair. In a moment he has swept her through the doorway and up the stairs. She is screaming. A door slams and the screaming is muffled. When he comes down and seats himself, carefully laying his napkin over his slacks, Anna says, "It's her body." The table quiets. Eric says, "What?" "It's her body." "What does that mean?" "She should have control over her own body. Food, other stuff. I don't know." She has started strong, but weakens in the face of her father's glare. Eric inhales sharply, and Kirby cannot restrain himself. He says, "How can you disagree with that? It sounds self-evident to me." "Does it? The child is 3 years old. How can she have control over her own body when she doesn't know anything about it? Does she go out without a coat, if it's 20 below zero? Does she eat only cookies for 3 days? Does she wear a diaper until she's 5? This is one of those phrases they are using these days. They all mean the same thing." "What do they mean?" As Kirby speaks, Leanne and Mary Beth look up, no doubt wishing that he had a wife or a girlfriend here to restrain him. Harold looks up too. He is grinning. Eric shifts in his chair, uncomfortable. Kirby suddenly realizes it being predictably stuffy once again. Eric says, "It's Christmas. Let's enjoy it." Harold says, "Principles are principles any day of the year." Eric takes the bait and lets himself say, "The family is constituted for a purpose, which is the sometimes difficult socialization of children. For a certain period of their lives, others control them. In early childhood, others control their bodies. They are taught to control themselves. Even Freud says that the young barbarian has to be taught to relinquish his feces, sometimes by force." "Good Lord, Eric," Leanne says. Eric is red in the face. "Authority is a principle I believe in." He looks around the table, and then at Anna, openly angry that she has gotten him into this. Across Anna's face flits a look that Kirby has seen before, has seen on Miko's face, a combination of self-doubt and resentment molded into composure. "Patriarchy is what you mean," Kirby says, realizing from the tone of his own voice that rage has replaced sympathy and, moreover, is about to get the better of him. "Why not? It works." "For some people at a great cost. Why should daughters be sacrificed to the whims of the father?" He should stop now. He doesn't. "Just because he put his dick somewhere once or twice." The result of too many bourbons too early in the day. In my opinion—" Eric seems not to notice the vulgarity, but Harold, beside Kirby, snorts with pleasure. "I don't want to talk about this," Leanne says. Kirby blushes and falls silent, knowing that he has offended her. It is one of those long holiday meals, and by the time they get up from the table, Kirby feels as if he has been sitting in a dim, candlelit corner most of his life. There is another ritual, the Christmas Eve unwrapping of presents, and by that time Kirby realizes that he is actively intoxicated and had better watch his tone of voice and his movements. Anna hands out the gifts with a kind of rude bashfulness, and Kirby is surprised at the richness of the array. From Harold he has gotten a cotton turtleneck and a wool sweater in bright, stylish colors. From Leanne a pair of very fancy gloves. From Isaac 3 pairs of rag-wool socks. From Eric's family, as a group, a blue terry-cloth robe and sheepskin slippers. When they open his gifts, he is curious to see what the wrappings reveal. He has bought it all so long before. Almost everything is some gadget available in Japan, but not yet in the States. Everyone peers and oohs and ahs. It gives Kirby a headache and a sense of his eyeballs expanding and contracting. Tomorrow night he will be on his way home again, and though he cannot bear to stay here after all, he cannot bear to go either. He drifts toward the stairs, intending to go to bed, but Harold looms before him, grinning and commanding. "Your brain needs some oxygen, brother," he says. Then they are putting on their parkas, and then they are outside, in a cold so sharp that Kirby's nose, the only exposed part of him, stings. Harold strides down the driveway, slightly ahead of him, and Kirby expects him to speak, either for or against Eric, but he doesn't. He only walks. The deep snow is so solidly frozen that it squeaks beneath their boots. The only thing Harold says the whole time they are walking is, 22 below, not counting the wind chill. Feels good, doesn't it? Feels dangerous, Kirby says. It is, Harold says. The neighborhood is brightly decorated, and the colored lights have their effect on Kirby. For the first time in 3 Christmases, he feels a touch of the mystery that he thinks of as the Christmas spirit. Or maybe it is love for Harold. Back at the house, everyone has gone to bed except Leanne and Mary Beth, who are drying dishes and putting them away. They are also, Kirby realizes, after Harold strides through the kitchen and up the stairs, arguing, although with smiles and in polite tones. Kirby goes to a cabinet and lingers over getting himself a glass for milk. Mary Beth says, "Kristen will make the connection. She's old enough." "I can't believe that." "She saw all the presents being handed out and unwrapped, and Anna will certainly make the connection." "Anna surely doesn't believe in Santa Claus anymore." "Unofficially, probably not." "It's Isaac's first Christmas," Leanne says. "He'll like all the wrappings." "I wish you'd thought of that before you wrapped the family presents and his Santa presents in the same paper." "That's a point, too. They're his presents. I don't think Kristen will notice them." "If they're the only wrapped presents, she will. She notices everything." Now Leanne turns and gazes at Mary Beth, her hands on her hips. A long silence follows. Leanne flicks a glance at Kirby, who pretends not to notice. Finally she says, "All right, Mary Beth. I'll unwrap them." "Thank you," Mary Beth says. "I'll finish this if you want." Kirby goes out of the kitchen and up to his bedroom. The light is already off, and Harold the Younger is on his back, snoring. When he gets up an hour later, too drunk to sleep, Kirby sees Leanne arranging the last of Santa's gifts under the tree. She turns the flash of her glance upon him as he passes through the living room to the kitchen. He says, uncomfortable. "Can't sleep." "Want some cocoa? I always make some before I go to bed." He stops. "Yeah, why not? Am I mistaken, or have you been up since about 6 a.m.? "About that, but I'm always wired at midnight, no matter what." He follows her into the kitchen, remembering now that they have never conversed, and wishing that he had stayed in bed. He has drunk himself stupid. Whatever words he has in him have to be summoned from very far down. He sits at the table. After a minute he puts his chin in his hand. After a long, blank, rather pleasant time, the cocoa is before him, marshmallow and all. He looks at it. When Leanne speaks, Kirby is startled, as if he had forgotten that she was there. "Tired?" she says. "Too much to drink." "I noticed." "I don't have anything more to say about it." "I'm not asking." He takes a sip of his cocoa. He says, "Do you all see much of Eric and family?" "They came last Christmas. He came by himself in the summer, to a conference on the future of the family." "So you have to put up with him, right?" "Harold has a 3-day limit. I don't care." "I noticed you unwrapped all Isaac's presents." She shrugs, picks at the sole of her boot. She yawns without covering her mouth, and then says, "Oh, I'm sorry." She smiles warmly, looking right at him. "I am crazy about Kristen. Crazy enough to not chance messing up Christmas for her. Today she told me that jumping off a cushion was a beautiful thing to do." Leanne smiles. "Yesterday she said that it was wonderful of me to give her a napkin. You know, I don't agree with Eric about that body stuff. I think they naturally do what is healthy for them. Somebody did an experiment with 1-year-olds, gave them a range of foods to choose from, and they always chose a balanced diet. They also want to be toilet trained sooner or later. I think it's weird the way Eric thinks that every little thing is learned rather than realized." "That's a nice phrase." He turns his cup handle so that it points away and then back in his direction. Finally he says, "Can I tell you about something?" "Sure." "Yesterday a friend of mine called me from Japan, a woman, to say that she couldn't come visit me. Her father has cancer. She had planned to arrive here the day after tomorrow, and we were going to take a trip out west. It isn't important exactly. I don't know." Leanne is silent but attentive, picking at the sole of her boot. Now that he has mentioned it, the memory of Miko's anguish returns to him like a glaring light or a thundering noise, so enormous that he is nearly robbed of the power to speak. He pushes it out. "She can't come now. Ever. She probably won't ever call or write me again. And really, this has saved her. She had all sorts of expectations that I couldn't have, well, wouldn't have fulfilled, and if she had come, she would have been permanently compromised." "Did you have some kind of affair when you were there?" "For a few months. She's very pretty. I think she's the prettiest woman I've ever seen. She teaches mathematics at the school where I was teaching. After I'd been with Miko for a few weeks, I realized that no one, maybe in her whole adult life, had asked her how she was, or had put his arm around her shoulders, or had taken care of her in any way. The slightest affection was like a drug she couldn't get enough of." "What did you feel?" "I liked her. I really did. I was happy to see her when she came by. But she longed for me more than I have ever longed for anything." "You were glad to leave?" "I was glad to leave." "So what's the problem?" "When she called yesterday, she broke down completely. I listened. I thought it was the least I could do, but now I think that she is compromised. Japanese people are very private. It scares me how much I must have embarrassed her. I look back on the spring and the summer and yesterday's call, and I see that one by one I broke down every single one of her strengths, everything she had equipped herself with to live in a Japanese way. I was so careful for a year and a half. I didn't date Japanese women, and I was very distant. But then I was so lonely, and she was so pretty, and I thought, well, she's 27, and she lives in this sophisticated city, Osaka. But mostly I was lonely." Leanne gazes across the table in that way of hers, calm and considering. Finally she says, "Eric comes in for a lot of criticism around here. His style's all wrong, for one thing, and he drives Harold the younger and Anna crazy. But I've noticed something about him. He never tries to get something for nothing. I admire that. Now Kirby looks around the room, at the plants on the windowsill, the hoarfrost on the window panes, the fluorescent light harsh on the stainless steel sink, and it seems to him that all at once, now that he realizes it, his life and Miko's have taken their final form. She is nearly too old to marry, and by the end of her father's cancer and his life, she will be much too old. And himself. Leanne's cool remark has revealed his permanent smallness. He looks at his hands, first his knuckles, then his palms. He says, "It seems so dramatic to say that I will never get over this." Does it? To me it seems like saying that what people do is important. And though he looks at her intently, seeking some sort of pardon, she says nothing more, only picks at her boot for a moment or two, and then gets up and puts their cups in the sink. He follows her out of the kitchen, through the living room. She turns out all the lights, so that the house is utterly dark. At the bottom of the stairs, unable to see anything, he stumbles against her and excuses himself. There, soft and fleeting, he feels a disembodied kiss on his cheek, and her voice, nearly a whisper, says, "Merry Christmas, Kirby. I'm glad you're here." Arcola Girls by Philip F. Deaver. Copyright 1987 by the University of Georgia Press. First appeared in New England Review and Breadloaf Quarterly. Reprinted from Silent Retreats by Philip Deaver by permission of the University of Georgia Press. Philip F. Deaver lives in Longwood, Florida, with his wife Cindy and 3 children. He was raised in Tuscola, Illinois, 7 miles north of Arcola. His collection of stories, Silent Retreats, won the Flannery O'Connor Award for short fiction and is due out this spring from the University of Georgia Press. On Saturday night, Arcola girls would come north on the 2-lane for the dance. The road, Route 45, was flat, and the grass grew right up to the edge, crowding in on them, narrowing the alley of their headlight beam. With their windows open, they could smell the warm, damp night air and the cornfields as they came. They could hear everywhere the swarms of crickets. Sometimes grasshoppers would land right on the windshield or thump onto the hood. Crows would sweep from the wires, stay on the road until the last moment, picking at run-over barn cats and field mice. The car tires would thump on the seams of the concrete road. It was a 7-mile drive. By 8 in the evening, their white Chevys and green Mustangs and burgundy Corvairs would be cruising through the drive-in and making the Webster Park loop. They would glide through the downtown, past the community building where the dance was just getting started. Sometimes you'd hear their tires screech as they stopped, or they'd peel out at the intersection, showing off. You could hear them laughing. One of them, named Kelly, had beautiful blonde hair, long like that of Mary Travers. There was one named Karen, who was famous for singing like Connie Francis, and sometimes at the dance she'd join the band and sing Where the Boys Are, just for fun. Another, Sandra, was very tall, and her hair was ratted in a bubble after the fashion. She had odd eye habits, always seeming to observe. Sometimes, playing in the park, she'd be running. Her strides were long and confident, like a boy's. They all wore shorts and colorful sweatshirts, white tennis shoes. At the dance they would huddle together in a corner, doing committee work on the latest rumor, the latest dirty joke. Sandra, alert in the corners of her eyes, would look over her shoulder in case anyone was coming. "I think you love those girls," my girlfriend said to me on the phone one night. "The way you watch them." There were 2 bad S-curves in the road from Arcola. They were where the highway was rerouted 50 yards west of itself for a certain short stretch, because it would always flood in a heavy rain and people would get killed. So, instead, people got killed in the curves. Late one night in that particular summer, early June, Karen, with another Arcola girl named Marie, ran off the road at high speed on their way home. They went over the ditch and deep into the weeds, through a fence, flipped into a field. They weren't found until morning. The crumpled ghost of their Chevy rusted most of the summer and part of the fall where the wrecker let it down, half a block from the Dairy Queen and the wreck lot of Ford Motor Sales. I don't know what the fascination was, but sometimes I'd go by there. Through the crunched, blue-tinted windows, in the folds of the damp, bent seats, I could see a Beatles album and a soggy package of Cools. There were stains of blood in the driver's seat. One of their shoes was decomposing in the gravel next to the car. I'd find myself staring. This was before Vietnam really got going. Back then, the whole idea of people dying who were about my age was a rare and somehow fascinating thing. The Arcola girls, Karen and Marie, they were the first I remember. There was one Arcola girl named Rhonda Hart, a wild girl with dark brown hair and strange blue cat-like eyes. Each Saturday night, late, when the dance was almost over and the room was humid and warm like hot breath, a group would gather around Rhonda, who was by then dancing alone, doing, if the chaperones weren't looking, a pantomime of taking her clothes off to a grinding on-and-on rendition of Louie Louie that the local bands had turned into the theme of the summer. I remember that her legs were skinny, but she was round and ample under a pure white sweatshirt, and her menacing cat eyes stared into the group around her, mostly boys, her lips pouting like a bad girl. She'd make-believe unzip her candy-colored red shorts at the back, make-believe slip her panties off her hips and slide them down the skinny legs to the cold, cork-looking floor of the West Ridge Community Building. A little kick at the last, and, imaginary pale pink, they sailed through the imaginary air. And on she danced, her arms out to you. She was pretty good. At Webster Park there was an old bandstand the Arcola girls used to gather at on summer nights. They would park their cars in the deep shadows. The local high school boys would go there too, and in the black shade of the park maples they would all play, smoke, make out, the Lord knew what else. There were always whisperings, strange rumors going around. These were country girls. Maybe some of them might not have gotten a second look from the boys in Arcola, but in West Ridge they were exotic and different, from a place that, to us, then, seemed far away. They made the air palpable with sex and play. The first time I ever heard a girl say fuck, it was an Arcola girl, and she didn't say it mean or loud, but it seemed to echo all through Webster Park, down the length of it into the cluster of pine trees, beyond that to the ball diamonds, the deserted playground and city pool, the walking gardens. "You'd love to go out with one of those girls," my girlfriend would sometimes say. We'd be at the drive-in, and one of their cars might spin through. The curb hops would jump back to avoid it. I might crane my neck to see who it was. "Kathy says they're all dumb as posts," she'd say. Kathy was my girlfriend's friend. "Kathy should talk," I told her. I'd turn up the radio, the manic, rabble-rousing prattle of Dick Biondi, WLS. That summer a couple of classmates of mine, Bob Reed and Buzz Talbot, slipped into a slumber party in Arcola. They climbed through a bedroom window, bringing with them their sleeping bags and beer. Rumors were it had been some great party. The rumor was that somebody's farmer dad caught them, though, and there'd been a shotgun fired and a quick getaway. Bob Reed and the kid he paid who was taking shop had spent an afternoon rubbing out and painting a couple of pock marks on the white tailgate of his dad's pickup. Sarah, a buxom little Arcola cheerleader, maybe the prettiest in the whole group, got pregnant that summer and disappeared. They said she went to Texas. It seemed like everything you heard about the Arcola girls was an exotic, strange, wild tale, full of skin and possibilities. So, one Friday afternoon, I called up Rhonda Hart to ask her out. "Tonight?" She seemed real indignant. "Out where?" she said. "For Christ's sake," she added. She was chewing gum. "Give a girl some notice sometime, will ya?" It was her Mae West act. She was laughing. "A tune, a movie, champagne, I don't know." "A tune, a movie, champagne you don't know?" Shouldn't have called, I thought to myself. Her voice was hard and confident. The Righteous Brothers were playing in the background. I'm different from her, I was thinking. She knows more about the world. "We could just go talk or something. I don't know," I said. It was all wrong. "I'm not sure I know who you are even," she said. "My name's Tom Nichols," I told her. I tried to explain myself to her. Told her I was a friend of Bob Reed and ran cross-country with Talbot. Tried to recall for her times when I was the guy with somebody she did know when we were all doing something she might remember, such as getting a pizza or buying a Coke at the Sinclair station like a bunch of us did one night and all stood around making wisecracks. "Well, let's drive around Westridge. We don't have to go any place special," she said. "That'd be okay," I said. "I thought a movie, maybe." She was quiet a moment. "So you don't want to be seen with me, or what?" "Nah, I just want, I don't know, quiet or something, that's all." "Right." She laughed. She really liked that one. "Want to go dancing?" she said. "Up at the Chances Are? I heard the Artistics are up there. I love their lead singer. He looks exactly like Elvis. Let's go dancing." Sometimes I'd see her cruising with Bob Reed in his pickup. I knew she occasionally went out with him, and he was never known to dance. So what did they do when they went out? Couldn't we just do that, whatever it was? "Okay," I said. "We'll find a dance or something." "You don't sound real enthused." "I'm enthused." "You don't sound like it." "Look," I said, "I must be a little enthused. I'm calling you up." "Down, boy," she said, laughing, chewing her gum. She thought about it for a while. "Don't make it a gift from the gods or something," I said finally. "Right," she said. "Hang on." She put the phone against something soft to muffle the sound and was shouting. Then I heard the phone clank down and she was gone, to ask her mom. You'd always forget that Arcola girls had to ask their moms. "Yeah, I can go," she said when she came back all breathless. "What time?" "8, suit yourself," I said. "Dancing, right?" She seemed to be setting it out as a condition. 8 o'clock, I said. 7 or 8, she said. Whatever. After I hung up, I went out in the backyard and sat in a lawn chair. I was nervous about this. Rhonda seemed different from my girlfriend, rougher and faster. Then my sister yelled from the house that I had a call. "Hi, this is Rhonda," she said. I didn't say anything. I expected a cancellation. "Remember me?" she said, and laughed. "One more thing. Let's make it around 10:30, and you meet me at the bandstand at the park. What do you say?" 10:30? Right. She was talking quieter than in the first call. "No way," I said. "I got something going I forgot about. I can get loose by 10:30. "No." "What's wrong?" "It's too late." "Look," she said. "I want to introduce you to my friends. I'll ride up with Kelly, and you can bring me home. You know Kelly?" Kelly had the silky white blonde hair, freckles. "Yeah, I know her." "Well, I just talked to her, and she doesn't know you." I think I'm losing control of this. "Ha!" She seemed to fade away. Then she was back. "You can handle it. See you at the bandstand. 10:30. Wait if I'm late." She hung up. At 8, I was on the highway to Arcola. I decided to try to get to Rhonda before Kelly did. The sun was going down, and the Illinois sky was red in the west. The locusts were loud, wheeting in a pulsating rhythm. Much later the moon would rise, full and red, blood moon. Jupiter would linger near it all across the sky, stalking. The whole thing was a mistake. I'd never been to Arcola on my own mission, but I found her house, using the phone book in the booth just outside a place downtown called the Youth Center. I parked down the street on the opposite side and watched the house in my mirror. It was dusk. I got out of the car and walked back toward the place, trying to think what to say. I hadn't thought of anything by the time I knocked, and Rhonda's mother came to the door. She was all fixed up, maybe 39 or 40 years old. Her perfume wafted through the screen door. "Hi," I said. "Is Rhonda home?" I told her my name. "You're Tom? I thought she was with you," she said. I turned around to see if she was. A little joke. "Nope." Rhonda's mother didn't laugh. "I'm kind of late," I said. "Are you sure she isn't here?" "God, I'm almost sure she's gone," she said. "But I'll check." Her voice was raspy, had that same worldliness as Rhonda's. She asked me in and had me sit on the couch. There was what appeared to be a half-gone 7 and 7 on the coffee table. I heard her go up the stairs. There was a cat on the couch with me, staring at me, and there was the tank of fish in the room that I'd been able to see from the car. The whole room had the fragrance of Rhonda's mom's perfume. "Look," she said when she came back in, "I can't find her. I think she went out already. I thought I heard you come to pick her up half an hour ago. I'm really sorry, but she's gone." I sat there on the couch looking at her. "There are a couple of places you might find her, is all I can tell you," she said, sitting down next to the cat and facing me. I looked out the window into the Arcola night. I noticed that sometimes she herself was looking out, over my shoulder. I didn't say anything. I didn't move. "She might have gone to Westridge, is all I know. Although if she did, she's in trouble." Rhonda's mother was wearing a cotton blouse, a tight dark skirt. Her deeply tanned hand was on the back of the couch near me. Her fingernails were ruby red. The house was quiet, immaculately clean. My quietness was giving her some trouble. On the wall was a picture of Rhonda when she was little. Next to her, her father, a truck driver. They were posing in front of his fancy new semi. "I'm very sorry about this," she said to me. Her teeth were kind of crooked. "Maybe she took off because I was late or something." "I don't think so. There must have been some misunderstanding. She was looking forward to this. She really was. She probably told you I've had her grounded for a couple of weeks because of that drunken slumber party business. She's supposed to be with you right now. The condition for this whole thing was that she was going to the movies with you. She's in trouble." "Well," I said, "it was a misunderstanding, maybe." She was very pretty in a grown-up way, as she shrugged her shoulders and half smiled at me. "Well, she's in trouble." Rhonda's mom was standing up then, my invitation to go. "Good night, Tom," she said. "I'm sorry about this." On the way back to the car, I looked up at the sky. Moonless, clear as a bell. But a moon was coming. I remembered that from the night before. As I was pulling away, I noticed that a car behind me was passing slowly. I thought it might be Rhonda and Kelly. I drove around the block, and in those few moments Rhonda's mom had turned off the lights and locked up, and was darting across the dark yard to the car. It was a white Oldsmobile Starfire with the wide band of stainless steel on the side. I couldn't see the driver before the arching trees, and distance intervened. I imagined that Rhonda had gone north with Kelly and that Westridge was now aware of my foiled, clandestine date. I decided to drive around the streets of Arcola for a while. Westridge and Arcola, they were little towns. You could stand in the center of either of them, facing north, and see the bean fields at the city limits to the left and the right. Standing there at dawn, you could hear the roosters welcome the day out on the farms. In both towns there were the same white-clapboard houses with an occasional red brick estate, the same livery stalls down along the Illinois Central Railroad where the Amish parked when they came in from the country to shop. There was a grain elevator on the railroad, too, and a lumber yard, and an old hotel downtown. All the themes of Westridge played out in a variation in Arcola. I passed the Arcola policeman parked in the shadows up an alley, waiting. I could see the glow from his cigar as I passed. I would turn left at this corner, right at this one, for no reason, but it was a small town, and soon I was in front of Rhonda's house again. The lights were all off, except for a lamp near the fish tank in the living room. I decided to park and sit a while. Before long, Kelly's car pulled up next to mine. Rhonda looked over at me. I felt like I'd been caught doing something. Then Kelly pulled ahead of me and parked. I saw the car door open, and Rhonda was coming back my way, walking like a curb hop in her tennis shoes. "Is it you?" she said. No recognition whatever. "I thought we could go south from here and catch a movie in Mattoon," I said. Now Kelly was coming back too. "That's great," Rhonda said, "but it's not the plan. What about my friend?" She introduced me to Kelly, who did not quite look at me. She'd been kind of pretty at a distance, cruising by, but close up she had a hard mouth and a spacey stare. Both girls were chewing gum. I turned up WLS real loud. "What about my friend?" she said, talking over it. "Does Kelly have a date tonight?" I asked Rhonda. "No." "You do, I thought." Rhonda looked at Kelly impatiently, like I was missing the point. "She can come with us if you want," I said. "Look," she said, "I've got a problem with this. What are you doing at my house?" I looked up beyond the trees at the Arcola in big block letters on the water tower, lighted from somewhere below. I'd once climbed the Westridge water tower. "I mean, this is real creepy," she said. She looked back up the street, chewing her gum mouth open style. "Did you blow this thing with my mom?" "Blow what?" I said. She seemed real nice. Before she could say anything, I said, "Your mom says you're supposed to be with me. Let's just have an ordinary date. What do you say?" "I've got something I've got to do. That's what I say. Don't you understand that?" She looked at Kelly. "I think he blew it with my mom." Then back at me. "I've got something I've got to do," she said. Yeah, do that tomorrow night. Go with me now." "I'm busy tomorrow night." We both laughed at that one. "Look," she said, "Kelly and me talked about this. I was thinking maybe you'd come with us." I stared ahead. No answer. Finally she said, "Look, park the car over at the youth center and get in with us. We'll swing by and get it later. You know the center?" I was thinking about it. "Come on, I'm in a big hurry." She walked back to the car. Almost there, she turned around and gestured big. "I'm in a hurry." I parked my car at the youth center and climbed in with them. I sat in the back seat. They paid very little attention to me as we drove around. It was clear they were up to something. Maybe they even went a little out of their way to be mysterious. "She's supposed to be a good one," I heard Kelly say to Rhonda. "Right, I can imagine." She hummed the tune they play on Twilight Zone. "Seriously, she's got a certificate from some institute or something. What time is it?" Kelly reached into a grocery bag in the front seat. She pulled out a jar of kosher dills and handed it back to me. "Open this and you get the first one," she said, keeping her eyes on the street. I opened it, took a pickle, and handed the jar up front. They both chomped pickles for a while. "What time is it?" Kelly asked again. The radio answered the question. "Slow down, nutso," Rhonda said as we approached the alley where the cop was. "Hey, Fat Jack!" she shouted and waved as we went by. He remained where he was. When the evening train whistle sounded from out north of town, Kelly turned around in an alley and headed back toward the downtown. By the time we got there, the train was through and the Oak Street crossing gates were going back up to let people pass, except nobody was waiting. We drove down a lane along the railroad, a sort of alley. We went alongside the steel Quonset frame warehouses of the local broom-corn factory, passed the railroad depot completely closed down and boarded up, and pulled up in front of an old trailer. Dogs were barking off in the dark. "Where are we?" I asked them.
"We're at," Kelly said, "a dark, old house trailer."
"Wonderful." She laughed nervously, stared at the place, snapped her gum. Nobody came out.
"Looks pretty dark," she said in a loud whisper.
The nervous laugh again.
"Shall I honk?"
Kelly lightly tapped the horn a couple of times and blinked the lights. The neighborhood dogs intensified their barking. The trailer had burned at some time and had scorch marks above the windows. Several were completely out. Kelly turned around in her seat and asked me if I would go check in the trailer to see if the woman was in there. She reached down under the dash. "It's worth another pickle to me." She handed me a flashlight. "What woman?" I asked.
"Jesus, just go see if anybody's in that trailer, okay?"
So I went to have a look. The only thing not burned inside the trailer was one overstuffed couch. On it, sure enough, was a woman dressed in black. She was staring straight ahead, and the flashlight did not seem to startle her. "Ah, you're here," she said.
"Are you Kelly?"
she asked. "No, ma'am. Kelly would be a girl."
"What's that?"
she said, coming to the door. "Kelly would be a girl, ma'am," I said. "She would she? If what?" With my help, she stepped down from the trailer to the ground. "She's in the car, ma'am," I said. She was dressed in a black flowing robe. She smelled like scorched mattresses. "So, Kelly's a girl, is she? Where is she, then?" "Right, ma'am, she's in the car." I pointed toward the car, and we walked that way. She breathed hard as we went. We had to step over junk. "Who are you?" she asked. "I'm a friend of Rhonda's." "A friend of who?" "Rhonda." I shined the light ahead so she could see the clear path to the car. As we were getting there, she asked me, "So, how far's this barn?" "What barn would that be?" I asked. Kelly heard the question. "Hi," she said. "It's about 6 miles out." "Are you Rhonda?" "Kelly," Kelly and I answered simultaneously. The woman bent down and looked into the car on Rhonda's side. "Never mind names." Her eyebrows seemed unusually heavy. "I need to be back here in time for the Panama Limited, 10:52. Is that going to be a problem, you think?" "No," said Kelly. "What's that?" "No, ma'am," I said, for some reason acting as Kelly's interpreter. The woman sat in the back seat with me. She was maybe 60 and wore a dark paisley bandana in her graying hair. She was very serious. Kelly started the car and we headed out. "Did the train thing work okay?" Kelly asked her. "It worked very well. I thought it would. It's a whistle stop, real chancy, and sometimes they don't stop and you end up in Carbondale. But I knew they'd stop for an old woman. I come from the age of trains. We speak the same language." She was smiling as she said this. I tried to picture her, all in black like this, attempting to be a typical passenger on the Illinois Central. Now that we were heading out of town, the woman said, "Girls, I usually am paid in advance." Kelly looked over at Rhonda, who rummaged in her purse. She came up with a leather bag of change, which Kelly reached over and took and started to hand back. No telling how much. Rhonda stopped her. "You know Kelly's mother, right?" Rhonda asked. "Yes," the woman said. "And we don't want her or anyone else to know about this. You know that," Kelly said. "Yes." Rhonda handed over the bag. It disappeared into the black flowing clothes. "Onward, ladies," she said, satisfied. After we left the lights of town, there was very little talk in the car for a while. Occasionally Kelly and Rhonda might confer on the right direction. Out on the country road there was a roar of crickets and frogs. The air was almost hot coming in the back window. I slumped down. We were starting to get far enough north that we were in familiar parking territory for Westridge. We turned sure enough onto the Black River Road, crossed the old iron bridge, and went down into the bottoms. We turned onto the predictable tractor path, went along the river, and then across the field toward the barn, the great monument in Westridge parking lore. We were about 200 yards from the barn, on a tractor path serving as border between head-high corn and hip-high soybeans, when Kelly and I spotted something at exactly the same moment. "Oh, God, Rhonda, don't look," she said. "Don't look." And she actually groped to cover Rhonda's eyes. We were quietly passing the tail end of the White Star fire, partly hidden in the corn. Rhonda stared straight into it as we passed. "It can't be." "Don't look," Kelly said. "What's the deal, ladies?" the old woman said. "You're giving me the heebie-jeebies. What's happening?" "Nothing," Rhonda said. "We thought we saw somebody, but we didn't." "Out here?" the woman asked. "We thought so," Kelly said. "Wrong again, though." She tried to almost sing it. "Wrong again," Rhonda muttered. "Is that dumb or what?" she said to Kelly. "Coming here. Is that goddamn stupid or what?" She was saying this real quietly, her head down almost on her knees. How could this be happening? I sat frozen. I realized something amazing. Just as surely as the summer sky was blue, Rhonda's mom was an Arcola girl, too. We went on down the tractor path toward the barn, Rhonda staying low in her seat and saying nothing. Once she squirmed up and looked out the back window, but there was nothing to see. "You want to forget this?" Kelly said to her, referring to the woman in the back seat. "No big deal." "Oh, come now, ladies," the woman said. We parked the car at the side, and all of us went into the barn. The woman selected a spot on the dirt floor in the middle of the dark, musty space, and Kelly produced 6 candles from the same bag she'd gotten the pickles from. The woman lit them. Kelly and Rhonda sat, and the woman sat next to them, a triangle. Suddenly the woman looked at me. "He will have to join us or get out," she said. "Sit down here," Rhonda said to me. She was stricken, very tense. I sat down. "My boy, this is a seance, what we call a circle. We're here to call forth the spirits, and I'm not kidding. The good spirits of departed friends Karen Ann Kreitzer and Marie Beth McLean. Can you handle it?" She read the names off a small card in her hand, slipped it back into her robe. I looked at Rhonda. "They were our friends," she said to me, her voice actually trembling. I pictured their car in the wreck lot, the blood in the seat, and the shoe in the white gravel. The woman was bowing forward toward the ground, staring down, changing postures from moment to moment. The candles made the whole barn jump. Gray webs dangled from the crossbeams. "What happens if somebody drives up in the middle of this?" I whispered to Rhonda. "We won't be here real long or anything," Kelly said. The woman's arms were out, embracing us as a group. "Is there someone who can tell us of Karen and Marie?" she asked the night air. The night air was very quiet. "We wish for only good souls to speak to us. Friendly souls and no bad souls. Satan lives, and we want none of that. Does anyone know of Karen and Marie? And if you do, will you join our circle?" The river-bottom sycamores rustled. I realized I could hear the river. "We join our hands here to form a circle. We invite you to be with us here. We are all concentrating, thinking toward you, remembering you, your eyes, your smile." Her arms reached out on both sides, and she took the hands of the girls. Then they took mine. In the candlelight, the woman was alternately very soft and friendly-looking, then hard and witch-like. It depended on the candlelight, her movements. I realized there was an old red farm-all not far off behind Kelly, an old red hay-baler attached to the back. "Now, ladies, I want to tell you," the woman said, "that these young girls might well not be ready to talk. It may not be easy for them right now." Rhonda and Kelly said nothing. I was wondering if they had a money-back guarantee. Rhonda's hand was cool and damp, Kelly's hot as fire. "I suspect that could be the case," the woman said, "that they aren't ready." Again she bowed forward, her arms out, her hands joined to ours. Again she moved side to side, staring off. "We require the help of a friendly soul, a good soul," she said, "in order to speak with Karen Kreitzer." "Or with Marie," Kelly said very quietly. "Marie?" the woman said, suddenly tensing up. She held herself very straight, upright, rigid. Kelly looked at me and rolled her eyes. "Marie, honey, are you sad?" the woman asked. She held herself rigid for several long moments. Amazingly, the woman's eyes teared up. In a second, Rhonda began to cry also. "I almost had Marie there," the woman said to Kelly. "She was near. Did you feel it? She was with us in this barn. She passed through here. She passed through us." She looked around. "Marie, please talk to your friends, to Kelly and—" She was stumped. "Rhonda," the girls said in unison. "Kelly and Rhonda are here to talk to you, Marie." Silence. A long way off, a private plane was swooping in to land at the West Ridge airfield. I listened to the river, the trees rustle. I could hear a bird steadily cooing in a tree out there somewhere. Peaceful sound. Made me feel better. I think I'd expected something violent to happen any moment. A barn door to fly open wildly, a ghoul to appear, the old woman's head to do a 360, her eyes to light up like the devil. "Ladies," the woman said, "this room is full of ghosts, restless souls from this land all around, souls from all ages. There are Indians here and old settlers, pioneers, children and farmers whose bones are buried in this ground. We have made a hole in the firmament, and they are crowding to it. Can you sense that they are with us?" The girls didn't answer. "Karen? Karen, have you come to speak to us? Will you join our circle?" "No," she said in just a moment, quietly. "It's Marie who comes near. Marie, will you speak to your friends? Karen, are you there, my dear?" The woman's eyes were closed in fierce concentration. "Karen?" Kelly said quietly into the black. "What's that?" the woman whispered. "Did you hear that?" She thought Kelly was a spirit talking. Kelly looked at her. "It was me," she said. Kelly clearly conveyed impatience. This seemed to deflate the woman completely. "Ladies," she said after a moment, "these are girls who have died very young. Maybe to you your age doesn't seem real young. I believe that they are not yet ready to talk. They are still very sad, I think. There is the sign that they are not happy on the other side. They will be, but they have died young and they aren't happy yet. I'm sorry." She broke hands with Rhonda and Kelly and leaned forward and blew out the candles. "Or else," she said, "something's distracting you ladies and keeping us from fully communicating." Abruptly, Rhonda went out the door. I suddenly realized where she might be going. Kelly followed me out, but ran by me very fast, disappeared on the lane ahead. She wanted to stop Rhonda. I was having a hard time believing Rhonda was really going where it looked like she was. At one point, I came around a bend in the path and could see that Kelly had caught up to her. The two of them were talking, Rhonda waving her arms. She was pretty upset. Kelly had her hands on Rhonda's shoulders, trying to talk sense, it looked like. Then in a moment Rhonda was coming back toward me, and Kelly was heading on back toward the car parked in the corn. "What's going on?" I asked when Rhonda was close enough. "Kelly's gone bushwhacking," she said. "She's going to get a ride home for her and Ghost Woman." Not knowing I knew what I knew, she lied for my benefit. "I guess Kelly knows those people or something." She looked at me to see if it was going to fly. I let it. "Anyway, I've got Kelly's keys in case there's a problem," she said. Now she was running back toward the barn with me right behind her.
"Give me your keys," she said to me, "so Kelly can get back out here in your car. Then we can go dancing and she can go to Westridge." "I don't get this," I said. "Hang in there," she said. The windows on Kelly's car had misted up in the night air. The woman was standing next to it. The moon was just up, red and looming low in the east. "The car broke," Rhonda said. "It what?" the woman said. "Kelly says it won't start, but you wait here. Kelly's going to get you to the train on time. Him and me," Rhonda indicated me, "we're going to hide from the people in the other car, then stay and guard Kelly's car until Kelly gets back. How's that?" "You mean she's gone to, interrupt those kids parked back yonder?" the woman said. "Yeah, so you can get to the train. Give these to Kelly," Rhonda said, handing my car keys to the woman. "Well, what are those kids going to think of me and Kelly out here alone?" she said, as the Starfire headlights glanced high off the side of the barn and changed the shadows. We were retreating into the standing corn. "What are you worried about?" Rhonda shouted. "You've got a whole bag of money." Later, we were near the swimming hole in a stand of oaks, sycamores, and river willows. Rhonda was munching on a pickle. There were hedge apples on the ground, and I lobbed a few into the river. Maybe she seemed a little shorter than I imagined she was. I'd never stood near her before. "Pretty strange evening," I said. She didn't answer. After a while, though, she turned and stood there looking at me. "We paid her $70. She kept looking at me. I did my best not to react. The moon was up brighter now, and it gave enough light for me to see the rope I thought I remembered being there, attached high in a sycamore, for swinging out over the water. The night was muggy and hot. Rhonda said nothing. "Try to tell me what was going on back there." "You mean ghost woman?" "Just something completely insane," she said. "Kelly gets these great ideas. Kelly's mom knew this nurse up in Champaign who does this stuff, reads palms, all that. I forgot this was the night. That's why I messed you over. Forgot." "Oh, I thought I was the front man, so you could get out of the house." She said nothing to that. She was sitting on the riverbank. I sat down next to her. "My mom's having an affair with the local veterinarian." She looked downriver into the dark. "Jesus, I'm coming apart," she said. She was quiet for a minute. "I feel so sorry for Dad. I can't think about it," she said. Then she was crying, her head down on her arms, which were resting on her knees. I sat next to her. I couldn't think of a thing to tell her. "I thought we might reach Karen," she said after a while. "I really loved her. She was my best friend. My best friend. I'm definitely coming apart." There was nothing to say. I ate a pickle and regretted it. I rolled a couple of hedge apples down the bank into the water. Finally, I stood up and kicked my shoes off, dropped my wallet on the ground next to them. I tested the rope to see if the limb would hold me. "What if Karen had talked tonight?" I said. "What would she say?" "Don't tease me. It was a nutty idea. Karen would talk to me if she could. You're going to bust your ass swinging on that thing. I'll tell you what, that woman was a complete fake." After a while, she said, "Didn't you think so?" She didn't move. "Kelly says a medium like this one helped her contact her father." "Kelly wishes," I said. I swung out over the river, a warm wind in my ears. "One thing I know is that Karen and Marie aren't sad. You are, but they aren't." I grabbed a hedge apple, and I swung out over the river, dropping it straight down. It was hard to tell how far above the water I was. I told Rhonda, "There's not anything to say is why they didn't talk. They died, and that's all." Her head was down. "I just don't believe your friends can die like that," she said. "Not your friends." By now it seemed to me like she'd been crying off and on for hours. "It's a real pretty night, you know it. You ought to try to relax." "Huh, relax," she said. I swung out again and again on the rope. I realized it would have been better if she could have been left to herself. "Lucky I'm here to keep you company," I said. At the far point of the arch, I could see all the way to the iron bridge. Out there, the moon broke through the trees, and I could see the movement of the water downstream.
Sometimes I could hear a carp break the surface. I didn't want to go dancing anyway, I said. When I swung, I could hear the rope grating on the big limb high above. At one point, while I was far out on the rope, I heard Rhonda slip into the water. I swung back to the bank, took a run, and swung far out again, trying to spot her in the inky black below. I could hear her swimming. "It's nice and cool," she said. At the far point this time, I let go of the rope and dropped. En route to the water, in a moment when I was anticipating splashing hard into the black river, in a turning and falling motion in the dark, I happened to glimpse Rhonda's clothes in a little moonlit pile on the river bank. The Dinner Party by Jonathan Baumbach. Copyright 1987 by Jonathan Baumbach. First appeared in Antaeus. Reprinted by permission. Jonathan Baumbach is the author of 6 novels, including Reruns and Babel, and 2 collections of short stories. Mr. Baumbach teaches fiction writing at Brooklyn College and writes about films for various periodicals. This is the 3rd time he has received an O. Henry Award. All 3 of the O. Henry Prize stories appear in his most recent collection, The Life and Times of Major Fiction. I have a rule, one of few, perhaps my only rule, that I never discuss work in progress. To talk about something not fully born is to risk, says my experience, unspeakable loss. So when at a dinner party this youthful gray-haired woman on my right, Isabel something, some other man's discontented wife, asked me what I was working on, I hedged my answer. This is what I said. I'm working on a novel about a marriage in the process of invisible dissolution. Isabel gave me an odd, almost censorious look, and returned to the business of eating. Had I said the wrong thing? Did she think I was telling her something about her own life? I had said more than I wanted to say, yet perhaps less than she felt it her right to know. The loss of my audience so early in the proceedings seemed a depressing omen. It provoked me to want to regain her attention. It is a mistake to let yourself get challenged like that in the house of strangers. For 3 consecutive nights, Joshua Quartz had dreams that included the appearance of his estranged wife, Genevieve. 6 months had passed since their separation, and he had considered himself free of her until the dreams presented themselves like undiscovered evidence. There was a progression in the dreams as if they were installments in some larger yet undefined unit. "Isn't there anything else you'd like to know?" I asked, trying to make a joke out of a serious question. She was chewing her food, her chicken or veal, and couldn't find her way clear to making an answer. She held up one finger as if to say, "Give me time." I waited, looked around the table, and realized there was no one I knew well at the party. The Garrettsons, friends of my former wife, had invited me out of some misplaced idea of kindness. For some reason I was the only one at table, there were 15 guests in all, who had not been served. Isabel turned to me and said, "Of course I want to know everything. Do I dare to ask?" In the first dream, Joshua was in a small bedroom talking to a man, his father, brother, a doctor acquaintance, about problems he was having with his back. The door to his bedroom was open, offering him a partial view of a long hallway. His wife, Genevieve, was on the phone at the farthest point of his vision. She was talking on the phone to an unnamed man, her current boyfriend, whom she addressed from time to time as darling. He sensed the inappropriateness of the endearment in its present context, and was more amused than pained by it. The man in his room continued to talk, something about wrapping the back in Corning's fiberglass. But his attention was on Genevieve. She turned to see if he were there, and their eyes met. She seemed to smile at him. As a matter of choice, he declined to smile back. She continued to watch him while she talked on the phone. I felt a kick under the table and moved my leg away, thinking it an accident. The second kick suggested intention, a statement of presence from the woman on my right. I returned her kick, or perhaps kicked someone else, a few heads raised from their plates, a few pained looks here and there. "Consider it a down payment," said the woman, Isabel something, putting one of her braised potatoes on my plate. "This is a novel about two people with unrealistic expectations," I said. Then I ate the potato the woman had given me. It created a desire for more, and I stared longingly at the 3 other potatoes on her plate. "Sometimes I just want to scream," Isabel said. She speared one of her potatoes and held it to her lips, held it suspended in air while she considered its fate. "I don't know how to take you," she whispered. "Much of what you've been telling me is the kind of thing that appears on the dust jacket. Aren't you being just a little bit evasive?" In the second dream, he had come home to his new apartment to discover several radical changes in his absence. For one, the lace curtain on his door had been replaced by a white apron. He knew what it meant, knew instantly that Genevieve was somewhere in the house and that the apron was her calling card. He admired the wit of the apron, though considered its presence inappropriate in a place a man lived in by himself. He planned to take it down at first opportunity. What the hell was going on? His cleaning woman, Jamoun, was in the kitchen preparing a turkey, stuffing it with olives and apricots. The house was pulsing with preparations for some holiday dinner. Thanksgiving or Halloween. It was that time of year. He went back to the vestibule door and removed the apron, intending to replace it with the original curtain, which was not to be found. The door looked naked without a covering, suggested deprivation and loss. He worried that Genevieve would make a fuss about his removing the apron, would take it as a rejection of her gift. When he put it back, he couldn't get it straight, so he left it hanging at an awkward tilt. Joshua washed his hands, then went to the bedroom to change his clothes, saw Genevieve in the adjoining room at his desk. Nothing is said. He starts to undress, lifting his shirt over his head. He glances at her to see if she is aware of his presence. It is hard to tell. The book that occupies her, that she is reading or pretending to read, covers her face. The title he notices is The Curtain Falls. The hostess, Kiki Garretson, served me a bowl of shell-shaped pasta in a green sauce. It was not what the others had, but certainly an acceptable substitute. I had a reputation when younger for preferring pasta to almost anything. Perhaps the Garretsons had made this separate dinner especially for me. Or the more likely alternative, they had run out of the main course, and this was a leftover from another party. "What the people in your novel love," Isabel announced, pointing her finger at me, emphasizing each word like a radio announcer, "is the concept of being loved. Isn't that the point?" I chewed quickly as the pasta, which was a touch crisp, allowed, not wanting to lose this audience. Her hand was on my knee, a gentle weight. "Yes and no," I said. I looked around the table to see who, if anyone, was observing us. "They are both married to others when they fall in love. Their relationship begins in passion and ends in anger and in sentience, ends in the death of feeling." My neighbor nodded her head in acknowledgment, confirmed in some private unhappy truth. "There's nothing worse than the death of feeling," she said, giving me the last and largest of her potatoes. We exchanged sad smiles. The third dream was the most elaborate. He was with her in an underground parking lot, collecting their car. They were going somewhere together, the destination urgent though obscure. It was as if they were a team of some sort, detectives like Steed and Mrs. Peel, or Nick and Nora Charles, a partnership that had survived other disaffections. In this case, they both, he happened to know, knew too much. This too much knowing, this excessive knowledgeability, has put them in a kind of danger, a danger that offers more thrill than anxiety, a danger without menace. The fact is, they are having fun, pursuing and being pursued, each in its turn. Affectionate wisecracks are exchanged. They get into a waiting taxi, and Genevieve says to the driver in a perfunctory voice, "Follow that car." In the next moment they are pursuing a black limousine, tearing around corners as in movie chase scenes, going through stop signs, riding on sidewalks. They hear the squeal of brakes as they flash through an intersection, but there is no sign of the car that had skidded to a stop. The canopy of a fruit stand collapses, oranges and apples roll into the street. It's just like a movie, he thinks, which is what he hears himself saying. "Who's with the children?" she asks him. "I thought you were," he says. Talk of the children deflates his exhilaration. It is too serious a topic, too rueful and painful a topic in light of their present roles. The stretch limo they have been following stops in front of an Italian restaurant called Mafia Pasta. No one emerges from the limousine, and they wait expectantly in their cab for some further revelation. The shells on my plate were not sufficiently cooked, crackled when chewed, though I made no complaint, letting the crunching sound speak for itself, not wanting to seem ungracious. "I've been holding my breath waiting for you to continue," said my neighbor on the right. "I really hope you don't mean to disappoint me." I was reluctant to continue, in truth, but having taken her this far, I didn't know how to refuse her. "They can't keep apart," I said, rushing the words. "So hate the other for the loss of freedom and self-respect. They agree to stop seeing each other, which only intensifies irrational necessity. It goes on that way for a while, the resolution not to see each other, the breaking of the resolution, false endings, new beginnings, guilt, regret, passion, unforgivable recriminations." When I looked down, I noticed another potato on my plate, smaller though more perfectly formed than either of the first two. It was gem-like, this potato, and I had not noticed it on her plate. I ate it slowly, sensuously, holding it on my tongue for a time before letting it ride down my throat. "And what kind of credit does that get me on the literary marketplace?" she said, with a corner-of-the-mouth smile. They tell me my paralysis is a state of mind. I don't move because no matter what I say to the contrary, I don't want to move. That is not something I'm willing to believe. They carry me from bed to chair in the morning. How do I start? They bring me my food. Sometimes they, one or the other of them, feed me. Sometimes they leave the food for me on a transparent plastic tray, and when they're out of the room I feed myself. I can only move my arms when no one is watching. Not everything I say is true. My memory is short. Taylor Garretson came by and filled my wine glass, asked if everything was satisfactory. My plate, I noticed, was the only one around the large table that still had food left on it. "I've been talking too much," I said. I studied the food on my plate with apologetic regret, took a small forkful of the brittle shells. My companion on the right, the one who had given me her potatoes, Isabel something, winked at me. The woman on my left, who had hardly noticed me before, a big-breasted woman with shocking red hair, turned her head in my direction. Everyone at the table, I discovered, was looking at me with apparent curiosity. I held up my wine-glass. "To a better year than the last," I said. The others joined me in the toast, all but the red-headed woman on my left, who had returned her attention to the man on her other side. Joshua departs the cab and enters the restaurant while his estranged wife stays behind. There is no one inside Mafia Pasta that he knows or has even seen before, though they are all undefinably familiar. It is a family restaurant, and everyone there is sitting at the same table. Joshua asks to speak to the owner. When the owner, a swarthy type wearing a chef's apron, comes out from the back, Joshua can't remember what it is he is supposed to ask. His wife takes his arm, says, "This is the wrong place, darling. We haven't a moment to lose." Some cliché like that. They run together for a few blocks, Genevieve glancing behind her to check on the distance of some apparent pursuer. It strikes Joshua that the owner of Mafia Pasta was the man in the limo they had been following, that the apron he was wearing had been put on as a disguise. "Who's behind us?" he asks. "Never mind," she says. Joshua is thinking that this experience with his estranged wife requires further definition. "It's been the man in the apron all along," he says. "Hasn't it?"
The intimacy of them being pursued together touches him. Genevieve makes no comment. They arrive at their former apartment, where he drops her off. "Are you going to be all right?" he asks. "Let's do this again sometime," she says. Joshua is trying to find language for his feelings. Genevieve hesitates at the door, thinks perhaps of inviting him in. They neither embrace nor shake hands. She goes inside. "I don't have the whole picture," Isabel was saying in her dramatic way, a knife slicing the air for emphasis. "Something crucial has been left out. I hope you're not one of those writers who leaves out important details in order to be obscure." I was playing with the remainder of my shells, crushing them with my fork into a greenish powder. "Did I tell you how they met?" I asked. "I don't remember if you did," she said. "Of course I'd remember something like that." "How did they meet?" "They met in a mixed doubles game at the Wall Street Racquet Club," I said. She shook her head, pointed her knife at me. "You know that's not true," she said. I could see the detail was inappropriate, and I wondered how I could take it back without giving away that the novel I'd been describing had not been written. "The tennis game was in an earlier draft," I said. "In a more recent version, they meet in an analyst's office. She has the appointment before him. They nod to each other for months before they begin to talk. What's important is not how they met, but the intuitive sympathy they felt for each other." My plate was removed with the others, and I felt a sudden gnawing hunger. "What?" she asked. Let me start again in a more direct and honest vein. I can stand if I have to. I can walk. I can feed myself as ably as the next person. I walk from bed to door and back again, go the whole route. Most of the time I lie in bed with my hands under my head, thinking about getting up and walking around the room. The door is locked. I'm a prisoner in my own room. They bring me my meals on a silver tray 3 times a day. Perhaps the meals arrive no more than twice a day. I tend to exaggerate for effect. My memory is a string of broken connections. One day, she was crying when he arrived for his therapy session, shaking with tears and trying without success to slip into her coat. Her grief moved him. He helped her with her coat. She took it as her due, thanked him without saying so. When his own session was over, she was still in the waiting room. The salad course was served. The woman on my left with the unreal red hair addressed me directly for the first time. "My husband hates salad," she said. "The children, particularly the older boys, won't touch it with a pole. I think that's sinful, don't you?" I smiled politely, took a forkful of leaves. "I've come to salad late myself," I confessed, "but now I can't get enough of it, particularly when it's good." "You have a good attitude for a man," she said, "but in my unsolicited opinion—" She brought her mouth to my ear. "There's more to salad than leaves, no matter how many colors they come in." I felt a pinch from the other side and turned back to my companion on the right, Isabel something. "He was helping her on with her coat," she said in an uncharacteristically strident voice. "They were in the waiting room of his shrink. It was the first time they had talked." The woman on my left, the salad partisan, was also saying something, my attention divided. "He invited her for coffee," I heard myself say. "There was a place he knew in the neighborhood that made terrific cappuccino." Joshua called Genevieve the morning after the third dream. He didn't know what he wanted to say, let the conversation unfold to no purpose. Finally he mentioned the dream, the first of the 3. "I haven't dreamed of you at all," she said, with what sounded over the phone like regret, as if she had failed to honor her part of the bargain. "I haven't even thought of you," she said, "though I like hearing your voice over the phone." The dessert is some kind of berry cobbler, boysenberry is my guess, with a white sauce.
As we were waiting to be served, Isabel said in a somewhat plaintive voice, "What have you and Desiree been chatting about?" "Desiree?" "You know who I mean," she said, indicating with her eyes the woman on my left. "Nothing of consequence," I said. The salad plates were being retrieved, and it came to my attention that I had eaten only 2 leaves. In their first few years together, they were obsessively jealous of one another, the woman perhaps more than the man. Because they had started out illicitly, they felt increasingly vulnerable as a legitimate couple, feared betrayal. "Wait just a minute," Isabel said. "They're still in the therapist's office. They've just begun to talk. He's holding her coat for her." "If I get too specific, there won't be enough time for the whole story." "What's the matter with people?" said Isabel, aggrieved. "Why must they ruin everything?" My neighbor on the left was saying something about leaving my salad in the lurch. "After what you told me, mister, I was hoping you would set an example for my husband." The hostess had started to serve the cobbler when she realized she'd forgotten an intervening course, and so collected the plates and returned the dessert to the kitchen. We were crestfallen as a group. The delay seemed intolerable. The door to my room is not really locked, or is only locked from the inside when it suits me to lock it. In truth, my legs are tired. My back is bad. I have no inner life. I sleep half the day. When I leave the room, which is rare, I go directly to the kitchen to get myself something to eat. I go from my room to the kitchen, and then from the kitchen directly back to my room. Sometimes I walk into the closet and stand among the shirts and jackets, as if I too were something inanimate, something to put on and take off. He invites her for coffee after finding her in the waiting room when his own session is finished. She thinks of all the reasons she can't go or shouldn't, and offers them with her apology for refusing him. They are only words, and once they are out of the way, she gladly goes along. They talk for several hours, find themselves of like mind on a number of subjects. It becomes a ritual, this after-therapy assignation, and both look forward to it, both thrive on it. It is the talk that does it. They are both verbal people. Words fly between them like kisses. They are in love before they make love, and then it takes 3 years for them to disentangle from other relationships. I stopped for breath, and Isabel said, "You don't have to say any more." The host and hostess, I notice, are huddled together in the doorway between kitchen and dining room, planning some new strategy. In a moment, Kiki Garretson goes back into the kitchen and returns again with the cobbler. She wears an apologetic smile. "I'm not what you call a dessert person," Desiree says to me. "I'm going to give you mine if you've no objection." Isabel, from the other side, says something of the same. New possibilities for my novel float in my head, and I long to try them out on Isabel, though for the moment she's talking to her husband, or somebody else's husband, across the table. "Remember to call my mother," the man says. I have an antique rocking chair in my room where I take comfort in moments of panic. The rocking of the chair stimulates recollections of sweeter times. I sit and rock until the circulation stops in my left leg. Then I get up, force myself to get up. I shake my frozen leg until it unnumbs itself. The shaking of the leg tires me. I am in the business of conserving energy, storing it up like food in wartime for a crisis even more unimaginable than the present one. If for some reason I leave the room, I am filled with uneasiness, as if the air that sustains were no longer available. I have 2 plates of boysenberry cobbler in front of me. The woman on my right, Desiree, has given me hers after I've already accepted one for myself. When I return her dessert, Desiree refuses to accept it, slides it back toward me. "Please," she says, "it makes me happy for you to have it." Meanwhile, Isabel has pushed her plate toward me from the other side. So, I have 3 plates of boysenberry cobbler with creme anglaise in front of me. "She doted on him in the beginning," I said to Isabel. "It was too much, it was overwhelming. It left no place for their romance to go." "Did she?" said Isabel in a dreamy voice. "What a coincidence." They were short a dessert on the other side of the table, and I gave over one of mine, the one that had been intended for me. I still had the 2 gift desserts and wasn't sure where to start, not wanting to offend either of my benefactresses. "If you're not going to eat it," Desiree said, and reclaimed her cobbler. Isabel was chipping away at the other one with a spoon. As I took my first bite, her spoon clanked against my fork. "Why didn't you keep yours if you wanted it?" I asked her. "It's irresistible," she said, "and what's more, I think sharing is a positive thing to do. If you had taken Desiree's and not mine, I would have been heartbroken." Her husband, or the man I thought was her husband, was watching us from the other side of the table out of the corner of his eye. I walk a block from the house after breakfast, and then, as if invisible chains pull me back, return to my room. In the street, sometimes I pass a woman walking a small terrier, and we nod to each other. Sometimes she makes a comment on the weather, an innocuous, impersonal comment, like, "Not so cold today, is it?" I share her pleasure in the weather's improvement. I think of things to say to her, variations on our usual exchange. I work up conversations in my hermetic room, rehearse my lines in the mirror before going out. This is what I will say to her. There is, as it turns out, another course brought belatedly out of traditional sequence to the table. A broccoli soufflé with a plum glaze. "This is Bozo's dish," the hostess says. Taylor's nickname is Bozo. Taylor stands, bows, shakes a fist in triumph. Desiree whispers, "He's a terrible cook, you can't imagine." I'm the only one at table who eats Taylor's dish. Except for the fact that some of the broccoli is still frozen, it is not so bad, not as bad as advertised. Desiree, I notice, has covered her plate with her napkin, apparently unable to bear even the sight of the dish. I said to Isabel, "In the beginning they talked like angels to each other. After they made love, there seemed nothing else to say." "It makes me sad to think about it," Isabel said. There is a cheese course next, followed by coffee, followed by glasses of some green liqueur. During all this, Isabel and I hold hands under the table. From time to time, I feel compelled to throw out morsels of my novel in her direction, whatever comes to mind. I am aware that the party will be over soon, that someone will get up to leave, and that others will follow. An intense sadness overwhelms me. Genevieve called Joshua in the middle of the night, waking him from a restive sleep. "I want to tell you that I've been dreaming about you," she said. "Look, I'm sleeping," said Joshua. "Why can't you call in the morning like any sane person?" "My dream," she said, "concerned a dinner party at our old house on Watkins Place." She laughed to herself. "Everyone around the table was naked. You were the only one with clothes on, the only one. I was disappointed in you at first. I thought, how gauche to stand out like that, to not get into the spirit of things. Then I thought, what terrific integrity. You retained your dignity, your propriety, while others had yielded to some pointless fashion." Joshua thanked her for the compliment. "That's not the end," she said. "I went upstairs to get dressed to show the others that I was on your side in this. When I got back to the dining room, you had gone off with someone else." "I hate to say goodbye to people I like," Isabel said. Her husband was waiting for her at the door, tapping his foot impatiently. "Someday you'll have to tell me how your novel ends." "At this point, Isabel, you know at least as much about it as I do." "I don't believe that," she said. "Maybe I'll see it in the window of a bookstore and go in and buy a copy. You can't deny that you haven't really told me all that much." I had nothing to deny. "You're ungrateful," I said. She seemed to blush, turned her face away. The telling had left out the structure, the formal concerns, the flashes of language, the urgency of experience, the transitions. What had been left out, when I thought of it, was everything. The rest had been devalued by recitation, had slipped away into the smoke. I held her coat for her. "The next time I see you, I'll tell you the rest," I said. We shook hands in a businesslike way. "Until then," she said, slipping her hand free, I didn't want to give it up, following her husband out the door into the night. Leaf Season by John Updike. Copyright 1986 by John Updike. First appeared in The New Yorker. Reprinted from Trust Me by John Updike, by permission of Alfred A. Knopf, Incorporated. John Updike was born in Shillington, Pennsylvania in 1932. He graduated from Harvard College and worked several years for The New Yorker. Since 1957, he has lived in Massachusetts as a freelance writer. This is his 11th appearance in the O. Henry Prize stories. Off we go. Saturday morning, into our cars, children and dogs and all, driving north to Vermont in leaf season, to the Tremaines' house on the Columbus Day weekend. It's become a custom, one of the things we all do, the 4 or 5 families, a process that can't be stopped without running the risk of breaking a spell. Threading out of Greater Boston on its crowded, potholed highways, then smoothly north on 93 and over on 89 across the Connecticut River into Vermont. At once there is a difference. Things look cleaner, sparser than in New Hampshire. When we leave 89, the villages on the winding state roads, with their white churches and irregular, casually mowed greens and red-painted country stores advertising fudge factory or pumpkin outlet, show a sharp-edged charm, a stagey calendar art prettiness that wears at the eyes after a while as relentlessly as industrial ugliness. And the leaves, whole valleys and mountains of them, the strident pinks and scarlets of the maples, the clangorous gold of the hickories, the accompanying brasses of birch and beech, on both sides of the road, rise after rise, a heavenly tumult tied to our dull earth only by broad bands of evergreen and outcroppings of granite. We arrive feeling battered by natural glory, by the rush of wind and of small gasoline explosions incessantly hurried one into the next. The dirt driveway, really just ruts that the old wagons and carts wore into the lawn and that modern times have given a dusting of gravel, comes in at right angles off an unmarked macadam road, which came off a numbered state route, which in turn came off a federal highway. So we feel, at last arriving, that we have removed the innermost tissue covering from an ornately wrapped present, or reduced a mathematical problem to its final remainder, or climbed a mountain, or cracked a safe. The gravel grinds and pops beneath our tires. Marge Tremaine is standing on the porch. She looks pretty good. A little older, a shade overweight, but good. She and Ralph bought the big wheat-yellow farmhouse with its barn and 20 acres one winter when he had made a killing in oil stocks, the year of the first gas lines, and when their 3 children were all excited about skiing. Ralph, too, was excited. He grew a Pancho Villa mustache in imitation of the ski instructors, and, with his fat cigar in the center of his mouth and his rose-colored goggles and butter-yellow racing suit and clumpy orange step-in boots, was quite a sight on the slopes. Marge, in her tight stretch pants and silver parka and Kelly-green headband, and with her hair flying behind, looked rather wonderful, too. Her sense of style and her old dance training enabled her to mime the basic moves gracefully enough, and down she would slide, but she wasn't a skier at heart. "I'm too much of a coward," she would say. Or in another mood to another listener, "I'm too much of an earth mother." She took to using the Vermont place in the summer, when Ralph had hoped to rent it, and raised vegetables by the bushel, and went into canning in a big way, and into spinning wool and mushrooming, and she even began to show a talent for dowsing, serving her apprenticeship with some old mountain man from beyond Montpelier. Ralph was still working in town, and except for Augusts, would drive up to his wife on weekends, 5 hours each way, carting children and their friends back and forth and keeping house in Brookline by himself. So this leaf season weekend has become a visit to Marge, our chance to see what is going on with her. Marge and the newly arrived Newsners are standing on the side porch when the Maloneys pull up. The Maloney children bound or self-consciously uncoil, depending upon their ages, out of automotive confinement. There is pleasant confusion and loudly proclaimed exhaustion, a swirling of people back and forth. The joy of an adventure survived animates the families as they piecemeal unload their baggage and collapse into Marge's care. She has a weary, slangy, factual voice, slightly nasal, as if she has caught a cold. "It's girls' and boys' dormitories again this year. Men at the head of the stairs turn right, women left. Boys 13 and older out in the barn, younger than that upstairs with the girls. The Tylers are already here. Linda's taken some littles for a leaf walk, and Andy's helping Ralph load up the wood boxes. Ralph says each man's supposed to split his weight in wood. Each woman is responsible for one lunch or dinner. Breakfasts, it's a free-for-all as usual, and don't put syrupy knives and forks straight into the dishwasher, anybody. That means you, Teddy Maloney." The 9-year-old boy, so suddenly singled out, laughs in nervous fright. He had been preoccupied with trying to coax the family dog, Ginger, a red-haired setter bitch, out of the car, in spite of the menacing curiosity of Wolf, the Tremaines' grizzled chow, and Toby Newsner, an undersized black retriever. Bernadette Maloney, embracing Marge and kissing her cheek and thinking how broad her body feels, backs off and asks her, a touch too solemnly, "How are you doing?" Marge gazes back as solemnly, her slate-blue eyes muddied by elements of yellow. "The summer's been bliss," she confides, and averts her gaze with a stoic small shrug. "I don't know. I can't handle people any more." Her headband today is maroon. Her thick, long, dirty blonde hair over the years has become indistinguishably mixed with gray, this subtle dullness intensifying her odd Indian look, not that of blood Indians, but of a pale-faced maiden captured and raised in their smoky teepees, in their casually cruel customs. Her face up here is turned harder and more chiseled, her unpainted lips thinner, her eyes more opaque. She is not so much a tan as a glow, a healthy matte colorlessness rubbed deep into her skin. Her body has grown wider, but with her old sense of style she carries the new weight well, in her hip-hugging jeans and a man's checked lumberjack shirt that hangs over her belt like a maternity blouse. Belly, gray hair, and all, she is still our beauty, and Ralph, when he appears, having evidently been hurried from his car straight into service, for his Brooks Brothers shirt is creased and dirtied by the logs he has been lugging, and his city shoes are powdered with sawdust, is still a friendly ogre. He exudes fatherly fumes, he emits barks and guffaws of welcome. His eyes are reddened by cigar smoke, he stammers and spits in his greedy hurry to get his jokes out. He laughs aloud before the punchline is quite reached. He appears to have lost some weight. "My daughter's awful cooking," he explains. They're trying to poison the old guy." How old are we? Scarcely into our 40s. Lots of life left to live. The air here is delicious, crisper and drier than air around Boston. We start to breathe it now, and to take in where we are. The sounds are fewer, and those few are different. Individual noises, a single car passing on the road, a lone crow scolding above the stubbled side field, a single window sash clicking back and forth in the gentle wind we hadn't noticed when outside unpacking the cars. The smells of the house are country smells: linoleum, ashes, split wood, plaster, a primeval cellar damp that rises through the floorboards and follows us up the steep, ware-rounded stairs to the second floor, where we see the children in their sleeping bags settled in the tangle of middle rooms. The house, like most Vermont farmhouses, has suffered many revisions over the years. They thought nothing in the old days of lifting out a staircase and turning it around, or of walling in a fireplace to vent a Franklin stove. With our suitcases as claim markers, we stake out bunks in the 2 large front bedrooms that the Tremaines, when they were most excited about skiing, had set up as single-sex dormitories. Deborah Newsner stands by the upstairs hall window, gazing out at the empty road, at the field across the road, at the woods beyond the field, with all their leaves. Bernadette Maloney joins her, standing so close that the two women feel each other's body warmth as well as the heat from the radiator beneath the window. The Engleharts are coming, but late. Little Kenneth has a football game. Not so little, then, Deborah says dryly, not turning her thoughtful profile with its long chin and high-bridged nose. When she does face Bernadette, her brown eyes, in the sharp Vermont light, shine on the edge of panic. The Engleharts mean different things to different people, but to all of us they, Lee so bald and earnest and droll, Ruth so skinny and frizzy and nimble and quick-tongued, make things all right, make the whole thing go. Until they arrive, there will be an uneasy question of why we are here, at the top of the map, in this chilly, big wheat-yellow farmhouse, surrounded by almost vulgarly gorgeous red and gold nature. The host is under the house. All afternoon Ralph lies on the cold ground beneath the kitchen wing, wrapping yellow fiberglass insulation around his pipes. Already there have been frosts, and last winter, when the Tremaines were renting to skiers, the pipes froze and the people moved to a motel and later sued. He keeps a cigar in his mouth while stretched out grunting in the crawl space. Bill Maloney hopes aloud to Andy Tyler that there is no gas leak under the kitchen. Both men, Bill burly and placid, Andy skinny and slightly hyper, hang there as if to be helpful, now and then passing more insulation or another roll of duct tape into their supine host. Josh Neusner is splitting his weight in wood, an unfamiliar and thus to him somewhat romantic task. The romance intensifies whenever the splitting maul bounces from an especially awkward piece of wood and digs deep into the earth inches from his feet. He is wearing thin black loafers with tassels. Wood chips and twigs litter the barnyard around him, and white dried dung from the days when Marge tried raising chickens. The barn overhang is loosely battened. Upstanding spears of light make sliding patterns as you move your head. It is like an op-art sculpture in a gallery, but bigger, Josh thinks, and the effect has that coarse, broad authority of the actual, of the unintended. This whole milieu and the business of wood-chopping is so exotic to him that his awareness flickers like a bad light-bulb. Minutes of blankness, rural idiocy, Marx had called it, are abruptly illumined by the flash of danger when the maul again sinks its murderous edge close to the tips of his city shoes. Then the pebbles, the grit, the twigs are super-illumined, vivid as the granules of paint in a Dubuffet, and something of this startled radiance is transferred, if he lifts his head quickly enough, to the sky, the fields, the gaudy woods. Linda Tyler returns from her leaf walk with the children she collected and makes them as a reward for being good some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Other children, late arrivals and adolescents too jaded for the walk, slouch in from the long living room, where a fire of green wood is smoking, and where they've been dabbling with decks of greasy cards and old board games with pennies and buttons substituted over the years for the correct counters. Though they have been here on other Columbus Day weekends, they are shy of the kitchen. Other years, Mrs. Tremaine was cheerfully in charge, but this year she has withdrawn to her downstairs bedroom and shut the door. From behind it comes the whir and soft clatter of a spinning wheel. At the sound of food being prepared in the kitchen, the children gather like birds at a tray of seeds, and Linda hands out cookies, apples, pretzel sticks. She is petite, with pale freckled skin and kind green eyes, and wears baggy clothes that conceal her oddly good figure. As not only her husband here knows, her body on its modest scale has that voluptuous harmony, that curve of shoulder and swing of hip, which spells urgency to the male eye. She caters to the assembled children, warning them to leave room for the traditional big hot dog and chili dinner tonight, after the Engleharts have arrived. The children present for this weekend are Millie, Skip, and Christine Tremaine, Matthew, Mark, Mary, Teddy, and Teresa Maloney, Fritz and Audrey Tyler, and Rebecca, Eve, and Seth and Zebulon, twins, Neusner. The Engleharts will bring Kenneth, Betsy, and their unplanned 1.5-year-old, named in a jocular mood Dorothea, gift of God. The fanciful name would have been a curse had not the child lived up to it. An ethereal little girl with her mother's agility and that milky, abstracted, blue-eyed gaze of her father's, set beneath not his bald dome but a head of angelic curls. The pets present are Toby Newsner, Ginger Maloney, Wolf Tremaine, and 2 cats, a sleepy, vain, long-haired white, and a short-haired gray with extra toes who appears throughout the house at the strangest places, in locked rooms and bureau drawers, like an apparition. It is all too much as the children get bigger. The oldest, Millie Tremaine and Fritz Tyler, are both 17 and embarrassed to be here. They were embarrassed last year as well, but not so keenly. Ralph emerges at last from underneath the house and announces, spitting smoke and amiably sputtering, that it's way past time for the softball game. What are all you young bruisers lounging inside for on a gorgeous Saturday like this? Let's compete. He gets down in a football lineman's crouch and, with the cigar stub in the center of his mouth like a rhinoceros horn, looks truly angry. Softball is organized in the side field. Everyone plays, even Deborah Newsner and Bernadette Maloney, who had been murmuring upstairs for hours. What about? The absent, the present, the recent past, the near future, a liquid, soft discourse that leaves afterward a scarcely perceptible residue of new information, which yet enhances their sense of who and where they are. Fritz Tyler bowls Millie Tremaine over, rushing across from shortstop for a pop fly. "You bastard, didn't you hear me calling you off?" she asks him, sprawling in the long dry grass, red-faced and tousled, her upraised legs in their tight jeans looking elegant and thin. Her hair is dark like Ralph's, but though not blonde, has the shape of Marge's, abundant and wiry and loose in a tent shape, before Marge began to braid it and pin it up like a 19th-century farmer's wife. Bill Maloney hits a home run, over the heads of Seth and Zebulon. They've been put in right field together, as if 2 little 8-year-old boys will make one good grown-up fielder. Their black, loping dog Toby helps them hunt for the ball in the burdock over by the split-rail fence. The sky in the west, above mountains whose blush is turning blue, has begun to develop slant stripes tinged with pink, and the battered hay in the outfield is growing damp, each bent strand throwing a longer and longer shadow. Though the children are encouraged to continue the game until darkness, the grown-ups drift away, and in the long, narrow living room, with its plaster ceiling drooping in the center like the underside of an old bed, a fresh fire is built, of dry and seasoned logs from the wood box beneath the stairs. The children had tried to burn freshly split wood from beneath the barn overhang, and an impressive array of bottles is assembled on the sideboard. Bring your own, the rule is. Marge, ostentatiously drinking unfermented cider, sits on the sofa, which is faded and plaid and has wide wooden arms, and knits a sweater of undyed wool she has carded and spun herself. Toward 7 o'clock, Linda and Bernadette go into the kitchen to feed the starving younger children. The older have scattered to their rooms upstairs or out to the barn. By the time the Engleharts at last arrive, the adults not only are drunk, but have gone through 2 boxes of crackers and a wedge of Vermont cheddar that was bought to last the weekend. Cheers go up. Roly-poly, sleepy-looking Lee doffs his hunter's cap and reveals the polished dome of his perfectly smooth skull. Tall, frizzy-haired Ruth stands there and surveys the scene through her huge glasses, taking it all in. The temples of her glasses have the shape of a lightning bolt, and the bridge rides so low on her nose as to reduce it to a tiny round tip, a baby's nose. Kenneth and Betsy are lugging knapsacks and suitcases in from the car and up the stairs, including a plastic basket containing little Dorothea. Who won the football game?" the host eagerly asks. "We won," Ruth tells him, in the complex, challenging tone of a joke on herself. "But Kenny didn't play." The weariness of the long drive is still in her voice. Ruth's words are like glass sandwiches that reflect back an obvious meaning on the first level, a less obvious one on the second, and so on, as deep as you want to look.
The poor child sat on the bench," she adds. "Oh." Ralph blinks, having evidently been tactless. His eyes slide over to Marge on the sofa, as if to seek support. Her eyes are lowered to the knitting. Wolf, who in his old age has been known to snap, sleeps at her feet. Upstairs, Kenneth and Betsy seek the company and comfort of the other children, as the Engleharts are meshed into the adult group beneath them, and the hilarity, the shouting, swells by that increment. It is hard afterwards to remember what was so funny. Their all being here in Vermont, in this old farmhouse with its smells from another century, is in itself funny. And the Saturday night meal of something so hearty and Western as chili and hot dogs is funny, and the half-gallons of cheap wine that replace themselves at the table, like successive generations of bulbous green dwarfs, are part of the delicate, hallucinatory joke. They organize 2 tables of bridge afterwards, and, drunk as they know themselves to be now, this is droll also. "Double," Lee Englehart keeps saying solemnly, his shinning brow furrowed, the long wisps of hair above his ears grayer than last year in the light of the paper-shaded bridge lamp that, like most of the furnishings of the house, will not be missed if ski tenants destroy it. "4 diamonds," Andy Tyler says, hoping that Deborah Neusner will have the sense to put him back into spades. The Neusners, who spent their time at college less frivolously than the others, rarely play cards of any kind, and Deborah was pressed into service only because Marge pleaded a headache and has gone back into her bedroom. Husbands and wives cannot be partners and should not be at the same table. "Double," Lee Englehart says. "Take me out of diamonds," Andy Tyler thinks intensely, so intensely the message feels engraved on the smoke above his head. "Pass," Deborah Neusner says weakly. "4 hearts," says Bernadette Maloney, feeling sorry for Deborah, knowing that being so close to Lee upsets her. The two had an affair years ago, a fling that ended up in the air, so in a sense it was never over. That is one of the Engleharts' charms, their ability to leave things up in the air, like jugglers in a freeze frame. "4 spades," Andy pronounces with great relief, praying that Deborah will now have the wit to pass again. "5 diamonds?" she hesitantly says. Josh Neusner reads a very old National Geographic he found in the woodbox beneath the stairs. It is so old that the photos are mostly black and white, and the type is different, and the cultural biases are overt. These bare-breasted women and woolly chiefs with bones through their noses are clearly, cheerfully being condescended to, anthropologically. This would never do now. Isn't it one of the tenets of our times that all cultural formations, even cannibalism and foot-binding, make equally good sense? Josh's neck and shoulders ache from splitting his weight in wood. He has taken a glass of dinner wine away from the table and rests it on the broad arm of the corduroy-covered armchair by the dying fire that Ralph built. Suddenly the wine seems an odious fermented substance, and the hilarious chatter from the bridge tables inane, poisonous. Above his head, on the sway-backed ceiling, footsteps scurry and rustle like those of giant rats. The children. He wants to go upstairs to check on the girls and tuck in the twins, but during these leaf-season weekends the children are invited to make their own society and exist like a pack of shadows in the corners of the grown-up fun. Strange places, strange customs. Cannibalism, he reads, is almost never a matter of hunger, but of ingesting the enemy's spiritual virtues. He wonders why liquor is called spirits. The cheap wine tastes dead. The thumping and scurrying overhead slowly weakens, loses its grip. He himself, when at midnight both tables loudly announce another rubber, goes upstairs and puts himself into one of the upper bunk beds in the men's dormitory. The window in the upstairs hall, where Deborah and Bernadette met and talked this afternoon, now displays white, scratchy, many-tentacled frost ferns above the radiator. The bunk isn't quite long enough for him to stretch out in. He thinks of Marge alone in her room below him, her sulky mystery, her beautiful dancer's body. She was the queen of all this, and now is trying to withdraw. He could sneak down the back stairs, and they could spin together. Josh cannot sleep. The noise from below, the sound of rampant spirits, is too great. And when at last the bridge concludes and people begin to clatter up the stairs, he still cannot sleep. Andy underneath him, Lee and Bill across the room in the other double bunk, all fall asleep swiftly and snore. Lee is the most spectacular, nasal arpeggios that encompass octaves up and down the scale. But Bill plugs steadily away, his rhythmic wheeze like a rusty engine that will not die, and Andy demonstrates, a few feet below Josh's face, the odd talent of coughing in his sleep, coughing prolongedly without waking himself. Josh feels trapped. A broadsword of light falls diagonally across the floor, and there are faint, halting footsteps. One of the Tremaines' cats has pushed open the door and is nosing about. Josh strains his eyes and sees it is the gray one with extra toes. He reaches out from the upper bunk with his foot and nudges the door shut again. The house's huge content of protoplasm ebbs in little stages into quiet, into sleep. 26 other human beings, he counts them up, including the boys in the barn, soaking up restorative dreams, leaving him stranded, high and listening, his ears staring into the tense, circumambient wilderness. Never again. This is the last time he and his family are going to come for this weekend to Vermont. This is torture. Bacon! The crisp, illicit, life-enhancing smell of it penetrates the room, his nostrils, his brain. Josh sees that the 3 other bunks are empty. The day is well advanced. He must have fallen asleep after all. He remembers, as the wee hours became larger and lighter, conducting mental negotiations, amid the brouhaha of the other men's snoring, with the gray cat, who seemed to be here and then there in the room. Now the animal is nowhere to be seen, and Josh must have dropped off for an hour or 2. The house, like a ship under way, is shaking, trembling with the passage of feet, with activity. A maul and wedge ring. Lee Englehart is splitting his weight in wood. Car doors slam. The Maloneys, all 7 of them, are going off to Mass. They'll bring back Sunday papers and a whole list of staples, crackers, orange juice, cheddar cheese, tonic water, that Marge has pressed upon them. She seems in a better mood. She is wearing, instead of the sullen peasant skirt and sweater and shawl of last night, tight shiny red pants that make her legs look almost as thin and sexy as her daughter Millie's. Her hair is done up in a fat blonde-gray pigtail that bounces on her back as she friskily, bossily prepares breakfast, wave after wave, flipping 6 pieces of bacon at a time with a long aluminum spatula. 3 pieces per person, and that includes you, Fritz Tyler, she says severely. Those who like their scrambled eggs runny, come serve yourselves right now. Those who don't, get at the end of the line. We don't believe in sugar pops in this household, Seth Neusner. Up here in the mountains, it's all bran and granola and yucky fiber. Betsy, go out to the woodpile and tell your father the baby's just spit up all over herself and your mother's in the bathroom. Ralph comes sleepily into the kitchen, the first cigar of the day in his mouth, its lid end making a triangle with his 2 red eyes. He is barefoot, pathetic white feet with ingrown yellow toenails and long toes crushed together, and is coming from the wrong direction, if we assume he slept in the master bedroom at the front of the downstairs. He hasn't slept in the master bedroom. Beyond the kitchen lies a small room with a few cots in it for an overflow ski crowd. Ralph slept in there. He did not sleep with Marge. The knowledge runs silently through the mingled families, chastening them. For this weekend, Marge and Ralph are like the mother and father, even of the other adults. We want them to love each other, for if they do not love each other, how can they love and take care of us? Marge seems intent on showing that she can do it all. She ruffles Ralph's head as he sits groggily at the breakfast table, grown-up seat at the long dining-room table where one of the bridge groups played last night, and children at the round butcher-block table in the center of the kitchen. "Achy, Marge asks cooingly. "Too much grape juice, Mother," Ralph says. They are trying to make up. We all feel better, bolder. Josh Neusner describes his terrible night, quite comically as he relives his mental negotiations with the mysterious cat, but Lee Englehart, having come in from wood-splitting to care for Dorothea, without smiling, states,
Jews make poor campers. We are shocked. It is the sort of thing that can be said only among intimate friends or confirmed enemies. And why would they be enemies? Josh, remembering Lee's aggressive unconscious arpeggios and his position at the card table next to Deborah, chooses to accept the remark as a piece of ethnology, arrived at innocently. Lee is an insurance salesman whose father was a professor of history, and as if in compensation for a lesser career, he collects such small, pedantic conclusions as that Jews make poor campers. Lee's charm really rests on his insecurity. Josh chooses to keep playing the clown. He covers his forehead with one hand and moans, "I can't sleep without a woman. Men are hideous." Deborah, a little later when they meet on the stair landing, says, "Baby, I'm sorry you had such a poor night. You should have played bridge." "I wasn't asked." "You didn't want to be asked. I would have given you my seat. Andy Tyler kept wanting to kill me, I could tell." "The only person I like here is Linda," Josh petulantly volunteers. "And Dorothea," he adds to soften it. This reminds her. "Ruth didn't sleep in the girls' dormitory last night. Marge set her up in the living room with the baby after everybody else had gone to bed, in case Dorothea yelled. So the bunk above me is empty if you really want it. Linda and Bernadette wouldn't care." "It would make me look like a sissy." He goes on, "And then yesterday I kept nearly cutting off my foot splitting their idiotic wood." "Come on, honey, try to get into the spirit of things." "It's all barbaric," he says, so lightheaded with lack of sleep that every perception has a translucent, revelatory quality. Suddenly, he is having a very good time. He goes down and has some more coffee and bacon, and discusses Boston area private schools with Linda and Lee, who are disenchanted with highly touted Brookline High. The Maloneys return laden with the Sunday New York Times, the Boston Globe, and the Burlington Free Press. The children fight over the funnies, the men over the sports and financial pages. The day proceeds with that unreality peculiar to Sunday. 1 hour seems as long as 2, and the next goes by in 10 minutes. A great deal of the conversation concerns where various other people are. Marge is in the car with her son Skip and her dog Wolf, performing some errands having to do with quantities of natural fleece, uncarded, greasy wet with lanolin, to be found at a farm 15 miles away. It turns out that Andy Tyler has gone along for the ride. Bernadette Maloney is in Marge's garden salvaging tomatoes and zucchini from last night's frost. Mark and Mary and Teddy are helping her by holding the paper bags with bored expressions, and then by throwing the rotten vegetables at one another. Linda Tyler, having been told that her husband has disappeared with Marge, announces that she will go on a mushrooming walk in the woods. Her daughter Audrey and Betsy Englehart and the 2 Neusner girls come with her, like a procession of little witches in training. Christine Tremaine, who has inherited Marge's dull complexion and Ralph's stocky build, unfortunately, is showing Teresa Maloney the barn, and the Neusner twins tag along. The interior is awesome. Some high small windows and the gaps between the slats admit shafts of light, as if in a cathedral. They have all seen slides of cathedrals at school. The light reveals an atmosphere glittering with dust from the hay still stacked in staircases of bales at one end, a dust that thickens the air, that makes light visible while lessening it. The children feel deep in the sea of time. Elements of old farm machinery rust in corners here and there, with pieces of lumber, 10-gallon milk cans, strawberry boxes, and glass eggs. They find an old rope quoit set, and the 4 of them play until a dispute between Seth and Zebulon makes it no fun. Millie Tremaine and Fritz Tyler, who knows where they have gone to? Mary Maloney, having left the garden party in tearful disgust when Mark caught her right on the mouth with a rotten zucchini, has come into the house. The television set gets only one channel, and that one full of ghosts from the hills and valleys between here and the station. But she is happily watching some man with big eyebrows and a southern accent give a sermon, and a lot of fat ladies in glitzy dresses sing hymns, until her father comes and tells her she should be outdoors in the sunshine. What sunshine? A cloud has just passed across the sun. Not a little cloud, but a large, dark one, with a wide leaden center and agitated, straggling edges. A cloud it seems the surrounding mountains have given birth to. Bill Maloney and Lee Englehart find a shovel and refresh the holes that take the posts for the volleyball net. Nature fills in the holes from one leaf season to the next. Then they find and unwind the 2x4s and the net and the guy ropes and pegs where they have reposed all wound and tangled up in the barn since last October. As they move slowly in the quickly moving cloud shadows through the tedious ritual of setting up the net, Lee asks Bill, "How was Mass?" Bill, who has a moon face and delicate pink Irish skin, looks at Lee cockeyed and says, "Like it always is. That's the beauty of it, Mr. Eng." Lee makes a rueful nod, concluding to himself that this is the essence of male companionship. Cards close to the chest. Inside the kitchen, Bernadette and Deborah are making lunch, a cauldron of clam chowder Bernadette has lugged up from Boston, and a tuna salad Deborah is whipping up out of 4 cans plus chopped celery, scallions, mayonnaise, lemon juice, and a head of lettuce, and a tinned ham for those who, like most of the children, hate fish. As the two women slide and bump past each other between Marge's old-fashioned black soapstone sink and the wooden countertops on either side, they quietly talk about the situation between Marge and Ralph, which seems far gone, and that between Andy and Linda, which seems to be heading for trouble. Ruth Englehart comes into the kitchen with her curly-headed toddler propped on her hip and a cigarette tilting at an opposite angle out of her mouth. "So the Queen of Sheba has eloped with the handyman," she says, the Queen of Sheba referring to Marge and the handyman to Andy, not just because of his name, but because of his tendency, well known to all the women, to reach out under the table and touch. "If you two are about to discuss Lee and me, I'll leave," she adds. Then she begins to cough, and one eye cries from the smoke. She sets down the heavy child and watches her stagger across the worn linoleum to one of the low old mahogany counters, where Dorothea, quicker than thought, reaches up and flips a sharp knife down past her own ear. Ruth deftly retrieves the knife and her daughter. The little girl, as she feels herself being lifted, reflexively spreads her legs to sit astride her mother's hip. The three women talk, touching their friends with their tongues, not to harm them, but to give themselves pleasure. Little new can be offered, mere pinches or slivers added to the salad, tiny, almost meaningless remarks or glimpses that yet do enhance the flavor. The conversation, too, serves a purpose of location, of locating the others on a continuum of happiness or its opposite, of satisfying the speakers that the others are within hailing distance in this, our dark passage through life, with its mating and birthing, its getting and spending, its gathering and scattering. Some, indeed, are even closer than hailing distance, for from underneath the floor there comes a sudden grumbling and scraping, their host wrapping more insulation. Lunch is served, then volleyball. Let's not do the volleyball. Let's just say that once there were 5 on a side, and now the children have grown so that 3 8-person teams must be fielded, and some of the boys lunge and swagger and swat as lustily as their fathers. More lustily, since these powers are new to them. Matthew Maloney knocks Audrey Tyler flat on her back, and Fritz Tyler comes down from a spike right on Deborah Neusner's toe so that she thinks it might be broken. She thinks she heard it snap at the still center of the swelling red cloud of pain. She hops off the court. "This hasn't been their weekend," Ruth Englehart says sotto voce to Marge, who has returned from her drive to buy the wool. "I just can't get excited about any of it," Marge confides to Ruth under the net, while Bill Maloney, with much drolly elaborate ceremony, is winding up to serve. For all of his elaboration, the ball flies too high and sails out. The other side hoots. The sight of such a throng, in suburban shorts and halters and stenciled sweatshirts, is so unusual here in Vermont this time of year that cars and pickup trucks slow down on the little quiet, unnumbered road. One truck, passing everybody later agrees for about the 4th time, fails to brake when the ball, hit wild by Eve Neusner, bounces under his chassis and, with a sound as sickening as that of a box turtle being crushed beneath the wheels, bursts. Then the truck brakes. Ralph slightly knows the driver, and a pleasant and apologetic palaver takes place by the fence, though the red-bearded, red-hatted face of the truck driver doesn't look apologetic. Mark Maloney has brought his soccer ball, and that is substituted, though it is enough heavier that a number of the females complain of stinging hands and sprained wrists. So we have done the volleyball after all. The sun, momentarily appearing between the ridge of a mountain and the edge of another great cloud, throws the shadows of the poles right to the edge of the road. The smallest children, Teddy and Terry Maloney, Seth and Zebulon Neusner, even little Dorothea Englehart, the knees of whose bib overalls are filthy and whose lips drool from sucking on a milkweed pod, scrimmage in the trampled grass and try to heave the heavy soccer ball, cunningly stitched together of pentagons, over the sagging net. The clouds have thickened and darkened so as to form a continuous ragged canopy. A cool wind blows as if through a hole in a tent. The exercise has left the adults feeling contentious, vigorous, and thirsty. They rush to the bottles. They go upstairs one by one to take showers in the only bathroom on the second floor. Josh Neusner by now is feeling quite delirious with fatigue and is experiencing small, flash-like epiphanies of love for each of his friends as they move in and out of the living room, up the stairs, out of doors, and back in. They all look very tall to him, even the children, from where he lies on the plaid couch, fighting off the sleep that refused to come last night. He shuts his eyes a moment, and when he opens them, Bill Maloney, his oldest son Matthew, Lee Englehart, and Josh's own wife Deborah are over by the far wall, where the wallpaper has been scorched and curled by the pipes of an old wood stove that was taken away when Ralph installed the new heating system, whose pipes he has been so desperately, patiently insulating. The four people over there are engaged in a contest of endurance, seeing how long each can sit against the wall, posed as if on a chair that is not there, before the muscle pain in their thighs forces them to surrender and stand. Bill Maloney times each contestant with a watch. His own son seems to be winning, until Lee Englehart, exposing that something fanatic and needy he keeps hidden behind his mild eyes, continues to hold the pose, straight back flat on the wall, thighs at a 90-degree angle, for the number of seconds needed to win. Bill counts off the seconds. Lee's bald head fills with blood like the bulb of a thermometer. Deborah is visibly impressed, even moved, by Lee's macho effort. Her long jaw has dropped as if she might swoon. In women, Josh thinks, admiration and pity are faces of one emotion. Other games are introduced, other feats are performed. Andy Tyler, it turns out, slim and flexible as he is, can hold a broom in both hands and jump over it without letting go. He can then, the broom now held behind him, reverse the trick, hopping up like a handkerchief pulled through a ring. Others try and kick the broom to the floor with a smack, or else themselves fall to the floor like misfired cannonballs. Ralph Tremaine demonstrates his ability to set a coin on his uplifted elbow and with the same hand grab it in midair. He can even do it with a small stack of quarters. Now coins are flying all over the room and scatter into the corners. Ralph, encouraged, revives an old drill from his college football years. You squat, he eagerly explains, and fall backwards, and push off with your hands at your shoulders so that you land back on your feet. Every time he tries it, Marge's collection of stippled milk glass on the mantel trembles, and Ralph, after a tantalizing, teetering moment of near success, drops with a plaster-cracking thud onto his back. Others also fail. Josh, amid much noisy skepticism, gets up off the sofa and succeeds at his first try. He startles himself, too. He used to be good at gym, a talent he had thought unusable in real life. In the aftermath of his exertion, the roomful of people lurches slightly, like the first hesitant movement of a carousel when all the rides are sold. Linda Tyler introduces a contest whereby a box of matches is set on the floor, a forearm's length from the kneeling person's knees. She demonstrates. Then, her hands clasped behind her, she explains that she will attempt to knock the matchbox over with her nose. She does this easily, but when Bill Maloney tries, he falls forward onto his thin-skinned moon face. Even Lee's stubborn determination fails. His nose, grimace though he will, comes up a millimeter short. Bernadette, however, performs the trick without effort, and Deborah also. There is something affecting in the position of abasement the women assume on the floor, their hair falling forward, their hands behind them like a manacled slave's, their hips broad and round in the crouching position, their feet, bare or in little ballerina slippers, soles up beneath their hips. It's all in the hips, Linda explains, patting her nicely convex own. Weight distribution. Almost no man can knock the matchbox over, and almost every woman can. Even Ruth, long and lanky as she is, condescending to try it, illustrates this sexist truth. Though there is a precarious moment of balance striven for, the matchbox falls. Everybody cheers, and Dorothea, put to sleep in Marge's bedroom, cries at the sudden loud noise. And then there is leg wrestling, man against man and man against woman, if the woman is wearing slacks. How strangely sweet and clarifying it is to be lying hip to hip, face to feet, with someone of the opposite sex, while the circle of excited faces above counts 1, 2, 3. On the count of 3, the inside legs, lifted on each count, are joined, and a brief struggle ensues, brief as the mating of animals, and ends with a moment's exhausted repose side by side. And then there are ways in which a woman can lift a man by standing back to back and hooking arms at the elbows, and ways in which two people, holding tight to each other's ankles, can somersault the length of a carpet. There seems no end to what bodies can do, but at last Bill Maloney complains that if he has another drink he will fall down, and why the hell isn't there any food? The Engleharts remember the beef casserole they were going to heat. Millie Tremaine, fortunately, with the help of Fritz Tyler, Becky Neusner, Betsy Englehart, and Mark Maloney, has got the meal started in the oven and fed the younger, ravenous children on bologna sandwiches, chili, and tuna salad left over from other meals. The television set has been rescued from the living room and plugged in upstairs, its rabbit ears augmented with Reynolds wrap that the Neusner twins, who are clever about such things, took from a kitchen drawer. The children also have fed the 3 dogs and 2 cats, even though, unbeknownst to all except the animals, who didn't tell, Marge had fed them earlier. She disappeared into her bedroom when little Dorothea began to cry, and never, come to think of it, returned. Worn out with their drinking and wrestling, the grown-ups in sudden spurts of familial conscience now scold the children for being so addicted to television, some dreadful car chase thing, totally unsuitable, and pack them into their bunk beds and cots and sleeping bags. Dinner, served at 10 o'clock, feels anticlimactic. Angels of awkward silence keep passing overhead, and Linda Tyler, quite prettily, keeps yawning, showing the velvety red lining of her mouth, her tense tongue, the horseshoe arc of her lower teeth. Deborah Neusner is sure she has broken her toe. She re-injured it when the corduroy armchair tipped over while she was trying to do a headstand on it. Ruth Englehart says, "There's a hospital in Barry," which might mean that they should drive her to it, or that it is too far to drive anyone to, or that Deborah is being ridiculous to think she has a broken toe. Ruth has not been blind to the frequency with which, in the night's tumbling, Deborah and Lee bumped or rubbed against each other. Bernadette Maloney says she just can't keep her eyes open another minute. It must be the Vermont air. Only 1 table for bridge can be mustered. Bill and Lee are keen to play, and it seems Ruth might be willing, but that something during the evening has offended her. Perhaps being the last woman invited to knock the matchbox over, perhaps Marge's somehow taking over little Dorothea, perhaps feeling that as the mother of a child much younger than anyone else's, she is not as free as they, as frivolous. And she says no, she thinks she'll put a load of dishes into the washer and then go to bed. Bernadette and Linda help her. Even Andy Tyler makes a move for the kitchen, his slim hands lifted as if to pat something agreeably yielding, but the other men coarsely, in voices that grind together like gears and gravel, insist he play bridge with them. Ralph, who at the dinner table, without warning, while plucking at his mustache, seemed to turn green and wiggly like the Elephant King in Babar, has disappeared into the dismal room beyond the kitchen where he slept last night. Ruth's helpers at the dishwasher have taken from her the cue that the time has come in the weekend to say no, and they, at first coquettishly and then quite firmly, resist the men's importunities to make the 4th. This leaves Deborah, who has been sitting on the living room floor sorrowfully inspecting her bare foot. Her feet and legs have a certain chunkiness, a bit like that of children. The mismatch of her doughy, low-waisted figure with the fineness of her face, the tapering long chin, the moist brown eyes, the pensive dents at the corners of her mouth, a hint of haughtiness in the high bridge of her nose, forms the secret of her charm, her vulnerability. She says that with the pain in her toe she wouldn't be able to sleep anyway, so why not? The men cheer. She turns and explains to someone behind her, rolling her eyes so the whites seem to leap from a biblical tableau. "Sweetie, these men are crazy to have me play bridge with them." But Josh is no longer standing there solicitously. He has crept upstairs. Fleeing the scene of last night's horror, so bone-weary he seems to be floating, he crosses the hall in his pajamas and looks into the girls' dormitory, where Deborah had said there was an extra bunk. All 4 beds are empty. He tries to imagine which one his wife sleeps in, and, silent and light as last night's cat, climbs into the bunk above it. A low-watt light bulb under a brown shade patterned in pinholes is burning across the room. He pulls the covers over his head and wishes himself invisible and very small. There is a soft sound around him, distinct from the conversation and scraping of chairs downstairs. A sound with its own life, with subtle pauses and renewals and changes of mind. Of course, rain. Those huge clouds this afternoon. He is not conscious of falling asleep. He is awakened by some small noise, a delicate alteration in the room. He opens one eye, frightened that if he opens 2 he will be ousted from this haven. Linda Tyler has entered in a white nightgown. Her shadowy nipples tap the cloth from within. Her entire slender body appears angelic, lifted at all its points by a lightness that leaves her preoccupied face behind, sullen and even ugly, unaware of being watched. This impassive sad face looms close to his eye and vanishes. She has put herself into the bunk beneath him. The lamp with its bright pinholes has been switched off. Josh can just barely make out across the room, by the hall light that slides itself like a huge yellow letter under the door, that Bernadette Maloney, with her splash of black hair, is asleep in the lower bunk, and some other woman unseeable in the top. The rain continues its purring, its caressing of the roof shingles, its leisurely debate with itself, drowning out the gentle breathing of the women. This is lovely. This is bliss. When Monday morning arrives, everyone is irritable, though the rain has stopped. Only Josh, it would seem, slept well. Evidently, Marge emerged from her bedroom when Ruth, after kibitzing at bridge for an hour, went in to transfer Dorothea to the living room, and Marge suggested to Deborah that she switch beds with her, so the other women wouldn't be disturbed when the bridge at last was over. Also, there was something mysterious about her not being there in case Ralph got ideas. So Marge herself must have been the unseeable woman in the other top bunk. The bridge had lasted until 3. Deborah has taken so much aspirin her stomach burns, and she got hardly an hour's worth of sleep in Marge's bed, but this morning she does doubt that the toe is actually broken. If it was broken, she couldn't take a step. She demonstrates on the kitchen floor some limping strides, and Josh thinks of how lightly Linda moved into his vision last night, her breasts uplifted behind their veil, and how he slept all night with her beneath him, awakening once or twice with an erection, but listening to the rain intermingled with the women's gentle breathing, and sinking with his steely burden deep into sweet sleep again. He volunteers, so full of energy, to go out and split some more wood. Ralph, who looks only half-sick today, but with a curious pinkness around his eyes as if he were wearing his old rosy ski goggles, says one of the boys broke off the maul up at the neck by swinging and missing the wedge. The boy, unnamed, is Matthew Maloney, and Mark and Mary were leaders in this morning's plot to make French toast for the children's breakfast, which has left everything in the kitchen sticky with syrup. So the Maloneys as a family are in bad odor, and Bill and Bernadette go out on the porch to fight about something, his staying up till 3 perhaps, or her failure to supervise the making of the French toast. She has been gossiping actually over coffee in the living room with Andy Tyler. As the weekend wears on, the sex distinctions wear down, as limestone statues turn androgynous in the weather. Bill's drinking, Bernadette confided to Andy, really has passed well beyond the social stage, and she is afraid it's beginning to hurt him at work. As for herself, as soon as Teresa hits kindergarten, she's going back to nursing and complete her RN. Once you have your cap, you're ready for anything. A woman has to think that way these days, no matter what the church says. These ridiculous old men who have never known love or had families telling us how to behave. Seeing her wince as she moved her head for emphasis, Andy offered to massage her neck, and she let him, not stretching out on the sofa, that would have been too much, at least at this stage, but perching on the edge of the corduroy armchair so that he could get at her shoulder muscles with his thumbs. She groaned, "That feels so good. It's sleeping with a strange pillow does me in every time. My doctor says I have a very delicate cervical area. Up top, of course." Perhaps this massage is what she and Bill were fighting about. It hasn't been a very good weekend for Bernadette, what with Deborah and Ruth between them getting such a lock on Lee. The Maloneys, at any rate, are the first to pack up and leave, though it takes them all morning. They have all sorts of yard work at home to do, and they want to beat that terrible rush. It happens every Columbus Day, on 89 and 93, especially at the Hooksett toll booth. The Newsners wave goodbye from the porch and wonder if they, too, shouldn't be thinking about going. They are tender with each other, each having endured a night without sleep, and each having fallen more deeply in love with a person outside the marriage, with Lee, with Linda. Also, the twins have a Cub Scout party in Newton they had hoped to get to. The father of one of the pack leaders knows a linebacker for the Patriots, and he's supposed to come and give the kids an inspirational message. As for Marge and Ralph, they seemed pleased to have gotten through the weekend with no more showing than did. They begged the Engleharts and Tylers not to go. The 6 of them, the hard core, sit around in the living room lunching on leftovers and finishing a bottle of red wine found at the back of the refrigerator. There are few leftovers, and the supply of wood also appears to have been exhausted, for what is in the fireplace smokes and fails to catch, in spite of repeated kindlings by muttering, grunting Ralph. Even the cigar in the center of his face has gone out. Every motion he makes, up or down, seems to give him pain. Old football injuries. You young fellas, wait till you get to be my age," he says to Andy and Lee, although he is only a year or 2 older. They are sleepily at ease, these 6, the 2 other couples gone. They sit sprawled in a kind of spiritual deshabille, open to inspection, their dismissive remarks about the Maloneys and Newsners desultory and not unfond, their inventory of one another's failings and wounds mostly silent, an unspoken ticking off. "I asked Bill how Mass had been," Lee complains, "and he nearly bit my head off." Andy contributes, "Bernadette gave me quite an earful, how she hates the church. I think she's fixing to bust out of the whole schmear." "And oh my goodness, I don't mean to be the complaining type," Ruth says, "but wasn't our little Debbie absolutely insufferable? A cat in with the catnip with all that bridge." "They're very quick learners," Lee says, leaving who they are up in the air, and trusting Andy to keep silent about how little time he, Lee, spent in the boys' dormitory last night. His mild big blue eyes are still a baby's beneath his bald dome. Ruth's frizzy crown of honey-blonde hair seems avid, as do her sharp nose and flexible quick mouth, and the pockets of emaciated shadow beneath her cheekbones. She and Andy do most of the talking, Lee and Marge most of the appreciative laughing. Marge's good humor is striking. As the pressure of being a hostess lifts, she expands, and in her loose-hanging man's shirt distinctly shows middle-age spread, the fleshly generosity of a beauty who has fulfilled her duties and knows herself to be, whatever shape the future will bring, basically beautiful. Her headband today is turquoise. Ralph squints at her and appears both puzzled and wise, a bloodshot old owl who can still swoop down from a branch and carry off in his claws a piping, furry treasure. After an hour and a half of this complacent torpor, Linda can't stand it. She jumps up and announces that she is going on another leaf walk. Do any of the littles want to go with her? Surprisingly, a few do, again all girls, Christine, Audrey, and Betsy. Also Wolf comes. He misses Ginger and Toby. They file diagonally across the trampled softball field, leaving the barn behind them on the right, into the long strip of woods along the creek, which has grown up thick since the remote days when all this difficult land was cleared for farming. Bits of old stone wall and tumbled-in cellar holes hide in the woods. The sound of the cars on the road can barely be heard. Linda gestures up and around her. The bright colors we've all come all the way up here to admire are, above all, the turning leaves of the maple tree, especially the sugar maple from which we get— "Maple syrup," says Christine Tremaine, who knows she is homely, but will make up for it in life by being beautiful. But all the trees contribute, from the stately beech, which you can recognize by its smooth gray bark, and the birch family, of which you especially know the white or paper birch from which the Indians used to make canoes, says Betsy Engelhart. She misses the Neusner twins, even though Zebulon did take the rope quoits and throw them down the well so nobody could play the game anymore. When she cried about it, her father explained to her at length why Jewish children are spoiled. The last trees to let go of their leaves are the oaks, Linda tells the children. She picks up an oak leaf and holds it out to impress upon them its lobed, deeply indented shape. Even in the winter snows, the oak will cling to its old brown leaves. The first tree to let go tends to be another giant of the forest, the ash. Its leaves, the only opposite feather compound leaves in the American forest, turn an unusual purplish-blue color, unlike anything else, and then suddenly one day are gone. Girls, look up and around you. Those who went walking with me Saturday, do you notice any difference? More sky, says Audrey, her own daughter, who knows what answer she wants. That's right, Linda says, intensely grateful. And yet, standing here, who can see a leaf fall? No one speaks. A minute passes. No leaf falls. Oh, if we stood here long enough, Linda concedes, or if there were a wind or a hard rain like we had last night. But normally it happens unobserved, the moment when the root of the stem, where the bud once was, decides the time has come to let go. But it happens. She looks upward and lifts her arms. The widened light falls upon her face and palms, and the little girls grow still, feeling threatened by something within the woman that she is pulling from the air, from the reds and golds trembling around them. Nobody sees it happen, but it does. For suddenly, it seems, the woods are bare. Magazines consulted. Agadah, 2020 Essex Street, Berkeley, California, 94703. The Onion Review, Post Office Box 229, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 02238. Alaska Quarterly Review, Department of English, 3221 Providence Drive, Anchorage, Alaska, 99508. American Book Review, Post Office Box 188, Cooper Station, New York, New York, 10003. The American Voice, the Kentucky Foundation for Women, Incorporated, Hayburn Building, Suite 1215, Broadway at 4th Avenue, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202. Antaeus, Echo Press, 26 West 17th Street, New York, New York, 10011. Antietam Review, 33 West Washington Street, Hagerstown, Maryland, 21740. The Antioch Review, Post Office Box 148, Yellow Springs, Ohio, 45387. The Appalachie Quarterly, Post Office Box 20106, Tallahassee, Florida,
32304. Arizona Quarterly, University of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona, 85721. Arrival, 48 Shattuck Square, Suite 194, Berkeley, California, 94704. Ascent, Department of English, University of Illinois, Urbana, Illinois, 61801. Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, Davis Publications, 380 Lexington Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. The Atlantic, 8 Arlington Street, Boston, Massachusetts, 02116. Aura, Post Office Box 76, University Center, the University of Alabama at Birmingham, Birmingham, Alabama, 35294. Backbone, Post Office Box 95315, Seattle, Washington, 98145. Black Ice, 571 Howell Avenue, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45220. The Black Warrior Review, Post Office Box 2936, University, Alabama, 34586. The Bloomsbury Review, 2933 Wyandotte Street, Denver, Colorado, 80211. Boston Review, 991 Massachusetts Avenue, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 02138. Buffalo Spree, 4511 Harlem Road, Post Office Box 38, Buffalo, New York, 14226. California Quarterly, 100 Sproul Hall, University of California, Davis, California, 95616. Canadian Fiction Magazine, Post Office Box 46422, Station G, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, V6R4G7. Carolina Quarterly, Greenlaw Hall, 066-A, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, 27514. The Chariton Review, the Division of Language and Literature, Northeast Missouri State University, Kirksville, Missouri, 63501. Chelsea, Post Office Box 5880, Grand Central Station, New York, New York, 10163. Chicago, WFMT Incorporated, 3 Illinois Center, 303 East Wacker Drive, Chicago, Illinois, 60601. Chicago Review, 970 East 58th Street, Box C, University of Chicago, Chicago, Illinois, 60637. Cimarron Review, 208 Life Sciences East, Oklahoma State University, Stillwater, Oklahoma, 74078-0273. Clinton Street Quarterly, Post Office Box 3588, Portland, Oregon, 97208. Clockwatch Review, 737 Pembroke Way, Heartland, Wisconsin, 53021. Colorado Review, Department of English, Colorado State University, Fort Collins, Colorado, 80523. Columbia, 404 Dodge Hall, Columbia University, New York, New York, 10027. Confrontation, Department of English, C.W. Post of Long Island University, Greenvale, New York, 11548. Cosmopolitan, 224 West 57th Street, New York, New York, 10019. Cross Currents, 2200 Glastonbury Road, Westlake, California, 92361. Cut Bank, care of Department of English, University of Montana, Missoula, Montana, 59812. Denver Quarterly, Department of English, University of Denver, Denver, Colorado, 80210. Descant, Department of English, Texas Christian University, Fort Worth, Texas, 76129. Epoch, 254 Goldwin Smith Hall, Cornell University, Ithaca, New York, 14853. Esquire, 2 Park Avenue, New York, New York, 10016. Farmers Market, Post Office Box 1272, Galesburg, Illinois, 61402. The Fessenden Review, Box 7272, San Diego, California, 92107. Fiction, Department of English, The City College of New York, 10031. Fiction 86, Exile Press, Post Office Box 1768, Novato, California, 94948. Fiction/86, The Paycock Press, Post Office Box 30906, Bethesda, Maryland, 20814. Fiction International, Department of English, St. Lawrence University, Canton, New York, 13617. Fiction Network, Post Office Box 5651, San Francisco, California, 94101. The Fiction Review, Post Office Box 1508, Tempe, Arizona, 85281. The Fiddlehead, The Observatory, University of New Brunswick, Post Office Box 4400, Fredericton, New Brunswick, Canada, E3B 5A3. Five Fingers Review, 100 Valencia Street, Suite 303, San Francisco, California, 94103. The Florida Review, Department of English, University of Central Florida, Orlando, Florida, 32816. FM5, Post Office Box 882108, San Francisco, California, 94188. Formations, 832 Chilton Lane, Wilmette, Illinois, 60091. Forum, Ball State University, Muncie, Indiana, 47306. Four Quarters, LaSalle College, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19141. Frank, Mixed General Delivery, APO, New York, New York, 09777. Gargoyle, Post Office Box 3567, Washington, D.C., 20007. Gentleman's Quarterly, 350 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. The Georgia Review, University of Georgia, Athens, Georgia, 30602. Grain, Box 1154, Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada, S4P 3B4. Grand Street, 50 Riverside Drive, New York, New York, 10024. Granta, 13 White Street, New York, New York, 10013. Gray's Sporting Journal, 205 Willow Street, Post Office Box 2549, South Hamilton, Massachusetts, 01982. Great River Review, 211 West 7th, Winona, Minnesota, 55987. The Greensboro Review, University of North Carolina, Greensboro, North Carolina, 27412. Hard Copies, Department of English and Foreign Languages, California State Polytechnic University, Pomona, California, 91768. Harper's Magazine, 2 Park Avenue, New York, New York, 10016. Hawaii Review,
Hemingway Hall, University of Hawaii, Honolulu, Hawaii, 96822. High Plains Literary Review, 180 Adams Street, Suite 250, Denver, Colorado, 80206. The Hoboken Terminal, Post Office Box 841, Hoboken, New Jersey, 07030. The Hudson Review, 684 Park Avenue, New York, New York, 10021. Image, the Magazine of Northern California, 110 Fifth Street, San Francisco, California, 94103. Indiana Review, 316 North Jordan Avenue, Bloomington, Indiana, 47405. Iowa Review, EPB 453, University of Iowa, Iowa City, Iowa, 52240. The Journal, The Ohio State University, Department of English, 164 West 17th Avenue, Columbus, Ohio, 43210. Kairos, Hermes House Press, 900 West End Avenue, number 10D, New York, New York, 10025. Kansas Quarterly, Department of English, Kansas State University, Manhattan, Kansas, 66506. The Kenyon Review, Kenyon College, Gambier, Ohio, 43022. Ladies' Home Journal, 641 Lexington Avenue, New York, New York, 10022. The Literary Review, Fairleigh Dickinson University, Teaneck, New Jersey, 07666. Mademoiselle, 350 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. The Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, Box 56, Cornwall, Connecticut, 06753. Magical Blend, Post Office Box 11303, San Francisco, California, 94101. Malahat Review, University of Victoria, Victoria, British Columbia, Canada, V8W2Y2. The Massachusetts Review, Memorial Hall, University of Massachusetts, Amherst, Massachusetts, 01002. McCall's, 230 Park Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. Medical Heritage, Georgetown University Hospital, 3800 Reservoir Road, Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20007. Memphis, 460 Tennessee Street, Post Office Box 256, Memphis, Tennessee, 38101. Memphis State Review, Department of English, Memphis State University, Memphis, Tennessee, 38152. Michigan Quarterly Review, 3032 Rackham Building, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, Michigan, 48109. Mid-American Review, 106 Hannah Hall, Bowling Green State University, Bowling Green, Ohio, 43403. Midstream, 515 Park Avenue, New York, New York, 10022. The Missouri Review, Department of English, 231 Arts and Sciences, University of Missouri, Columbia, Missouri, 65211. Mother Jones, 1663 Mission Street, San Francisco, California, 94103. MSS, Box 530, Department of English, SUNY Binghamton, Binghamton, New York, 13901. The Nantucket Review, Post Office Box 1234, Nantucket, Massachusetts, 02554. The Nassau Review, Nassau Community College, Garden City, New York, 11530. The Nebraska Review, the Creative Writing Program, University of Nebraska, Omaha, Omaha, Nebraska, 68182-0324. New America, Department of English Language and Literature, Humanities Building, 217, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87131. The New Black Mask, 2006 Sumter Street, Columbia, South Carolina, 29201. New Directions, 80 8th Avenue, New York, New York, 10011. New England Review and Breadloaf Quarterly, Middlebury College, Middlebury, Vermont, 05753. New Letters, University of Missouri, Kansas City, Missouri, 64110. New Mexico Humanities Review, the editors, Box A, New Mexico Tech, Socorro, New Mexico, 57801. The New Renaissance, 9 Heath Road, Arlington, Massachusetts, 02174. New Virginia Review, 1306 East Carey Street, 2A, Richmond, Virginia, 23219. The New Yorker, 25 West 43rd, New York, New York, 10036. The North American Review, University of Northern Iowa, 1222 West 27th Street, Cedar Falls, Iowa, 50613. North Dakota Quarterly, University of North Dakota, Box 8237, Grand Forks, North Dakota, 58202. Northwest Review, 129 French Hall, University of Oregon, Eugene, Oregon, 97403. The Ohio Review, Ellis Hall, Ohio University, Athens, Ohio, 45701. Omni, 1965 Broadway, New York, New York, 10067. The Ontario Review, 9 Honeybrook Drive, Princeton, New Jersey, 08540. Orem, Box 1904A, Yale Station, New Haven, Connecticut, 06520. Other Voices, 820 Ridge Road, Highland Park, Illinois, 60035. The Paris Review, 541 East 72nd Street, New York, New York, 10021. The Partisan Review, 128 Bay State Road, Boston, Massachusetts, 02215, or 552 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10036. Passages North, William Boniface Fine Arts Center, 7th Street and 1st Avenue South, Escanaba, Michigan, 49829. The Pennsylvania Review, University of Pittsburgh, Department of English, 526 CL, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 15260. Phylon, 223 Chestnut Street, Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30314. Playboy, 919 North Michigan Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60611. Playgirl, 801 2nd Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. Plowshares, Box 529, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 02139. Prairie Schooner, Andrews Hall, University of Nebraska, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68588. Puerto del Sol, English Department, New Mexico State University, Box 3E, Las Cruces, New Mexico, 88003. The Quarterly, 201 East 50th Street, New York, New York, 10022. Quarterly West, 312 Alpen Union, University of Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84112. Quarto, 608 Lewison Hall, Columbia University, New York, New York, 10027. Raritan,
165 College Avenue, New Brunswick, New Jersey, 08903. Re Artes Liberales, School of Liberal Arts, Stephen F. Austin State University, Nacogdoches, Texas, 75962. Reconstructionist, Church Road and Greenwood Avenue, Wyncote, Pennsylvania, 19095. Red Book, 230 Park Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. River City Review, Post Office Box 34275, Louisville, Kentucky, 40232. Sailing, 125 East Main Street, Post Office Box 248, Port Washington, Wisconsin, 53074. Salamagundi, Skidmore College, Saratoga Springs, New York, 12866. The Seneca Review, Post Office Box 115, Hobart and William Smith College, Geneva, New York, 14456. Sequoia, Stork Student Publications Building, Stanford, California, 94305. 17. 850 3rd Avenue, New York, New York, 10022. The Sewanee Review, University of the South, Sewanee, Tennessee, 37375. Shenandoah, The Washington and Lee University Review, Box 722, Lexington, Virginia, 24450. The Short Story Review, Post Office Box 882108, San Francisco, California, 94188. Sinister Wisdom, Post Office Box 1023, Rockland, Maine, 04841. Sojourner, The Women's Forum, 143 Albany Street, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 02139. Sonora Review, Department of English, University of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona, 85721. The South Carolina Review, Department of English, Clemson University, Clemson, South Carolina, 29631. South Dakota Review, Box 111, University Exchange, Vermilion, South Dakota, 57069. Southern Humanities Review, Auburn University, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. The Southern Review, Drawer D, University Station, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 70803. Southwest Review, Southern Methodist University Press, Dallas, Texas, 75275. Stone Drum, Post Office Box 233, Valley View, Texas, 76272-0233. Stories, 14 Beacon Street, Boston, Massachusetts, 02108. Story Quarterly, Post Office Box 1416, Northbrook, Illinois, 60062. St. Andrew's Review, St. Andrew's Presbyterian College, Laurinburg, North Carolina, 28352. St. Anthony Messenger, 1615 Republic Street, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45210-1298. Studia Mystica, California State University, Sacramento, California, 95819. The Texas Review, English Department, Sam Houston University, Huntsville, Texas, 77341. This World, San Francisco Chronicle, 901 Mission Street, San Francisco, California, 94103. The Threepenny Review, Post Office Box 9131, Berkeley, California, 94709. Tikkun, Institute of Labor and Mental Health, 5100 Leona Street, Oakland, California, 94619. Trillium, Jackson Community College, 2111 Emmons Road, Jackson, Michigan, 49201.
Tri-Quarterly, 2020 Ridge Avenue, Evanston, Illinois, 60208. Twilight Zone, 800 2nd Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. Twin Cities, 7834 East Bush Lake Road, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55435. University of Windsor Review, Department of English, University of Windsor, Windsor, Ontario, Canada, N9B 3P4. U.S. Catholic, 221 West Madison Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60606. Vanity Fair, 350 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. The Virginia Quarterly Review, University of Virginia, 1 West Range, Charlottesville, Virginia, 22903. Vogue, 350 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. Washington Review, Box 50132, Washington, D.C., 20004. Webster Review, Webster College, Webster Groves, Missouri, 63119. West Coast Review, Simon Fraser University, Burnaby, British Columbia, Canada, V5A1S6. Western Humanities Review, Building 41, University of Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84112. Wind, RFD Route 1, Box 809, Pikeville, Kentucky, 41501. Woman's Day, 1515 Broadway, New York, New York, 10036. Women's Sports and Fitness, 501 2nd Street, Suite 400, San Francisco, California, 94107. Writers Forum, University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, Colorado, 80907. Yale Review, 250 Church Street, 1902A, Yale Station, New Haven, Connecticut, 06520. Yankee, Dublin, New Hampshire, 03444. Ziziva, 55 Sutter Street, Suite 400, San Francisco, California, 94104. End of Prize Stories 1988, The O. Henry Awards. Edited and with an introduction by William Abrahams. Narrated by Grover Gardner in the studios of the National Library Service for the Blind and Physically Handicapped for the Library of Congress, October 1988. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Doubleday and Company, Incorporated, New York.
End of book.